Chapter 2070. Just waiting for someone here. Chapter 2070. Just waiting for someone here. Everyone used pitying looks to look at Zhong-tu. His final trace of pride was trampled to pieces by Wu Song's unwitting stripping. Everyone could tell that Wu Song was not pretending. Currently, Wu Song's skin was slightly red. His body actually emitted steaming vapor. Ha ha ha, refres. Hi plusing. Truly refres. Hi plusing. Brother G, this wine of yours is simple God-like. Wu Song said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, drinking this cup, you don't need to expend divine essence to keep out the cold within half a month. Wu Song nodded slightly and said, I can feel that this wine entering the abdomen is just like there's a pool of hot spring, reaching throughout the entire body from the abdomen. At the rate of the current speed, there's absolutely no problem not using divine essence for 10 days to half a month. Sons. Hi plus any glow, haha, the wine is indeed as its name suggests. Right now, I feel like there's a warm sun glowing inside my body, being incomparably warm. By the side, Wu Ling was long already drooling with envy. She used a guileless gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said in a spoiled manner, Big brother G, let me drink a cup too. You. Yi Yuan gave her a meaningful glance with a strange expression. Wu Ling suddenly understood something. Her face could not help changing, her pretty face flues. Hi plusing red. Ha ha ha, loud hoots of laughter echoed within the house. Girl, no worries. Just strip, we'll take it as we can't see. Scared of what? Our extreme north's girls are men. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Wu Ling wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Yi Yuan with a smile as he said, This little brother, I want to ask for a cup of wine to drink. Is that okay? The moment this man came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. It's Lightning Blade WNG Hang. If this kid dares to not give the alcohol to drink, he'll likely can't go out of this door today. Someone discussed softly. Heh. WNG Hang is a tough character who'll pull out his blade at a word of disagreement. More importantly, there are few people who can last beyond 3 blades under his hand. When Zhong-tu saw this scene, his face switched to a relaxed expression again. This kid was likely here to cause a scene today. There was finally someone who came to take care of him. Yi Yuan did not even look at WNG Hang. Picking up the small flask, he poured himself a full cup, then held it up. TCH, pretending for what, didn't he still yield? Wu Ling whispered. WNG Hang also had a smile on his face, his saliva almost dripping down, reaching his hand over. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly tilted his head back and drank it himself. WNG Hang's expression turned stiff, his hand extended there, unable to take it back or leave it there. Kid, you tricked me. WNG Hang glared and said in a solemn voice. I already said, only brother Wu can drink. Did you take it that I was joking? Giving you to drink, where will my face go? Yi Yuan said coolly. These people were all watching the show just now. Now, they wanted to ask for alcohol to drink. He, Yi Yuan, was not so lowly. Seeing WNG Hang's expression turn grim until water could drip out, everyone felt their scalps tingle. This boy was too capable of causing trouble. Provoking Zhong-tu was still not enough, and then he provoked WNG Hang. Did this guy really want to go out horizontally today? This boy is mad, right? He actually dared to provoke Lightning Blade WNG Hang. WNG Hang is peak 4th firmament true God. It said that he once contended with a 5th firmament true God with his lightning blade and didn't get defeated. This kid is tired of living. Seeing Yi Yuan's death-courting action, everyone turned pale with fright. When Wu Song heard Yi Yuan's words, the originally 30% drunkenness was immediately frightened awake. Brother Yi, forget it. Just a cup of wine. This is Lightning Blade WNG Hang. WNG Hang was very famous in this region. Wu Song naturally knew his name. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping, 2 people both concealed their cultivations. In other people's view, these 2 people were merely young men who were over 1,000 years old. So how much strength could they have? Therefore, the people in this house did not take the 2 of them seriously. Heh, Too late. To dare refute my WNG Hang's face, there's only death. Killing this brat, your father can naturally drink his wine. While talking, WNG Hang suddenly pulled out his blade, the power of ice and the power of lightning revolving around him. This WNG Hang actually fused ice law and lightning law. The commotion of this blade was outrageous to the extreme. It's over, dead for sure. This boy is really stubborn. Isn't that so? Just a cup of wine. Just as everyone had sympathetic faces, the blade already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Following that, it was dead silent inside the tavern. Yi Yuan actually used his palm and directly caught WNG Hang's knife edge. Just this light grab and the fused power of law immediately vanished without a trace. Zhongtu's pair of eyes became wide circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. The strength of this WNG Hang's lightning blade absolutely did not lose to his. The edge of the blade was actually caught by this kid with a grab. WNG Hang was similarly incomparably alarmed and terrified. He stared at Yi Yuan with a dumbstruck face, desperately wanting to pull his blade out. But unfortunately, no matter to what degree he pushed his divine essence, his lightning blade seemed to be welded to Yi Yuan's hand, unable to budge an inch. "I'll let go." Still not letting go, "Your father won't be courteous anymore." WNG Hang said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. When Yi Yuan heard that, he gave an "oh" lightly, his palm opening up. WNG Hang was currently using strength to pull the blade. With Yi Yuan's releasing it, his entire person directly did a doggy-tess HI+T tumble. "It's you who made me let go. So why didn't you prepare well yourself?" Yi Yuan said with an innocent look. When had WNG Hang suffered such unprecedented humiliation before? He immediately said in a great rage, "Punk, you're courting death. Ice lightning blade. Go to HELL for me." This time, WNG Hang's body erupted with an even fiercer aura. The fused power of laws was even pushed to the peak by him. Everyone's faces revealed great shock. Someone exclaimed in admiration, "This is WNG Hang's true strength. This aura probably doesn't lose to fifth firmament true gods, right?" But Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said coolly, "I already spared your life just now, but you insist on coming to seek death. Forget it, I'll send you off then." Following that, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan lightly met WNG Hang's blade with a finger. Pew walk. The terrifying fused power of law immediately evaporated into thin air. WNG Hang's entire person directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan waved his hand, directly annihilating the blood mist. It was deathly silent inside the house. Everyone used eyes like they had seen ghosts to look at Yi Yuan. This was lightning blade WNG Hang. He died just like this. This guy caught a true God mystic treasure with his bare hands. So how powerful was his fleshy body? It turned out that this boy was really not boasting about not being afraid of the cold. Why would a fleshy body rivaling a true God mystic treasure be scared of the cold? Zhongtu's face seemed to have opened up a dye house, changing colors non-stop. He secretly sighed at getting lucky. Fortunately, the one who attacked just now was WNG Hang and not him. Otherwise, the current him should be about the same as WNG Hang, right? How could this boy be so strong? "I'm just waiting for someone here. So you all don't annoy me. You guys can drink this wine in the future, but I'm just afraid that you all can't afford it," Yi Yuan said coolly. He filled a cup of wine for himself and poured another cup for Ning Tianping, and downed it in one go. Everyone was speechless. "Didn't you say earlier that could only drink one cup?" Chapter 2071, Issuing Challenge Letter. Chapter 2071, Issuing Challenge Letter. Waiting for someone? Humph. I think that you're here to cause a disturbance. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Zhongtu hated and feared Yi Yuan at this time and only wanted to make him leave this place sooner. But he did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan too much either. This malefic star's strength was too strong. So contradictions were laid bare in his words. Yi Yuan poured another cup of wine and drank it, and he said coolly, "You rest assured. After I settle my business, I won't come even if you invite me to." Yi Yuan drank his wine. The aroma of the wine overflowed, teasing everyone until they drooled heavily. Smelling this alcohol aroma, drinking the raging fire brew again completely did not have any taste anymore. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Within the small tavern, grievance points rose sharply. How could Zhong Tu not tell what the others were thinking? He wished to kick Yi Yuan out with a foot, but Yi Yuan just refused to leave. Before long, a grey-robed old man walked into the Raging Fire Tavern. The moment the old man came in, he shouted, "Zhong Tu, give this old man 3 jars of Raging Fire brew and a few side dishes." The moment Zhong Tu saw the arrival of this person, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly moving closer and saying respectfully, "Goodness, Master Song Cao, you haven't come for a few days." Not just Zhong Tu. When the rest saw Song Cao, they all stood up one after another, paying their respects to the old man. Clearly, Song Cao's status in Zhu Luoji was very high. Virtually no one did not know. Song Cao laughed and said, "I've been busy refining pills these few days. The gluttonous bug in my stomach flared up the moment the medicinal pills are refined completely, so I immediately came over. Smells so good. Old Tu, your place produced a new product. Why is it so fragrant?" Song Cao said a few sentences when suddenly, the tip of his nose twitched slightly. A whiff of alcohol aroma tunneled into his nose, gladdening the heart and refreshing the mind. But the moment he said it, Zhong Tu's expression immediately became ugly, faltering, not knowing how to answer. Some meddlesome person pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Master Song Cao, the wine was brought by that kid himself." Song Cao looked toward Yi Yuan with a slight surprise. Raising his foot, he walked over and said smilingly, "Kid, this wine is pretty good. Let this old man have a taste." His words carried a trace of tone that did not allow any dispute. That meaning was that you had to give whether or not you were willing to. When Zhong Tu saw the situation, he could not help being delighted in his heart. "Weren't you showing off, punk? Now that Master Song Cao came to ask for wine, see if you still dare to not give." Yi Yuan did not lift his head. Drinking a cup of Sun's plus any glow on his own again, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "You're Song Cao?" Song Cao's brows furrowed, somewhat happy with Yi Yuan's attitude in his heart as he said in a solemn voice, "That's right. This old man is precisely Song Cao. Kid, this wine." His words were said halfway when Yi Yuan suddenly took out a challenge letter and placed it on the table in front of him. "Challenge letter?" Song Cao was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, you want to challenge this old man? Do you know who this old man is?" The others were taken aback with Phil. This boy was crazy, right? Where did this brat pop out from? Could it be that he lost his mind? Master Song Cao is our Zhu Luoji's top 3 ranking 6-star alchemy god. This snotty brat, actually wants to challenge Master Song Cao? Master Song Cao's status is venerated. How can he be what a mere nobody can challenge? This boy went crazy wanting to become famous, right? To actually use this kind of method to draw attention. I understand. Turns out that the person he's waiting for is Master Song Cao. At this time, someone finally reacted and cried out in surprise. If say one-shotting lightning blade Wang hang in one move earlier, everyone could still accept it. Now, wanting to challenge Song Cao, they were unable to accept it. After all, this place was the northernmost steppe. Easily lifting the blade and killing people was normal. But in the northernmost steppe, the status of alchemists was venerated. The northernmost steppe's environment was harsh, spiritual energy thin, it was not suited for the growth of an alchemist. Hence, as long as an alchemist emerged here, their status would be very high. Because the martial artists here actually had even higher requirements towards medicinal pills. They must experience endless slaughter in order to survive. They naturally needed more medicinal pills too. And Song Cao was one of the strongest 3 great 6-star alchemy gods in Zhu Luoji. He was practically standing at the summit of Zhu Luoji already. Now, a brat that popped out of God knows where actually wanted to challenge Song Cao the moment he opened his mouth, overestimating his ability too much. Hearing everyone's cries of exclamations, Song Cao had a smug look as he said, "Hear that, kid? This old man's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 3 in Ju Luoji. Even the top 2 are also not much stronger than this old man. You, a brat who just made his mark in the world, want to challenge this old man? Who? The challenge letter isn't for you. It's for your master, Empyrean Lone Swan. You don't have the qualifications to make me challenge you. Yi Yuan sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly. Words HELL bent on shocking people to death. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even Song Cao was also abruptly stupefied there. His master, Empyrean Lone Swan, was Ju Luoji's strongest alchemist, not one of the strongest. Because he was the one and only 7-star alchemy God. Even the Ju Luoji's other few Empyreans also addressed him as a brother when they saw Empyrean Lone Swan. Who, kid, are you crazy? Challenging Master Lone Swan? Who gave you the guts? Song Cao felt like he heard the most hilarious joke today. In his eyes, Master Lone Swan was a God that brooked no blaspheming. Now, there was actually a brat who wanted to challenge this God. This was something that could not be tolerated. Yi Yuan said coolly, I knew that it wouldn't go so smoothly. How about this? I'll fire out a flame, and if you can extinguish it, consider it my loss. I won't say a single word about this matter of challenging him and will even gift you a jar of suns. HI plus any glow. Ha ha ha, the surroundings hooted with loud laughter. They were laughing at Yi Yuan's ignorance, laughing at Yi Yuan for overrating his own abilities. A hint of amuse. EMENT was revealed in Song Cao's eyes and he said with a smile, Kid, our land of extreme north's alchemists might not be able to beat other places in refining pills. But the art of controlling fire, that's what other places absolutely can't compete with. You're playing fire with this old man? Yi Yuan said coolly, you just say yes or no. Song Cao snorted coldly and said, fine, this old man agrees to you. If this old man loses, I'll help you deliver this challenge letter immediately. But if you lose, this wine, what he cared about most was not winning or losing, but the suns. HI plus any glow. This wine was too fragrant. Yi Yuan casually beckoned a hand, a jar appeared on the table. When everyone saw this scene, their IEB. Almost popped out. It turned out that this kid still had so much suns. HI plus any glow on him. Could it be that this wine was really brewed by this boy? Smack. Yi Yuan snapped a finger very casually. A small centiliter UST of fire flew towards Song Cao falteringly. Song Cao laughed in spite of himself when he saw the situation and said, this is your fire controlling technique? Kid, you're really making a spectacle of yourself. But your wine is really pretty good. Amidst the loud laughter, Song Cao beckoned with his palm. A centiliter UST of light green flames turned into a fierce tiger, and it rushed straight at the tongue of flame that Yi Yuan summoned. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. They even thought that Yi Yuan would show a breathtaking performance. In the end, it was just this bit of strength. Indeed, talking big to impress people. Phut. Only to hear a slight puffing sound emit in the air. The moment that fierce tiger met the tongue of flame, it immediately disappeared without a trace. The whole place was silent. Chapter 2072, Treat You to a Cup of Wine. Chapter 2072, Treat You to a Cup of Wine. How can it be? Master Song Cao actually lost in a fire battle? That small tottering flame, which can be smashed with one smack, Master Song Cao actually failed to beat it. Could it be that this boy is really a fire control master that conceals deeply? Cries of exclamations sounded out all around, clearly not expecting that such a sudden turn of events would occur. Ju Luoji's top alchemy master actually lost to an unknown little fellow. Just this bit of capability. You disappoint me too much, Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Cao got a shock. A solemn expression was revealed on his face, and he said in a deep voice, terrific lad, I underestimated you. Watch this. Done talking, Song Cao formed seals with both hands. The divine fire turned into a giant hammer and suddenly smashed over towards that small centiliter UST of fire. Bang! The giant hammer directly crumbled. Song Cao's expression changed drastically. This time, he was genuinely shocked. If that time previously was just him doing it casually, then this time he already unleashed 70% of his strength. It actually could not even withstand a single blow in front of this small falteringly centiliter US tur of fire. Wu Ling's small mouth opened to form a circle, looking at this scene in disbelief. Big brother, did Master Song Cao underestimate the enemy too much? This is also too unreal, right? Wu Song's expression was solemn as he shook his head and said, I'm afraid that it's not as simple as underestimating the enemy. I also felt that that small flame just now was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But looking at it now, the flame was compact to the extreme, so in the view of outsiders, they can't feel the temperature and aura at all. This fire controlling technique has reached the acme of perfection. Wu Ling could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Could it be that this hateful guy was actually a fire controlling expert? Not bad this time, the flame is much more condensed. However, it's still far too lacking. If you're still not convinced, you can try again, Yi Yuan said coolly. In his view, that handling just now was still okay. Compared to the flas HI plus ness without substance before, it was clearly much more condensed. The alchemists of this northernmost steppe would frequently protect the body and expel the cold with flames and were indeed much stronger than alchemists of other places in terms of fire controlling technique. It was just that this bit of strength was still inadequate in front of Yi Yuan. One had to know, his alchemy strength was the southern border's #1 person. And what was a foundational skill of alchemy? It was naturally fire control. In terms of fire control, the world was so big, but there were really scanty few that could win Yi Yuan. Kid, don't you get COC Kai? Watch this song get rid of it for you to see. Song Cao gritted his teeth and made his move once more. It was just that no matter how he cast the fire control technique, that small centiliter US tur of faltering fire was just like a small diamond, standing steadfast. Unleash. HI plusing 7 to 8 moves in a row, Song Cao still could not do anything to the flame. His face was grim until it was almost dripping water. Yi Yuan also got somewhat impatient and said coolly, You're too weak. Better invite your master to come out. In order to reward you, I'll treat you to a cup of wine. Done talking, Yi Yuan poured a cup of wine and pushed it in front of Song Cao. Fragrance immediately suffused everywhere. Song Cao's expression flickered indeterminately, but he discovered to his dismay that he already unleashed all of his ability and really could not do anything to this small centiliter US tur of flames. He even had a feeling that even if his master, Empyrean Lone Swan, was here, he might not be able to do anything to it too. But very soon, he chased this kind of ridiculous notion out of his head. How was this possible? His master was a 7-star alchemy God. He was invincible in this Ju Luo Ji. How could a mere brat who was still wet behind his ears possibly make his master helpless to do anything? Song Cao's attention was drawn over by the thick wine aroma very soon. This wine was too fragrant. Fragrant until it made people unable to refuse. Song Cao could not resist swallowing his saliva and finally still downed it in one shot amidst everyone's questioning gazes. Good wine. Truly fine wine. This old man has never drunk before such a delicious wine. The moment the wine entered the mouth, Song Cao could not resist giving praises from the bottom of his heart. He felt a stream of top-quality wine flow into his stomach, which then instantly set his whole body on fire, making each of his pores open up. It was as if a blazing sun rose in his heart, warming his entire body. In comparison, the raging fire brew that he had always cherished was simply like garbage. When everyone saw Song Cao's pleased appearance, they no longer doubted the sun's HI plus NE glow. Previously, everyone was still half dubious, suspecting if Wu Song was pretending or not. Now, with Master Song Cao personally confirming it, who else would still doubt? It was just that this way, the group of martial artists hankered after the sun's HI plus NE glow even more. The feeling of being able to see but not being able to drink was truly uncomfortable. Kid, I'll help you bring the challenge letter, but this wine, Song Cao stared fixedly at the small flask in Yi Yuan's hand, his goal self-explanatory. He said nonchalantly, I said 1 cup, it means 1 cup. Don't give me that look. You go back and tell your master that as long as he, Empyrean Lone Swan, accepts the challenge, if this G loses, this son's HI plus NE glows recipe will be offered up with both hands. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With your poultry cultivation base, you can't snatch it away. Song Cao's ALLS swiveled around, clearly already having the thought of snatching it. In a place like Ju Luoji, there was no justice and law at all. Things that caught your fancy, just snatch it. As long as your fist was big, whatever you say works. By the side, someone saw that the atmosphere was not right and warned out of goodwill. Master Song Cao, just now, Lightning Blade WNG Hang was planning to take action to SATCH, and was defeated by him with one pun. Song Cao's face changed and he cried out in surprise, Lightning Blade WNG Hang? He fused two kinds of power of laws, his strength being already comparable to Fifth Firmament True God. He was actually blown up with one punch. That person said again, Master, so many people were watching it. Could I still be deceiving you? Song Cao's gaze turned intent, only then discovering that it seemed like Yi Yuan really could not be underestimated anymore. It was only to see his gaze turned dark and he said, Okay, this old man will help you deliver the challenge letter, but I hope that your alchemy skill isn't just a little bit of fire controlling technique. Farewell. Finished talking, Song Cao put away the challenge letter and directly left. News spread extremely fast. Ju Luoji had existed for God knows how many tens of thousands of years already. It had never been heard of that someone dared to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. A 7-star alchemy God was a divine master in the northernmost steppe. Their status was extremely venerated. Now, a hothead that popped out from God knows where actually wanted to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. For some time, Ju Luoji that had already been quiet for a long time started boiling with excitement. No way, right? Where did this kid pop out from? Never heard before that a remarkable young alchemist emerged in Ju Luoji. Might have come over from the northern border. The brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dares to challenge a 7-star alchemy God hehe, there's a good show to watch now. I heard that kid completely defeated Empyrean Lone Swan's accomplished disciple, Master Song Cao, in a fire battle. Wonder if it's real or fake. It's probably that kid deliberately fabricating it in order to grow his reputation, right? Master Song Cao's fire controlling technique, saying that it's #1 in Ju Luoji is not even overboard. Just based on that kid. But I heard that this boy has a kind of wine in his possession that's extremely delicious. Empyrean Lone Swan only accepted the challenge for the sake of this recipe. The news spread out, questioning voices were everywhere in Ju Luoji. All because of this unknown boy who was going to challenge the God of alchemy Dao in their heart. No one thought that Yi Yuan had hope. This was completely a suicide-style challenge. Chapter 2073, Looks like you don't have much confidence. Chapter 2073, Looks like you don't have much confidence. In Sky Return Plaza, people were everywhere. A 7-star alchemy God taking action, this was a grand event of Ju Luoji. Yi Yuan issuing a challenge letter to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan spread throughout the entire Ju Luoji like the wind. Eldest senior brother, you were also too sloppy. Having master compete in alchemy with a snotty brat, this is disgraceful. Song Cao's junior apprentice brother, Luo Yu, said with a disdainful look. Another junior apprentice brother said, Isn't making master compete in alchemy with this brat pretty much the same as having master compete in alchemy with us? This kind of alchemy battle doesn't have the slightest suspense at all. Song Cao smiled coldly and said, What the hell, do you guys know? That kid has a wine recipe in his hands. Once we obtain it, we can definitely earn boatloads of money. At that time, North Day AS Sembles Empyrean Dragonjade and Splitwind AS Sembles Empyrean Juanhao will all have to bow their heads in submission toward master. The moment Luo Yu heard this, he said in puzzlement, Senior apprentice brother, is this wine really as good as you say? Song Cao had a look of recollecting the aftertaste as he said, More than good. It simply brings back endless aftertaste. Senior apprentice brother, I only drank a mouth, and during this half a month, my whole body has been warm. I don't even need to use divine essence to ward off the cold with divine fire at all. Delicious plus keeps out the cold. Who do you think can resist its allure in this northernmost steppe? The apprentice brothers were all skeptical. Since eldest senior brother came back from Raging Fire Tavern the last time, his mouth kept on praising this whatever sons. Hi plus ne glow with endless praises, as if he was bedeviled. Seeing him always talk about it every day, these few people also could not help drooling. Among the people in this northernmost steppe, there was none who did not like to drink. Hearing that it was so delicious, how could they not be moved? Except those who had drunk before this sons. Hi plus ne glow at present was just Song Kao and Wu Song 2 people. Whether it really tasted good or not, they were also not sure. But they understood in their hearts that if it was really as Song Kao said, then as long as this wine was rolled out, it could absolutely sweep across the extreme north's various territories. He's here. It's this boy. So young. At this time, there was suddenly a commotion in the crowd. A ridiculously young figure slowly walked onto the stage. This is also too young, right? Just like a little kid, he's qualified to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. Where did this kid pop out from? Simply blaspheming the idol in my heart. Get down. When the people saw that Yi Yuan was so young, they immediately exploded, having a feeling of being cheated. So young, he probably had not even figured out what were medicinal pills and came to challenge Zhu Luoji's alchemy Dao #1 person. Was this a joke? With someone taking the lead to hoot, many people also shouted along, asking Yi Yuan to get down. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as if he could not hear anything. After a while, these guys would naturally shut up. When Luo Yu saw that Yi Yuan was so young, he was also stunned and said disdainfully, really a fool who overestimates his own ability. So young and he actually dares to challenge Master 2, truly ignorant. But Song Kao said in a solemn voice, I don't know how's his pill refinement, but his fire controlling technique is truly transcendent. If this wasn't the case, why would I make Master take action? I would have suppressed him myself. Luo Yu was surprised when he heard that and said, eldest senior brother, you really lost to him in a fire battle? Song Kao's expression was slightly dark as he nodded his head. Luo Yu did not quite dare to believe it. He was naturally aware of Song Kao's fire controlling technique. Even he was a million miles away compared to Song Kao's skill. But such a formidable eldest senior brother actually lost to this kid. Could it be that he was really an alchemy genius? Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Empyrean Lone Swan is here. All thanks to this brat that I can see Empyrean Lone Swan's true face. Lord Lone Swan, teach this punk a good lesson. There was cheering in the crowd. Empyrean Lone Swan was a god-like existence in their hearts. In this northernmost steppe, a 7-star alchemy god was the sun in the sky, illuminating the world. A brat like Yi Yuan Rus. Hi plussing into challenging Empyrean Lone Swan was blaspheming the idol in their hearts. An old man in azure robes slowly stepped out of the void. His gaze swept all around, his or displayed in its entirety. Disciple pays respect to master. Song Kao brought the group of apprentice brothers and directly knelt down. Empyrean Lone Swan nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on Yi Yuan. He could not help being slightly surprised. Yi Yuan's youth still far exceeded his expectations. You're the Ji Qingyun who wants to challenge this Empyrean? Empyrean Lone Swan's gaze was scorching as he said. The moment he came up, he applied tremendous pressure on Yi Yuan. Except, Yi Yuan was composed and collected in front of this pressure, and even had signs of being able to stand up to it as an equal. When Empyrean Lone Swan saw the situation, he could not help being surprised in his heart. How could he know that even when Yi Yuan was facing Empyrean Pilljade, that level of horrifying existence, his aura was also not the slightest bit weak? His bit of pressure was too much of a child's play and even had some suspicion of showing off in the presence of an expert. It's precisely this Yi Yuan said coolly. Empyrean Lone Swan deliberately pretended to be magnanimous as he said, indeed, heroes come from youngsters. To dare come and challenge this Empyrean at a young age, your courage is commendable. Rest assured, this Empyrean won't be bullying the weak by being strong. In a while, When this Empyrean takes action, I'll definitely pay attention to the proper limits. You pick the medicinal pill then. This battle was simply a piece of cake to him. It was just that his acting was the demeanor of a grandmaster in the view of those people below. He was tolerant and open-minded. Indeed well deserving of being Empyrean lone swan. Toward a young man's affront, he's actually not angry at all and even has the intention of guiding him. Heh, you look at that kid. His proud appearance really says people off. Actually, how was there any pride? Yi Yuan just had a calm expression, that was all. It was just that in the view of these people, when Yi Yuan saw a powerhouse like Empyrean lone swan, he should be reverent and respectful, trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Only that way would it be apt for Yi Yuan's status. Yi Yuan gave Empyrean lone swan a glance and said with a strange expression, "Really want me to pick?" Empyrean lone swan could not help laughing as he said, "This Empyrean is a 7-star alchemy god battling in alchemy with you, a junior, could it be still let this Empyrean pick?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "In that case. Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill then." Empyrean lone swan's gaze turned sharp, almost choking to death. This Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill was one of the medicinal pills with the greatest difficulty among rank 6 divine pills. Even refining it with his current strength, the success rate was also not high. Furthermore, even if it succeeded, the grade would not be too high either. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he did not know what he should say. Say that he could refine? What to do if he screwed it up? Saying that he could not refine? Did he have shame or not? Junior, you're deliberately here to mess with this Empyrean, right? This medicinal pill, you probably can't even learn the rudiments, right? Empyrean lone swan said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Looks like you don't have much confidence in refining the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill. Then why not, the Amethyst Instant Pill then?" Empyrean lone swan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't dig up people's dirt like this. Furthermore, it was another level 9 medicinal pill. He was already very sure that this kid was definitely here to mess with him. Could he have been sent by those few fellows? Chapter 2074, Distinguished Guest. Chapter 2074, Distinguished Guest. The Amethyst Instant Pill doesn't work too? Yi Yuan shook his head with a disappointed look. He already lowered the benchmark by a lot, but this Empyrean lone swan's strength somewhat disappointed him. Looking at the other party's appearance, he reckoned that being able to reach the middle stage Dao realm was already very impressive. Most likely, he was still lingering around the initial stage Dao realm. Then let's lower the difficulty a bit, Earth Nether Imprint Pill then. Yi Yuan talked to himself. Empyrean lone swan's face opposite turned green. This guy was absolutely here to nauseate him. Humph. Earth Nether Imprint Pill then. This Empyrean wants to see if you really have that much capability to be able to refine a level 9 medicinal pill, Empyrean lone swan said with a cold snort. Although this Earth Nether Imprint Pill was a level 9 medicinal pill, he still had some confidence. Basically, refining middle grade or even high grade was not too big of a problem. Below the stage, the faces of Song Cao and the rest were similarly ugly. The rank 6 medicinal pills that Yi Yuan said, forget about refining them, they could not even learn the rudiments of them. Their master could naturally refine them, but the success rate was not high either. It was not that they doubted master's strength, but that these medicinal pills were seriously too difficult to refine. But in the view of other martial artists, they were somewhat surprised. Empyrean lone swan yielded to Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan said 3 kinds of medicinal pills, but he chose the final medicinal pill. Clearly, he did not have much confidence in the other 2. Humph. Ignorant fool. To refine level 9 medicinal pills, one needs to at least enter the Dao realm before one has the chance to refine those pills successfully. He's so young, so could it be that he can be a Dao realm powerhouse? Song Cao said with a cold smile. Humph. So what even if he's a Dao realm powerhouse? Our master is already peak initial stage Dao realm. Coupled with the disparity in cultivation realm and soul force, could he still lose to him? Luo Yu said with a disdainful look. Amidst the questioning voices, The two people started the alchemy battle. The moment Empyrean Loneswan's aura released, everyone burst into an uproar. These martial artists had never seen a 7-star alchemy god take action before. The moment he made his move at this time, it was god knows how many times stronger than the likes of Song Kao. To these martial artists, it was incredibly astonished. Hi+ing. This is the strength of a 7-star alchemy god. Even level 9 medicinal pills are also a piece of cake to Lord Loneswan, right? That kid actually wants to challenge such an existence. Is his head okay? In my view, this kid is deliberately here to nauseate people. At his age, knowing some superficial knowledge is already pretty good. The moment Empyrean Loneswan made his move, it gave people an extremely breathtaking feeling. It was as if what everyone saw in the past were all ugly girls. Now, suddenly seeing a top-grade beauty, it drove people crazy. There was a wave of cheering voices below the stage, cries of exclamations, as well as disdainful voices toward Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, truly a bunch of Yum Pekins who have never seen the world before. This bit of strength can let them cheer until like this. Song Kao was standing right beside him. Hearing that, he said in a great rage, this bit of strength. That brat probably doesn't know how to refine pills at all, right? You look, he hasn't even started until now. Ning Tianping laughed in spite of himself and said, my lord is being kind-hearted and is giving your master a chance to perform. The moment he makes his move, your master will be crushed until he could be badly mauled all over. Song Kao smiled coldly and said, being razor-tongued can't change the outcome too. You guys had best be prepared to hand over the sons. Hi+Ne Glow's recipe. Yi Yuan stood on the stage, his gaze brother Iming with a look of disappointment. Empyrean Loneswan's bit of strength could not even compare to the weakest Empyrean in the Cloud Pill Summit. Open. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, reached his hand out, and beckoned. The medicinal pills were all taken into the medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, a vast surging aura burst out of his body. Everyone's cheers abruptly ceased. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Empyrean Loneswan's alchemy aura was like a baby, weak to the extreme. Empyrean Loneswan's expression changed wildly, the seals formed in his hands could not help but to stop. It was only to hear a puff. A burnt smell came out of the medicinal cauldron. The materials inside were directly being refined into a ruined pill. It was very taxing for him to refine level 9 medicinal pills to begin with, so how could he withstand Yi Yuan's heavy pressure? To him, Yi Yuan's aura was like Mount Tai Cruz. Hi+ing down on top of him, he did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. A shock to the extreme expressions appeared on Empyrean Loneswan's face. However, he did not fly into a great rage but was attracted by Yi Yuan's pill refinement very soon. Not just him, his disciples were also drawn by Yi Yuan's bedazzling pill refinement. In a place like the northernmost steppe, encountering such earth-shaking alchemy skill was undoubtedly like a good rain after a long drought to them. Yi Yuan's every move and action had a tremendous sense of beauty, possessing unusually deep Dao accumulations. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was not refining pills but manipulating the great Dao. This kind of alchemy skill had simply reached the acme of perfection. Inconceivable. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill. Only after a long time did Empyrean Loneswan awaken from the shock. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan and said, Master Ji's alchemy cultivation is unrivaled, Loneswan admires greatly. This Lord Loneswan, an exalted Empyrean, actually paid such solemn respects to a true god realm boy? Shocking. Too shocking. I originally thought that Lord Loneswan's alchemy cultivation already reached the acme of perfection. Who knew that Master Ji's alchemy strength is more than 100 times stronger than Lord Loneswan? In Sky Return Plaza, astonished voices rose and ebbed like waves. A dignified 7-star alchemy god actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a 6-star alchemy god. How could it not make people marvel? These martial artists were not versed in alchemy and did not understand the disparity between Empyrean Loneswan and Yi Yuan. But as an alchemist, Empyrean Lone Swan understood that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too big. People should not look at how he was a 7-star alchemy god. The rank 7 divine pills that he could refine were very limited. When rank 7 divine pills reached level 3 difficulty and above, one could not refine them at all if their realm was lacking. Hence, when he saw that Yi Yuan had such strength, he was immediately shocked beyond words. As for Song Cao and the rest, they had long turned to stone on the spot. Their god-like master was actually defeated just like this. How could this brat-like young man have such terrifying alchemy strength? This Lone Swan has many questions on alchemy. I wonder if Master Ji has spare time to give Lone Swan a pointer or two. Empyrean Lone Swan asked carefully. Yi Yuan said coolly, the northernmost steps alchemy Dao is behind the times. Coming here, this Ji will just take it as giving you a fortuitous encounter. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard, he could not help being overjoyed. If there were no accidents, his accomplishments in alchemy would just be like that for life. But if there was someone giving guidance, especially the guidance of a master like Yi Yuan, that would be totally different. Many thanks, Master Ji, for showing pity. Lone Swan can't repay it even with 10,000 death. Lone Swan was incredibly agitated and gave another respectful bow toward Yi Yuan. Finished saying, he straightened his back and immediately recovered his Empyrean's majesty as he said in a clear voice, from today onward, Master Ji is this Empyrean's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to offend Master Ji, it's setting yourself against this Empyrean. Chapter 2075, Sweeping Through Ju Luo. Chapter 2075, Sweeping through Ju Luo. Several days later, a piece of extremely explosive news spread throughout the entire Ju Luo Ji. Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledged Ji Qingyun as his master and paid respects to the latter as a disciple. This news was akin to a heavyweight bombsh. Stirring up titanic waves in Ju Luo Ji. Did I hear wrongly? No matter how powerful that Ji Qingyun is, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy god. Does Lord Lone Swan have this need? Truly inconceivable. A 7-star alchemy god actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy god as a master. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but it's still my first time hearing of such a thing. Just what kind of god is Ji Qingyun, to actually be able to bring Lord Lone Swan into submission? The entire Ju Luo Ji blew up. Everyone was discussing this matter frenziedly. Everyone was filled with curiosity toward this Ji Qingyun that popped out from no idea where. Empyrean Lone Swan had always been a god-like figure in Ju Luo Ji all along. Even Empyrean powerhouses also showed extra reverence to him and did not dare to offend in the slightest. But now, this kind of god-like existence actually acknowledged 1,000-over-years-old youth as his master. It was simply too astonis. Hi+ing. But very soon, another explosive news came over. Grand Pill Establishment rolled out a new kind of wine. The name of the wine was Suns. Hi+Ne Glow. Grand Pill Establishment was recruiting 9 sales representatives. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Ju Luo Ji. This Grand Pill Establishment was Empyrean Lone Swan's force. Not only this wine called Suns, Hi+Ne Glow had excellent taste, but it also had the effect of keeping out the cold. As long as Celestial Deity Realm martial artists drank a cup, they would not need to use any cold warding method for half a month. As soon as this wine was rolled out, it immediately spread throughout the entire Ju Luo Ji in a frenzy. Various restaurants, taverns, and wine shops rushed toward Grand Pill Establishment crazily, wanting to obtain Suns. Hi+Ne Glow's dealers. Hi+P writes. Hearing this news, Zhongtu almost went mad. Others did not know, but he knew that this Suns. Hi+Ne Glow was Master Ji's wine. Now, his intestines were almost green with regret. Back then, if not for a moment of muddle-headedness, offending Master Ji, with the Raging Fire Tavern's strength and his relations. Hi+P with Master Song Cao, wouldn't getting Suns. Hi+Ne Glow's dealers. Hi+P rights still be accomplished with ease? But sadly, there was no regret medicine in this world that could be eaten. Even so, Zhong-tu still brought a large gift and went to find Song Kao. Master Song Kao, you're also aware, my Raging Fire Tavern is number 1 in Juluoji. There are hundreds of branches alone, number 1? Heh, that's all in the past. The moment Sun's HI plus NE glow emerged, your Raging Fire Tavern probably can't even enter the top 10 anymore. Brother, don't blame me. Want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having eyes, offending Grandmaster. These things, bring them away. If Grandmaster knew about it, wouldn't he break my legs? Zhong-tu's words were not finished saying yet and were interrupted by Song Kao coldly, directly issuing an order to evict the guest. Leaving the Song Manor, Zhong-tu felt like the entire world turned gloomy. A single misstep resulted in eternal regret. In the old days, his Raging Fire brew was unique in Juluoji. It could be said that he could summon the rain and wind in Juluoji. But now, the Raging Fire brew was left without anyone caring about it overnight. Sure enough, the 9 great representatives were picked very quickly. As soon as Sun's HI plus NE glow came out, it was akin to like a fierce wind passing through, being all the rage. There were long queues in the shops of the 9 sales representatives every day. Many martial artists queued for several days and nights in order to taste a mouthful of this legendary Sun's HI plus NE glow. Really too freaking delicious. Grand Pill establishment is really harming people. After drinking this wine, drinking other wines will be like horse piss. Equipped with this jar, I won't need to think of ways to ward off the cold within a year anymore. This wine should only belong in the heavens. Fine wine. Fine wine. After Sun's HI plus NE glow came out, it became an extremely popular item very soon. Even if Grand Pill establishment brewed it around the clock, it was also unable to satisfy the enthusiasm of all the martial artists. Later on, the various major restaurants could only limit the supply. A cup of Sun's HI plus NE glow was even hiked to a sky-high price. But even so, no one would go and sell the wine at all. People who had the luck to purchase the wine all cherished what was theirs, hiding and tucking it away, fearful of being known by people. On this day, Zhong-tu finally purchased a small jar of Sun's HI plus NE glow after queuing for 7 days and nights. Hence, he could not wait and drank a mouthful. The moment the wine entered the abdomen, a mellowness instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones, as if an electric current ran through. At the same time, a hot current gathered at this dantian area, as if it was the blazing sun illuminating from high up, continuously warming his body. Fine wine. Truly excellent wine, Zhong-tu could not resist praising. But after praising, his expression turned dim. Such a fine wine, he actually said right by it. Originally, it should be him who became a figure who could summon the wind and rain in this Juluoji. But now, everything was gone. Inside Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan was looking at Yi Yuan with a look of worse. HI plus P. Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all fours in admiration. After Yi Yuan entered Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan asked him about some areas that he did not understand. The incisiveness of Yi Yuan's understanding took his breath away in astonishment. On some areas that were obstructed originally, he suddenly saw the light. The following few days, the more he consulted Yi Yuan on alchemy Dao, the more that he felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. He even suspected whether or not Yi Yuan already stepped into the legendary ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could he have such a deep understanding of alchemy Dao? Therefore, he steeled his resolve and acknowledged Yi Yuan as his master. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment but still agreed. This Empyrean Lone Swan could acknowledge him as master as a 7-star, it could be seen that he genuinely loved alchemy. Furthermore, Yi Yuan still had to borrow Empyrean Lone Swan's power to save Lu'er. After acknowledging him as his disciple, Yi Yuan took out the Sun's HI plus NE glow's recipe and handed it to Empyrean Lone Swan. After Empyrean Lone Swan drank the Sun's HI plus NE glow, he felt even more respect towards Yi Yuan from the depths of his heart. As the saying went, those who reached first can teach. Yi Yuan could casually take out such a freakish pill formula, it could be seen how deep his attainments in alchemy Dao were. Indeed, as expected, As soon as sun's HI plus NE glow rolled out, it immediately swept across Ju Luoji, and allowed Grand Pill establishment earn boatloads of money. Listening attentively to Master preach on Tao these few days, this disciple suddenly saw the light and seemed to have already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, Empyrean Lone Swan said excitedly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "You're still far away. Although you became an Empyrean and a 7-star alchemy god, your foundation is too shallow. It seems like you've already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, but in reality, you're too far away. Even if give you 1,000, 10,000 years, you might not be able to enter middle-stage Tao realm too." Imparting Tao to Lone Swan these few days, Yi Yuan was already shocked. He had never seen before a 7-star alchemy god with such a shallow foundation. Being able to enter 7-star, this Empyrean Lone Swan absolutely got Ma's Sively lucky. Placed in the southern border, Empyrean Lone Swan was probably even inferior to Yun Yi, let alone talk about other 7-star alchemy gods. Hearing Yi Yuan's face, Empyrean Lone Swan also had a look of embarrassment on his face as he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "It's exactly as Master said. It's just that this northernmost step, spirit medicines are lacking and inheritances are missing. Wanting to step into 7-star is as hard as ascending to heaven." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Hence, if you want to improve further, don't reach beyond your grasp, but be down to earth." Empyrean Lone Swan repeatedly said yes. The two people chatted for a while when Empyrean Lone Swan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, Ju Luoji's other 7 great Empyreans have heard about you. All of them want to come over to pay respects to you. I wonder, what's your opinion?" Chapter 2076, Awing the Group of Empyreans. Chapter 2076, Awing the Group of Empyreans. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that the thing he waited for finally came. He naturally did not do so many things in order to show off his power and make a name for himself. It was actually in order to make these Empyreans pay him a visit. Ju Luoji had 9 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan, as an outsider, running over to ask for people without rhyme or reason was no different from a lamb being thrown to the wolves. Then what could let him get close to these Empyreans? It was naturally alchemy. Since Empyreans revered alchemy immensely, then as long as he displayed his alchemy strength, would these Empyreans still not look to him for help? In addition, Yi Yuan also took out the sun's HI plus NE glow, this major killing tool. These Empyreans would view him in a different light even more. As for Empyrean Lone Swan wanting to acknowledge him as master, this exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 8 Empyreans appearing in unison, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy all of a sudden. Song Cao and the rest of the disciples waited upon them carefully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yi Yuan sat up straight, looking calm and composed. The 8 great Empyreans all sized Yi Yuan up with curious faces, clearly all carrying a trace of doubt. They never would have thought that Empyrean Lone Swan's master was actually so young. "Master, disciple will introduce to you. This is Sword Star Pavilion's Empyrean Void Sword," Empyrean Lone Swan said. "Master Ji," Empyrean Void Sword said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan looked over, nodded his head slightly, which was considered to have greeted Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this boy was so arrogant. Empyrean Lone Swan appeared slightly awkward, but he knew that Master had great ability. Being a little cold and arrogant was normal. Hence, he carried on making introductions to several others. "This is Ice Cloud Tower's master, Empyrean Ice Cloud. Her ice attribute laws have reached the acme of perfection, with her strength being powerful." But the fourth one that Empyrean Lone Swan introduced was a middle-aged woman who had already partly lost her good looks but still retained her graceful bearing. Actually, from the moment she came in, Yi Yuan's attention was placed on her. Among Ju Luoji's 9 great Empyreans, only this Empyrean Ice Cloud was a woman. Who could it be if it was not her? Yi Yuan still grunted a response perfunctorily. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is also a little too arrogant, right? We're this Ju Luoji's masters no matter what. Us greeting you and you gave us this kind of attitude? The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard this, he knew that it was going to be bad. Others did not know, but he knew that his master was not being arrogant. It was his master having the confidence. How could ordinary Empyreans enter his eyes? It was just that Empyrean ice cloud, this old lady's temper, was not an ordinary kind of cold arrogance. How could she stand Yi Yuan's attitude? Sure enough, the other Empyreans were all reserved. But reaching her, it broke down. Clearly, the other Empyreans also knew Empyrean ice cloud's temper and were all waiting for her to jump out. Everyone was not a fool. For Empyrean Lone Swan to be able to acknowledge such a young person as his master, this young man definitely had aspects sing others. Although they all did not believe it, they also would not be silly enough to go and offend the other party. After all, they were all here to request for pills, and not to look for trouble. Once they offended the master, where would they go to find medicinal pills? Sure enough, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he said indifferently, if Empyrean Ice Cloud feels like this G's attitude is haughty, you can leave first. You all came here simply for the sake of requesting for pills. Since you have something to ask this G, then whatever attitude I have, you have to endure it. Isn't that so? The moment the group of Empyreans heard, they all thought, terrific fellow, indeed clash. How venerated was Empyrean Ice Cloud's status in this Ju Luo Ji? When had she suffered this kind of wrong before? It was only to see her laugh. She then said, What a wildly arrogant Master Ji. I wonder if your ability is as great as your spirit. Yi Yuan gave her a light glance and said coolly, how can my ability be what you can gauge? I already said, those who don't believe me can very well leave. Empyrean Ice Cloud's frosty eyebrows rose in anger and she suddenly stood up. With her flying into a rage, Empyrean pressure swept over toward Yi Yuan crazily. She actually wanted to take action. With this, Empyrean Lone Swan was enraged too. He said with a cold snort, Ice Cloud, letting you all come in is master giving you guys face. But you're not giving this Empyrean face like this. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Also, don't come and beg this Empyrean for medicinal pills for your Ice Cloud Tower anymore in the future. Empyrean Lone Swan had long already prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan these few days. Although he was an Empyrean, he would never put on any airs of an Empyrean in front of Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that this Ice Cloud did not give face at all, and actually questioned Master in front of him, and even wanted to attack? How could he tolerate it? Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression darkened. Empyrean Lone Swan's move was too vicious. In this northernmost step, 7-star alchemy gods could be this arrogant. No one dared to offend a 7-star alchemy god. Once offended, one could only feel endless regret. Their cultivation could only rely on luck in the future. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was extremely ugly, standing there, at a loss on what to do. The others were also secretly startled. They all did not think that the normally incomparably lofty Empyrean Lone Swan was actually so respectful toward Yi Yuan. Empyrean Void Sword hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying with a smile, the two of you, don't get angry. Since Master Ji is Empyrean Lone Swan's master, then he naturally has genuine ability. Younger sister Ice Cloud, you also have to fix your temper. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort but did not dare to make a sound anymore. But she still had a stubborn look on her face, not having the intention of backing down. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, I know that everyone questions my strength, but how can my ability be what you can imagine? As long as you all can pool together enough spirit medicines, this G will create 10 Empyreans for you. Where's the difficulty in that? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving expressions. Which of them did not corroborate their Tao as Empyreans after narrow escapes, bathed in bloody slaughters in this northernmost steppe? How could Empyrean powerhouses be created as you wished? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face had an even more apparent sneer. But this time, she learned to be smart and just smiled coldly and did not speak. You all don't put on those expressions. That day when I had the alchemy battle with Master, I didn't open my furnace. But do you all know what grade was Master's Earth Nether imprint pill? Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold smile. Empyrean Void Sword said hesitantly, what grade was it? Could it have been superior grade? Another Empyrean said, heaven grade? Who? You all see for yourselves. Empyrean Lone Swan laughed coldly and threw a small bottle to Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword caught the medicine bottle curiously. The others all stared at all, similarly having curious faces. Looking at Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, could it be divine grade? Except, they denied this notion very quickly. How was this possible? Earth Nether imprint pill was a level 9 medicinal pill. They knew that Empyrean Lone Swan could at most only refine high grade. Even if this Yi Yuan was formidable, he was also merely a 6-star alchemy god. At the very most, it was also just peak heaven grade. Empyrean Void Sword probed with divine sense and his expression suddenly changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified face, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Void Sword, just what grade is it? When everyone saw his expression, they became even more curious. Could it really be divine grade? Void Sword threw the small bottle to another Empyrean and said with a sigh, Brother Huaming, you see for yourself. Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination. Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination. The medicinal bottle Pares said around the hands of the Empyrean powerhouses. After the person in front finished inspecting, they just silently Pares said it to the next person, the expression on their faces incomparably stunned. Even someone as cold as ice like Empyrean Ice Cloud also had her curiosity stirred. She thought to herself, could this medicinal pill really be divine grade? Younger sister Ice Cloud, you take a look for yourself. Among the 8 people, the stronger Empyrean Redfeather heaved a slight sigh and Pares said the small medicinal bottle to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud looked at him curiously, caught the small bottle that was thrown over, and said scornfully, even if it's divine grade, it's also not to the extent of making all of you have this expression, right? Humph. So what if it's divine grade? Is this the reason for looking down on us? As she expressed her derision, she sunk her divine sense into the small bottle. Talking until the end, her entire sentence was stuck in her throat, and she only felt that her throat was incomparably dry. Vast Spirit, divine grade. How is this possible? Empyrean Ice Cloud's pupils constricted, her gaze full of disbelief. Vast Spirit divine pill. In this vast expanse of northernmost steppe, had Vast Spirit divine pills appeared before? Empyrean Ice Cloud was also not too sure, but most likely it had never occurred. Although the northernmost steppe was boundlessly vast, the 7-star alchemy gods added up were also just those few. Even if those people's strengths were stronger than Empyrean Lone Swan, it was also not that much stronger. Forget about having them refine Vast Spirit divine pills, even ordinary purple spirit divine grade, they probably could not refine it. Even if refined, it was also those level 1 and 2 simple medicinal pills. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills to them was too high. But this young man in front of them actually refined a Vast Spirit divine pill with the cultivation realm of a 6-star alchemy god? How was this possible? Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, you were too impulsive. How can someone capable of making younger brother Lone Swan respect so much not have some ability? Empyrean Redfeather also sighed slightly and said, some ability? Master G doesn't have just some ability here. Empyrean Void Sword said with a laugh. Humph. This Empyrean is also a respected figure in this northernmost steppe. If not for Master's alchemy Tao making me look up to it, why would I acknowledge him as my master? Ice Cloud, before you came in, you said that you'd talk nicely. That's why this Empyrean agreed. But now, after entering Grand Pill establishment, you disrespected Master. This Empyrean can't help you anymore. Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold snort. Wouldn't Empyrean Ice Cloud looking down on Yi Yuan be equivalent to looking down on him, Empyrean Lone Swan? How silly would he have been, to acknowledge an incapable 6-star alchemy god as his master? This. Master G, Empyrean Ice Cloud stammered and already did not know what she should say. A 6-star alchemy god capable of refining vast spirit divine pills was absolutely a Mount Tai existence in this northernmost steppe. She actually questioned such a major power just now. Only now did she know that when Yi Yuan said he could create an Empyrean powerhouse with a flip of his hand, those were not empty words. Since Yi Yuan could refine a vast spirit divine-grade earth nether imprint pill, then refining a divine-grade and above heaven-seizing good fortune pill was absolutely nothing difficult. It was just that the spirit medicines that the heaven-seizing good fortune pill required were too hard to come by. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Yuan creating a batch of Empyrean powerhouses be like taking something out of his pocket? Empyrean ice cloud, you can leave now. The medicinal pills that you're requesting for, this G won't refine them. In addition, all of Grand Pill Establishment's medicinal pill supply to your Ice Cloud Tower will discontinue starting from today. Yi Yuan opened his mouth coolly and directly issued the order to chase away the guest. He sneered coldly to no end in his heart. Finally he showed Empyrean Ice Cloud some colors. To dare treat Luer like so, how could it do to not let you taste the flavor of despair? Right from the start, Yi Yuan never planned on dropping in to ask Empyrean Ice Cloud to release her. That was the worst strategy. He thought even less of Snatc Hing Luer with martial strength. Really pressing this Empyrean Ice Cloud into a corner, she might really hurt Luer. Since the Adent. One tie of an alchemist was useful, then what did bringing Ju Luoji to its knees and compelling the northernmost steppe to submit count for with his strength? One had to know, he defeated the entire southern border's alchemy world with his power alone. Yi Yuan's plan was to overpower her until she yielded, and he also wanted to make her send Luer over obediently. You. Bullying people too far. When had Empyrean Ice Cloud suffered this kind of treatment before? She was angered until her middle-aged expression was icy-cold. Empyrean Ice Cloud was still thinking of apologizing. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly cutting off Ice Cloud Tower's grain. Yi Yuan said coolly, bullying people too far? This is just you bringing trouble to yourself. Empyrean Redfeather could not quite look on anymore and spoke up, Master Ji, younger sister Ice Cloud she. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice, if anyone intercedes for her, don't come to Grand Pill Establishment to request for pills anymore in the future. The faces of all the Empyreans changed and they indeed did not dare to say any more. They had already witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. Although it could not directly increase their strength, it could make their factions much more powerful. How could such a person be casually offended? Even Empyrean Ice Cloud, this kind of hothead, was purely looking for abuse by opposing Yi Yuan. Song Cao and the rest watched until they were quaking in their boots by the side. Good lord, their Grandmaster was really domineering. Empyrean Ice Cloud's chest heaved up and down and she gritted her teeth and said, good, good, good. This Empyrean doesn't believe that in this northernmost steppe, there's just you, one alchemist. Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud flicked her sleeves and left. Master, this Empyrean Lone Swan also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such an intense reaction and did not even hesitate. In this northernmost steppe, the 7-star alchemy gods were not just him alone. Hearing Empyrean Ice Cloud's meaning, she was clearly planning to find other Assemble's 7-star alchemy gods to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly, Lone Swan, remember, under my charge, alchemists mustn't be insulted. Not only this G is like this, you as well as Song Cao they all, need to have this confidence, understood? Empyrean Lone Swan's expression turned somber, and then he bowed and said, yes, disciple understands. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and continued, Lone Swan, starting from tomorrow, you accompany me and head to the surrounding territories to pay a visit to fellow alchemists in the steppes. The moment these words came out, all of the Empyreans' faces changed. Goodness, this was ruthless extermination. If one was unconvinced, kill until the person submitted. Not only was this young man's strength formidable, but his temper was also similarly arrogant. This kind of person must not be offended. All of the Empyreans' hearts turned cold and naturally understood that Yi Yuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Yes, Master, Lone Swan said respectfully. At the same time, he was delighted in his heart. With master garrisoning, Grand Pill establishment could do as it pleased in the northernmost steppe this time. Haha, Master G, this Empyrean has always been on close terms with Lone Swan. Coming here this time, I want to request for several medicinal pills, Empyrean Redfeather said with some awkwardness. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, this is naturally not a problem. If you need rank 6 divine pills, as long as you all gather the spirit medicines, I'll definitely return you a divine-grade medicinal pill. As for rank 7 divine pills, wait for a few more days. I believe that Lone Swan will be able to give you all a pleasant surprise. When everyone heard that, their hearts could not help jumping. Following that, it was wild elation. Rank 7 divine pills were too hard to come across in this northernmost steppe. Chapter 2078, He Shang Yun. Chapter 2078, He Shang Yun in Ice Cloud Tower's dungeon. It was gloomy and cold and also damp. Several celestial deity realm disciples guarding were chatting while drinking wine to warm themselves. Did you hear? Our Ice Cloud Tower has completely fallen out with the Grand Pill establishment. They directly cut off our medicinal pills supply. I heard that Martial Ancestor flew into a thunderous rage after returning. Senior apprentice sister Lee got a little on her bad side and was actually killed by her with one palm. What? Cut off the medicinal pills supply? Then what should we do about our cultivation in the future? I heard that Martial Ancestor already sent people to arrange things with North Day AS Semble's Empyrean Dragon Jade. I believe that there will be a result very soon. But that Master G who's new is really too scary, to actually be able to make Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledge him as a master. Master G? Which Master G? When did our Ju Luo G have an additional Master G? Who, junior apprentice sister, you were guarding the dungeon these few days and don't know about the outside world situation. This Master G is called Ji Qingyun. Although he's just a 6-star alchemy God, he defeated Lord Lone Swan in public. Later, Lord Lone Swan even put aside the face of an Empyrean and acknowledged him as a master. Oh, right, this Master G even brought a kind of fine wine called Sun's HI plus NE Glow. It's already being S and a TC, head like crazy outside now. S so impressive. That junior apprentice sister's mouth opened wide, a face of disbelief. Empyrean Lone Swan was a God-like existence in her eyes. But now, this God-like existence actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy God as his master. Then how formidable was the other party? She was already unable to imagine it. Inside the dungeon, when a gaunt and thin figure heard Ji Qingyun these 3 words, her beautiful figure suddenly trembled. Following that, she actually wept with joy. He came. I knew it. I know that you'll be fine. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance, and this thin figure was precisely the Lu'er that he had already not seen for more than 1,000 years. In these several decades, Lu'er had always been suffering torment. Eldest senior sister He Shang Yun told her that her master already sent senior apprentice sister Zun to go capture Yi Yuan. When senior apprentice sister Zun captured Yi Yuan and brought him back, if she still dared to disagree with the wedding with Feng Tianyang, her master would sentence Yi Yuan to death. Senior apprentice sister Zun had left several decades ago. Calculating it, she should also be coming back. Lu'er naturally had confidence in her young master. But the more she cultivated, the more she knew that cultivation was not easy. Senior apprentice sister Zun was a top 5 ranking existence in Ju Luo Ji, being a late-stage true God realm mighty expert. Even if Yi Yuan was formidable, it was likely hard to resist senior apprentice sister Zun too. Hence, these several dozen years, Lu'er did not have a single day where she could cultivate serenely and also did not have a day where she could rest well. Presently, she had a wan and sallow appearance. If Yi Yuan was here, his heart would probably ache terribly. But earlier, the discussion of Ice Cloud Tower's 3rd-generation disciples made Lu'er wildly ecstatic. All the worries in these several decades, all of the suffering, completely vanished without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, young master was invincible. He came to save me. Ji Qingyun this name, others did not know it, but how could she, Lu'er, not know? Moreover, to be able to make a 7-star alchemy God put aside his pride and acknowledge this figure as a master, who could it be if not her young master? The current Luer was proud and also delighted and also touched. The pain and resentment of these few years had long already evaporated into thin air. Turns out that His Excellency is already so incredible. Even a 7-star alchemy god like Lord Loneswan actually has to acknowledge him as a master. Luer's eyes sparkled, the joyous emotion not only expressed in words but also on the face. She knew that her young master was incredible. But she did not expect that 1,000 years had passed and he was already formidable to such a degree. Even Empyrean powerhouses had to acknowledge him as a master. Great martial aunt. Luer was currently rejoicing on her own when several panicky voices suddenly came from outside. She hurriedly reined in her emotions and concealed her joy. Although Luer was pure, she was not dumb. Since Yi Yuan changed his name and came to this northernmost steppe, he definitely had his plans. If she gave it away, not only would it disrupt Yi Yuan's plans, it might even put Yi Yuan in danger. He Xiangyun was born with a mean face and had a high and mighty appearance, making people give rise to detest the moment they saw her. But in this ice cloud tower, her seniority was the oldest and her strength the strongest. Seeing Luer, He Xiangyun had a cold smile on her face as she said, "You're ungrateful SL*T, you really don't know what's good for you. Master imparted to you cultivation methods and provided resources for your cultivation. Now, asking you to do a little something, you threatened to die." Luer said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, don't need to say any more. If Master makes Luer go and fight, even if I die on the battlefield, Luer will also not have any complaints. But, making Luer commit to Feng Tianyang that bastard, Luer would rather die than submit." He Xiangyun curled her mouth and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with Feng Tianyang? He's this northernmost steppe's young generation's #1 person. Getting his favor is your fortune cultivated from your previous life." Luer said, "Senior apprentice sister, you don't need to say any more. These words, Luer has already listened until my ears are growing calluses. How that Feng Tianyang's temperament is, I believe that senior apprentice sister is even clearer than me." Seeing that Luer was impervious to everything, He Xiangyun could not help feeling angry and said in a solemn voice, "Humph. Are you still harboring hope in your heart? Let me tell you, your senior apprentice sister Zun has already sent news that your little lover has already been captured by her. 3 years if it's short, 5 years if it's long, they will be able to return to Ju Luoji." He Xiangyun wanted to see a panicky expression from Luer's face, or even kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. But she was disappointed. If it were before, Luer would still be worried. Now, Luer knew that Ju Luoji had an addition Ji Qingyun. So why would she be worried? However, Luer's face still changed colors slightly. It was just that it was reined in very quickly, recovering to an indifferent expression as she said coolly, "Is that so? Senior apprentice sister Zun left for several decades and has never been heard of since. But today, she suddenly sent news. Don't eldest senior sister find it strange? Saying any more is pointless. If senior apprentice sister Zun really brought young master over, Luer will naturally submit." With Yi Yuan's news, Luer had much more confidence when speaking. "You little SL*T, you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you?" He Xiangyun said furiously. Luer could not be bothered to argue with He Xiangyun and simply shut her 2 eyes. Luer ignored her. Good. What a stubborn little SL*T. I want to see if you're forged out of iron." Under He Xiangyun's rage, she repeatedly fired out several seals. Lightning suddenly shot from everywhere in the entire dungeon. Luer cried out painfully, her whole body being bound up by frenzied electricity. But the stubborn Luer did not make a sound. It was just that the light moans that came from time to time showed her current agony. The 5 lightning array formation was laid down in this dungeon. It was in order to prevent prisoners from escaping and also to carry out punishments. Since Luer went into the prison, He Xiangyun would come and torture Luer when she was unhappy, all the way until Luer spasmed on the ground in pain. Only then would she leave in satisfaction. But this was already no idea how many times. When those celestial deity realm disciples outside heard the lightning sounds coming from inside, they knew that martial aunt Luer was being tortured again. All of them were frightened until they were silent like cicadas in winter. Only all the way until after more than 2 hours, after Luo laid on the ground and made no more sounds, did he Xiangyun laugh coldly. She then said, TSK, really pity my little junior sister. Although I can't kill you, seeing you get tormented every day is still very satisfying. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud. Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud. In front of Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower, second senior sister Young Feiya said anxiously, Master, our Ice Cloud Tower has already not had gotten new medicinal pills for the greater part of this year. At present, the medicinal pills reserves are already less than 10%. He Xiangyun smiled and said, Junior apprentice sister, what are you anxious about? In this northernmost steppe, what can stump Master? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was cold as frost as she said coolly, Humph. That boy thinks that by relying on a mere grand pill establishment, he can boycott our Ice Cloud Tower? Truly overestimating his own ability. Although the northernmost steppe respects alchemists, the ones who know how to refine pills aren't just one lone swan alone. That boy has just arrived. How can he understand Master's means? He Xiangyun continued tearing up. But actually, she was still somewhat unhappy in her heart. She was presently already 9th firmament true God and already not far from grand completion true God realm. He Xiangyun heard that Master Ji's ability was remarkable and could even refine a divine-grade heaven-seizing good fortune pill. If she could obtain one, wouldn't she be able to corroborate her Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean? There was just this one shop in this northernmost steppe. Yet, her master offended him. Now, being boycotted by him, this thoroughly throttled her trace of hope to break through to become an Empyrean. He Xiangyun understood her potential. It was likely that the grand completion true God realm was her limit. As for Empyrean, this step was far too difficult. In this greater part of a year, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran everywhere and finally managed to fix up a contract with Northday Assemble's Empyrean Dragon Jade. They agreed to provide Ice Cloud Tower with medicinal pills. While it was a little troublesome, it was not to the point of having no medicinal pills. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression eased up slightly and she said coolly, Amen, counting the time, the first batch of medicinal pills should already be almost arriving. No need to worry too much. Rather, that Lane SS Sun's side has no news whatsoever until now. Could some accident have happened? He Xiangyun smiled and said, Master is worrying too much. A mere imperial city, what formidable character can it produce? Rather, it might be that junior apprentice sister Zun couldn't find the person. That's why it delayed some time. Empyrean Ice Cloud nodded her head slightly, also feeling that it was not too likely. But by the side, Young Feiya's pretty face changed slightly. If junior apprentice sister Zun brought that Young Feiya back, little junior sister would definitely be forced to give in. The few people were currently chatting when suddenly, Empyrean Ice Cloud's thoughts stirred. Only to see her spit divine essence, a powerful virtual image appeared in the Great Hall. Seeing the person, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Empyrean Ice Cloud's 10,000-year ice face. Brother Dragon Jade, how have you been? Suddenly coming to find Ice Cloud, could it be that the first batch of medicinal pills we agreed upon is arriving? Ice Cloud said smilingly. This virtual image was shockingly a wisp of Empyrean Dragon Jade's divine sense. Dragon Jade smiled and said, Younger sister Ice Cloud, this Empyrean is finding you to let you know that our cooperation probably can't carry on anymore. As for the deposit that you paid in advance, this Empyrean will send someone to return it in due time. Alright, this Empyrean still has something. Goodbye. Wait, Brother Dragon Jade. Empyrean Dragon Jade completely ignored Empyrean Ice Cloud. His virtual image gradually dissipated, leaving behind Ice Cloud and the rest whose expressions changed drastically. This. How can this be? He Xiangyun was still Brother Iming with confidence previously. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed. Empyrean Ice Cloud recovered to a dead person's expression. Her expression was as ugly as it could get. When she went to find Empyrean Dragon Jade previously, Empyrean Dragon Jade was still very enthusiastic. Empyrean Ice Cloud also paid a great price for this. But who knew that in a blink of an eye, Empyrean Dragon Jade actually went back on his word. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in the great hall. The person said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, are you there?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes glimmered and she said, "It's Brother Redfeather. Please enter." A figure slowly stepped in. It was precisely Empyrean Redfeather. In this duology, the 9 great Empyreans each acted of their own free will. But to talk about relations. HI plus PS, it was pretty good between Empyrean Redfeather and Empyrean Ice Cloud. The moment Redfeather entered the hall, he said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, you have to be more careful." Master G traveled around the various territories in this greater part of the year, challenging powerhouses from everywhere, with his fame already shaking the northernmost steppe. But he suddenly discovered that the expressions of everyone in the hall were very amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud even had a face like dead ashes, disbelief on her face. "What is it?" Empyrean Redfeather asked uncertainly. Ice Cloud did not answer. He turned to Young Faya. Young Faya laughed bitterly and said, "Lord Redfeather is a step too late. Just earlier, Empyrean Dragonjade broke the contract and already stopped providing medicinal pills to our Ice Cloud Tower." Empyrean Redfeather's expression changed. Following this, he sighed and said, "Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, your attitude should change. This Master G's alchemy strength is unrivaled and really can't be offended." Empyrean Ice Cloud gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. Her chest was heaving up and down. She was practically at the brink of rampaging already. "I don't believe that a mere 6-star alchemy god can still make the northernmost steppe bow its heads in submission. This Empyrean will go and find Empyrean Xiao Yu right now." As Empyrean Ice Cloud said this, she was about to leave. But then she heard Empyrean Redfeather sigh faintly and said, "It's too late. Just earlier, Vast Wind Assemble sent news that Ji Qingyun challenged Empyrean Xiao Yu. Empyrean Xiao Yu suffered a cruise. HI plusing defeat and carried out the etiquette of a disciple in front of Ji Qingyun." The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the great hall changed wildly. What? Empyrean Xiao Yu was also defeated? He's the Extreme North's #1 alchemy Dao person, a middle-stage Dao realm powerhouse. Empyrean Ice Cloud was really visibly moved this time. Vast Wind Assemble was the strongest pill establishment in the northernmost steppe. And Empyrean Xiao Yu was also the publicly recognized strongest 7-star alchemy god in the northernmost steppe. But now, Ji Qingyun even defeated him too. Defeated then defeated, but Empyrean Xiao Yu actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple towards Ji Qingyun like Empyrean Lone Swan. Just how monstrous was this Ji Qingyun? Vast Wind Assemble was actually managed by Feng Tianyang's father. Empyrean Ice Cloud was planning on forcefully bringing Lu'er to request help from Vast Wind Assemble just now. But hearing this news, she was akin to being struck by lightning. Matters between Empyreans could not be settled by marriage and becoming in-laws. Ji Qingyun was currently like the noonday sun. Even Empyrean Vast Wind also had to give Ji Qingyun some face. How could he possibly offend Ji Qingyun, this great Buddha, for Lu'er? Let alone that Feng Tianyang had at least 10, if not 8 women too. Why would he pay attention to her, a measly little Empyrean Ice Cloud? Empyrean Ice Cloud suddenly discovered that with how vast the northernmost steppe was, there was actually no place for her to stay anymore. Empyrean Redfeather gave Empyrean Ice Cloud a glance rather sympathetically and sighed and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, after Master G returns, give in to he. While he's a little arrogant, he's actually very easygoing." Having contact with Yi Yuan these few days, Empyrean Redfeather discovered that Yi Yuan was actually very easy to have dealings with. As long as one did not oppose him, he would even give quite a lot of concessions in medicinal pills. Furthermore, Ji Qingyun's medicinal pills were really extremely impressive. He requested for a few medicinal pills, and then the disciples under him actually all broke through their cultivation realms. How could this kind of powerhouse be easily offended? Furthermore, Yi Yuan threw them an even larger bait, which was Empyrean Lone Swan. This time, Yi Yuan brought Empyrean Lone Swan along to tour the extreme north. Once they returned, Empyrean Lone Swan might have a large improvement in strength. Chapter 2080, Lowly. Chapter 2080, Lowly at the Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan was more and more respectful in front of Yi Yuan. During this 1 year, Yi Yuan brought him to tour the extreme North's territories and challenged the various mighty 7-star alchemy gods. There was not a single defeat. Even the extreme North's #1 person, Empyrean Xiao Yu, also completely lost to Yi Yuan. Of course, during this 1 year, Empyrean Lone Swan gleaned immense benefits by following Yi Yuan's side. He was an Empyrean to begin with. He was even more sensitive toward the flow of Tao. The realm that Yi Yuan displayed made him have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Coupled with Yi Yuan's guidance normally, Empyrean Lone Swan was already just a step away from the middle stage Tao realm. At present, he felt incomparably joyful regarding his own decisive decision. So what if he was an Empyrean? Putting down those vague and insubstantial pride and acknowledging an exceptional teacher beats several thousand years of bitter cultivation. Master, it's likely not appropriate for us to isolate the Ice Cloud Tower like this, right? No matter what, she's an Empyrean powerhouse too. At this rate, I'm afraid that she'll be detrimental to you, Empyrean Lone Swan said cautiously. Yi Yuan could tell that Empyrean Lone Swan was really concerned about his safety. But he did not take it to heart and just said coolly, no worries. Just based on her, she can't harm me yet. Oh, right. Help me spread this piece of news out, saying that Master wants to refine a furnace of medicinal pills and require the profound Yin Divine Physique to assist by the side. If there's a profound Yin Divine Physique that comes forth, Master will definitely show generous thanks. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard, he could not help revealing a strange look as he said, there's a profound Yin Divine Physique inside that Ice Cloud Tower. Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and said, oh? So coincidental? Forget it, let that old lady get off cheap then. If she can have that profound Yin Divine Physique come to help me refine pills, this matter will be dropped just like that. Oh, right, this piece of news still needs to be spread. Make that old lady come find us, don't make it like we're Russ. Plussing to beg them. Yes, Master. Empyrean Lone Swan received the order and left. Yi Yuan naturally said these words on purpose. Toward Empyrean Lone Swan, Yi Yuan still could not trust completely yet. After all, those who were able to corroborate their Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean in this Ju Luoji, which one was simple? Once anything went wrong with this matter, Yi Yuan had the means to protect himself. But wanting to save Luo would become extremely difficult. Traveling along the way for several decades, Yi Yuan had long planned everything out. Empyrean Ice Cloud was not on guard against him at all, but he knew about Empyrean Ice Cloud like the back of his hands. He sought out a profound Yin Divine Physique to assist in pill refinement with the name of a Grandmaster. This was also commonly seen in alchemy and would not arouse people's suspicions. Everything that Yi Yuan did previously was all for the sake of this scheme today. He wanted to make Empyrean Ice Cloud send Luo over willingly. It was just that Lone Swan's action of acknowledging a master made his plan go a little easier. Sure enough, the moment the news was spread, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran over. Just lending for a few days, Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally would not let go of this chance to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. The incident previously was all Ice Cloud failing to see your true ability despite having eyes. I heard that Master Ji requires the assistance of a profound Yin Divine Physique in pill refinement. Our Ice Cloud Tower just happens to have a disciple that's of the profound Yin Divine Physique. Ice Cloud is willing to lend her to Master Ji to refine pills. I hope that Master Ji won't bear a grudge against Ice Cloud anymore and let the Ice Cloud Tower off, Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan had long seen through that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was an old lady who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Vast Wind Assemble was strong, so she delivered her disciple up with both hands. Previously, being displeased at the sight of Yi Yuan was because she still had not reached the end of her ropes. But now, she saw Yi Yuan's true strength. So, she yielded. How could the coldness and pride from before still be seen at this time? If one did not know, one would even think that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was the neighbor's mother, being very cordial. Looking at this face, Yi Yuan only felt disgust. Luo actually acknowledged such a person as master, Lu'er truly had eyes but could not see. Humph. Since this G made my first appearance in the world, I've yet to be looked down upon by people like this before. So what if Empyrean? This G can't tell how many Empyreans I've seen before, which one isn't reverent and respectful towards this G? Only Lord Ice Cloud turns your nose up at this G. Act out the full thing when putting on a show. Yi Yuan naturally would not relax his bite so easily. These Empyreans were all extremely cunning. Since he played the role of this arrogant character, then be arrogant until the end. If he let things go so easily, it would arouse people's suspicions instead. At the very least, he had to make Empyrean Ice Cloud feel that refining pills were just in pares sing, it was not essential. Empyrean Ice Cloud had an awkward look on her face and she said, "What Master G said is right. Actually, after the matter that day, Ice Cloud has always regretted it too. It's just that you felt that you still had a way out and didn't have the need to lower your head to a mere true God realm, is it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud was even more embarrassed. Said when she heard that. She suddenly felt that although this Yi Yuan was haughty, he was actually extremely scheming and not the kind of silkpants who looked down on everyone. Just looking at his actions in the extreme north, she could tell that the other party advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, all the way until he forced her into a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud became even more respectful in her heart. She was born with this mindset: if you were strong, she would be weak, but if you were weak, she would be strong. It was all Ice Cloud's fault. I only hope that I can make up for it a little. Ice Cloud hopes that Master G can provide this opportunity, Empyrean Ice Cloud said respectfully. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "I can give you the opportunity, but your Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills, the price will increase 10% more than other factions. Don't use that kind of expression to look at me. This is your punishment. You don't think that by sending a profound yin divine physique over to refine pills, our enmity can be wiped clean off the slate, right?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ice Cloud had an impulse to vomit blood. To Empyrean factions, the medicinal pills that they expended every year were very considerable. 10% price did not look like much, but accumulated, it would be very horrifying. And this was all money thrown away. However, being able to purchase medicinal pills, this was already a substantial step that was taken. Actually, Empyrean Ice Cloud did not care too much about whether or not she could purchase rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal pills. But the rank 7 medicinal pills that Empyrean Lone Swan refined, she could not survive without them. Ice Cloud already heard that during this 1-year period, Empyrean Lone Swan's strength advanced greatly. Many medicinal pills that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. This was simply a piece of Siv good news to them, these Empyreans. Disciples were just tools to earn money for them. Only their own strength becoming powerful was important. Many thanks to Master G for giving Ice Cloud this opportunity. I wonder when Master will be refining the pill, so that Ice Cloud can have people bring the profound yin divine physique over. Ice Cloud already could not wait to send Lu'er over. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No hurry. This medicinal pill is very hard to refine. This G still has to prepare. After 3 days, you just get people to send her over then." "Why? You aren't willing?" As Yi Yuan said those words, he discovered that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan could not help furrowing his brows. Empyrean Ice Cloud jumped in fright and hurriedly waved her hands and said, "No, no, no. Ice Cloud dare not. It's just that, about Ice Cloud's disciple, Vast Wind Assembles Feng Tianyang took fancy on her, but she isn't willing, threatening with death at every turn. Ice Cloud is afraid that she'll make use of this chance to escape, so." Chapter 2081, Understand or Not. Chapter 2081, Understand or Not. 3 days later, Ice Cloud Tower's eldest senior sister He Shongyun escorted Lu'er and arrived at Grand Pill Establishment. In order to set Empyrean Ice Cloud's mind at ease, Yi Yuan agreed to her terms. All in all, talk about it again after seeing Lu'er first. But Yi Yuan's requirement was having Empyrean Ice Cloud's eldest disciple personally escorting her over. Because in this way, it would show sincerity. Damn Lane SS, let me tell you this. Don't have any lousy ideas. With me around, you can't go anywhere, He Shang-yun said viciously. Luo looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to acknowledge actually, she was long overjoyed in her heart already. Indeed, young master is different from the rest when doing things. If it were others, they would either charge into Ice Cloud Tower desperately or think of ways to infiltrate into Ice Cloud Tower to save people. But her young master was good. He directly made her master deliver her to the doorstep willingly. For more than half a year, Luo had been thinking of what method her young master would use to rescue her every day. She thought of countless possibilities but never thought of this kind of method before. You came to save people and even had the other party obediently deliver the person that you wanted to save in front of you. This kind of means was truly fantastical. This was, having to help you count money after being sold, right? Luo thought mischievously in her heart. Also, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, his strength being immensely formidable. If you dare to rebut him at all, I'll definitely tear you to shred. Heard that. Seeing Luo ignore her, He Shang-yun could not help getting irritated. Relax, eldest senior sister. The matter concerns Ice Cloud Tower's future, Luo knows the importance, Luo said coolly. Although Luo had been dissatisfied with Empyrean Ice Cloud these recent few years, she had a pure heart and still had more gratitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud than resentment. After all, in this 1,000 years, it was Empyrean Ice Cloud who imparted to her cultivation method, giving her what she had today. Humph. Hope that you know what's good for you. We're about to enter Grand Pill establishment right away. Behave yourself, He Shang-yun said with a cold snort. The two people entered Grand Pill establishment. Under Song Kao's lead, they entered the hall. The moment Luo entered the door, she saw that young and handsome figure who appeared slightly skinny. Her entire person immediately froze there. Even if 1,000 years had said, even if Yi Yuan's present looks had changed a lot now, Luo still recognized at a glance. This figure lived in her mind every day, lived in her dream, and had never been forgotten. What did she wander for hundreds of millions of miles, arriving at this land of hearts? Hi. Plus P, endured the disparaging and scorn of her junior and senior apprentice sisters, and whipping punishment for? Wasn't it to not become his burden anymore? But who knew that in the end, young master still had to run around for hundreds of millions of miles and come to this land of extreme north to save her? Thinking up to here, her tears wanted to burst forth from her eyes uncontrollably. Luo was currently thinking of diving toward Yi Yuan, but she noticed that Yi Yuan was currently giving her a look, only then abruptly startling awake. Right now was not the time to identify each other yet. Empyrean Lone Swan was currently seating next to Yi Yuan. Ice Cloud Tower He Shang-yun pays respect to Master Ji. When He Shang-yun saw Yi Yuan, she bowed respectfully. Seeing that Luo was still in a daze, her face turned cold and she said in a deep voice, SL*T, what are you stoning there for? Why haven't you hurrying up and coming over to pay respects to Master Ji? As she said, she was about to make a move to deal with Luo. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold as he said with a cold yell, insolence. He Shang-yun did not figure out the situation and said with a cold smile, SL*T, heard that? You're too impudent. I'm talking about you. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Actually, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart currently already filled his chest. He saw how Luo spent these few years in senior apprentice Sister Zun's memories. This He Shang-yun was the main culprit. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not tell that Luo currently had a great deal of hidden injuries on her body? Clearly, she had suffered considerable torment. Just looking at He Shang-yun's attitude, Yi Yuan could guess that these were likely related to her. It was just that due to Empyrean Lone Swan being present, Yi Yuan could not make a move. Otherwise, the current He Shang-yun would already be a dead person. Me. He Shang-yun was stunned, clearly not believing it. It was clearly this Lane SS who did not have manners, so how did it become me who was insolent instead? However, before she could react, Yi Yuan gave a cold yell again, Lone Swan, slap her mouth. Lone Swan was taken aback but did not dare to defy, sending a slap over with a whoosh. He also did not understand why Yi Yuan was ting He Shang Yun, but he heard Yi Yuan's fury. Spending a long time with Yi Yuan, he had also grasped a little of Yi Yuan's temperament. Therefore, he did not hold back in this slap. How could the slap of an Empyrean be what He Shang Yun could block? Even if she was able to react to it, she did not dare to block too. Smack. An extremely resounding slap smacked on He Shang Yun's face, directly smacking her flying out. All the way until that moment she was sent flying, He Shang Yun still did not able to understand what was going on. Junior apprentice sister was disrespectful to you, Master Ji. Was there anything wrong if I am disciplining my junior apprentice sister? But Lone Swan knew how far to go when he made his move. Although this slap was loud, it was not lethal. After all, He Shang Yun was Ice Cloud Tower's eldest disciple. If this slap smacked her to death, wouldn't that old lady come find him to fight it out? But Yi Yuan's order, he carried it out without the slightest hesitation. When He Shang Yun crawled to her feet, half of her face was already swollen badly. It was only to see that she had a confused look, clearly not understanding why Yi Yuan wanted to hit her. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what she was thinking and said with a cold smile, "Understood why I hit you or not?" He Shang Yun understood that Yi Yuan was presently the extreme north's big shot. Even her master did not dare to provoke too. She could only endure this slap. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, He Shang Yun shook her head very innocently. "Don't even understand why I hit you? Stupid. Lone Swan, hit again," Yi Yuan said coolly. Lone Swan's expression changed, but he still followed Yi Yuan's order. Another slap landed on the left side of He Shang Yun's face, sending her flying to the other side. How heavy was the slap of an Empyrean? Even if Empyrean Lone Swan controlled his strength, these two slaps were also enough for her to suffer. On the two sides of He Shang Yun's face, the mark of 10 fingers was very distinct, as if imprinted on it. 2 slaps made He Shang Yun see stars and also could not figure out where was north, south, east, and west. After He Shang Yun recovered slightly, Yi Yuan asked again coolly, "Now, do you understand?" How could He Shang Yun still dare to shake her head? She hurriedly nodded her head and said incoherently, "You understood, understood." Who knew that Yi Yuan shouted coldly again, "Lone Swan, hit again." With this, even Lone Swan somewhat pitied He Shang Yun. But he did not have the intention of holding back. Another slap flew over. He Shang Yun was sent flying once more. Only after she crawled to her feet did Yi Yuan say coolly, "Clearly didn't understand, but pretend to understand, deserves to be hit." He Shang Yun had 10 million profanities galloping across in her head currently. Your reason for hitting people is really a good reason. It was absolutely out of the question for her to dare say these words out. But He Shang Yun already had tears pouring down her face now, clearly feeling wronged. Humph. In this grand pill establishment, who kneels and who doesn't kneel, it's my call. It's not your turn to come and gesture here and there. Now, understand? Yi Yuan looked at He Shang Yun coldly and said calmly. He Shang Yun nodded her head painfully, her face covered with tears. What the hell is this? Chapter 2082, Apologize to me. Chapter 2082, Apologize to me, young master. The moment she entered the medicine refining room in the back hall, Lu'er could not hold back anymore and dove right into Yi Yuan's embrace. She then started sobbing loudly. Yi Yuan consoled carefully, his heart also filled with 1,000 regrets. To other martial artists, 1,000 years was very short. But to Yi Yuan and Lu'er, 1,000 years was far too long. Yi Yuan walking all the way from the state of Qin, the one who accompanied him the longest was Lu'er. The two of them were known as master and servant, but actually, even Yi Yuan himself also could not tell the two of their feelings anymore. 1,000 years was seemingly as long as seas changing into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas to them. "All right, don't cry, don't cry. Young master came to fetch you home." Yi Yuan patted Lu'er's back lightly and said akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Ever since Leah and the rest left Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan was very worried every day. Later, compared to the situation of White Light and Leah, the one that he worried about most was naturally Lu'er. But Luer did not have any news all along. Yi Yuan was also greatly anxious in his heart. The suffering involved, only he himself was aware. Sniff, sniff. Young master, I even thought, who, did you think that senior apprentice sister son of yours came to capture me, bully me? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Luer nodded her head. These few years, she lost all desire for food and drink. What she was most worried about was this. Miss Luer, rest assured. His Excellency has a high prestige now. He defeated the southern border with his power alone, and he is presently the southern border's #1 alchemy god. Also, the present Heavenly Eagle is also the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. Even Empyrean realm powerhouses have to respectfully call Grandmaster Yi when they see His Excellency. Those few senior apprentice sisters of yours didn't even figure out the situation and ran over to capture His Excellency, simply not knowing life from death. Ning Tianping said with a cold smile on his face. When Luer heard, it felt like she was listening to a book from heaven, her brain not quite enough to use. Southern Borders #1 Alchemy God and Southern Borders #1 Alchemy Holy Land. The present Luer naturally knew how vast a land the Southern Border was. Yi Yuan actually became a figure that could command the wind and rain like so in the entire Southern Border. Turns out that young master is already this formidable. Luer was shocked and also happy. The more impressive her young master was, the happier she naturally would be. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no matter how impressive, I'm also your young master. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His expression turned cold, and he said, you have injuries all over your body. Someone should have used a lightning attribute array formation to hurt you, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's that eldest senior sister of yours, He Shang-yun, right? Luer said in surprise, young master, you already knew? Yi Yuan sneered and said, that senior apprentice sister son of yours was stupid and was already soul-searched by me. If this was not the case, why would I set up such a grand scheme and make Empyrean Ice Cloud send you over obediently? When Luer heard this, she could not help feeling pain in her heart. Yi Yuan knew Luer's personality and said with a sigh, oh, it's been so many years, you're also a grown girl already, to actually not have changed at all. He Shang-yun and Zun Mengyaro abused you like so, but why you actually still want to plead on their behalf? When Luer heard that, she could not help saying with a wronged face, they are my senior apprentice sisters after all. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and changed the topic. He said, all right, don't talk anymore. Young master will help you treat your wounds first. Inspecting for Luer, only then did Yi Yuan know how severe the injuries on Luer's body were. How brilliant were Yi Yuan's medical skills. Inspecting slightly, he knew that some of the wounds on Luer's body already lasted for several decades. There were even some old injuries that had been buried in the body for several hundred years. The more he examined, the greater the fury in Yi Yuan's heart. He already secretly made up his mind that this He Shang-yun must be eliminated. Of course, he would not tell Luer. Just not long after Yi Yuan and Luer entered the medicine refining room, a matter that shook the Ju Luoji happened. Vast Wind assembles Empyrean Vast Wind's son, Feng Tianyang, exited seclusion. Empyrean Vast Wind's brother, Empyrean Windlike brought Feng Tianyang and as a large contingent of troops and came to Ju Luoji to get married. And the target of marriage was a disciple of Ice Cloud Tower. This matter caused a great sensation in the entire assemble. Ice Cloud Tower that was originally a relatively weak power in Ju Luoji became a highly popular faction all of a sudden. Vast Wind assemble was one of the strongest forces in the northernmost steppe. Empyrean Vast Wind was even a fifth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, his status incomparably venerated. Different from Ju Luoji, everyone going their own way, Vast Wind assemble was ruled by Empyrean Vast Wind alone. There were as many as over a dozen Empyrean powerhouses under his command. And Feng Tianyang was even known as the northernmost steppes #1 genius, and already a ninth firmament true god mighty expert. Just a step away and he could enter the realm of Empyrean. Even Empyrean Ice Cloud also did not expect that Vast Wind assemble would regard it with such importance, to actually send Empyrean Windlike here. At this time, all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples all came out to welcome Empyrean Windlike's party. The other 8 great Empyreans were also all present. Who, not seeing for many years, younger sister Ice Cloud is more and more beautiful, Empyrean Windlike said with a laugh. Empyrean Ice Cloud smiled and said, Brother Windlike is making fun of Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud is already a faded beauty. So how am I beautiful? Empyrean Windlike could not help laughing as he said, What years is there to speak of for cultivators of our generation? Younger sister Ice Cloud is too modest. At this time, another old man stepped forward to greet her. The moment Ice Cloud looked, who was it if not Empyrean Xiao Yu? Empyrean Ice Cloud hurriedly returned the courtesy. She did not expect that Empyrean Xiao Yu actually came together too. Everyone present was extremely surprised. Vast Wind Assemble was attaching too much importance to this marriage, right? To actually have 2 Empyreans come at once. After all, Feng Tianyang had a lawfully wedded wife. Marrying Lu'er was merely as a concubine. Those who were not aware of the details all knew that Empyrean Xiao Yu probably had an ulterior motive, and it was with that Master Ji. Especially Empyrean Lone Swan, it was something that he already knew. This Empyrean Xiao Yu was actually very envious of him entering Yi Yuan's tutelage. Feng Tianyang pays respect to senior Ice Cloud and various seniors. At this time, a mighty youth flashed out from behind Empyrean Windlike and bowed to Empyrean Ice Cloud. But his appearance was not as a junior bowing respectfully to a senior, but as peers talking on equal footing. Empyrean Ice Cloud did not mind either, saying with a smile, Who, not seeing for some time, Honorable Nephew Feng's cultivation grows with each Pares Sing day. Empyrean Ice Cloud was also very surprised in her heart. The last time she saw Feng Tianyang was still 100 years ago. At that time, Feng Tianyang was merely a middle-stage 9th firmament true god. Now that 100 years Pares said, Feng Tianyang's strength already approached grand completion. He was only a step away from becoming an Empyrean. At this rate, in less than 2,000 years, this boy would likely be stepping into the realm of Empyrean. Feng Tianyang just smiled faintly, paying no attention to this kind of compliment. It was just that his gaze swept, but his brows knitted together and he said in a solemn voice, Senior Ice Cloud Tower, your Ice Cloud Tower's disciples are all here. Why is only Lu'er missing? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed and she hurriedly gave a few words of explanation. Who knew that Feng Tianyang gave a cold snort and said, Senior Ice Cloud, your way of doing things is also too preposterous. Lone Swan is my unwed wife, you actually had her stay in the same room with another man. Empyrean Lone Swan, that Ji Qingyun is your Grand Pill establishment's people. You order them to bring Ji Qingyun over right now and apologize to me, just say that I, Feng Tianyang, said it. Chapter 2083, Self-Satisfied. Chapter 2083, Self-Satisfied. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Was this opposing Master Ji? Everyone knew that at present, in this northernmost steppe, Master Ji's limelight was in full bloom, even crushing Ice Cloud Tower until it had to bow its head in submission. And Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person of the junior generation, a peerless heaven's chosen, a powerhouse who was about to step into Empyrean. These 2 great gods were going to clash head-on. Empyrean Xiao Yu's brows furrowed and he said, Tianyang, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect. I'm afraid, this isn't appropriate, right? Feng Tianyang was unrivaledly domineering as he said with a cold snort, What's inappropriate about it? I've long wanted to meet this Ji Qingyun. I want to see if he's really as impressive as the legends say. He was not an alchemist and did not have that much awe and veneration toward Yi Yuan at all. In his view, no matter how impressive this Master Ji was, if he could not be used by him, what use was there? Since he wanted to meet Master Ji, and there was also such a good excuse, so why not use it? As for whatever lone man and woman, Feng Tianyang was not worried at all. In this land of extreme north, no one dared to touch his, Feng Tianyang's, woman. Seeing Lone Swan not moving, Feng Tianyang said in a cold voice, What, Lone Swan? Can't hear my words? At this time, Feng Tianyang was already very impolite when speaking. Facing Empyrean Lone Swan, He even dropped the honorifics and actually directly called him by name. Longswan's expression flickered incessantly. Vast wind assemble was powerful. He could not afford to provoke Feng Tianyang. Among the extreme North's factions, they were mutually interdependent and also exercised control over each other. A major faction like Vast Wind Assemble, its strength exceeded the other factions by significantly a lot. Others naturally could not afford to provoke it. In the northernmost steppe, the situation of one faction swallowing another was not rare. For the Vast Wind Assemble to have such a scale, it was the result of Empyrean Vast Wind going on expeditions all around. It was precisely because Empyrean Vast Wind was very domineering, sweeping across the extreme north, that Feng Tianyang had the confidence to treat these Empyreans as he pleased. Empyrean Ice Cloud was already frightened by Yi Yuan and could only warn Tianyang that Master Ji's personality is very proud. "I'm afraid that," Feng Tianyang sneered and said, "Scared of what? Isn't Senior Ice Cloud just worried that there will be no one supplying medicinal pills in the future? Rest assured, Lu'er will be this Feng's wife in the future. Why would I ignore her parental home? Senior Xiao Yu will supply Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills in the future. There's no problem, right?" Empyrean Xiao Yu understood in his heart that Feng Tianyang was making an example out of Ji Qingyun. It was just that Feng Tianyang was the same as his father, being extremely domineering. He could only nod and said, "No problem." The moment Ice Cloud heard, she immediately felt assurance in her heart and said smilingly, "Then, I really thank you so much, Honorable Nephew Tianyang." He Shangyun was long already bursting with joy behind Empyrean Ice Cloud and complained tearfully, "Master, that Master Ji is really too arrogant. You have to stand up for me." That day, she escorted Lu'er to Yi Yuan there. In the end, she was directly dealt a few slaps by Yi Yuan. Until today, the swelling still had not gone down. After He Shangyun, who had a stricken senseless look, returned, she complained tearfully to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Although Empyrean Ice Cloud was angry, how could she still dare to offend Yi Yuan? She could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and swapped with second eldest sister, Yang Fei, to go over. But now, it was different. Empyrean Ice Cloud said coolly, "Since that's the case, you take a trip together with Empyrean Longswan then. If that Yi Yuan dares to go against Honorable Nephew Tianyang's orders, directly detain him and bring him here." Empyrean Longswan's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Ice Cloud, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're ignoring this Empyrean? Humph. Longswan, could it be that you're deeming this Feng as nothing?" Empyrean Ice Cloud had not spoken yet when Feng Tianyang said with a cold snort. Longswan's expression changed several times. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Empyrean Ice Cloud was overjoyed in her heart. She originally thought that Feng Tianyang was just playing with Lu'er. Looking at it now, he clearly regarded Lu'er with great importance. With the Vast Wind Assemble as a backer, who would she still be scared of in this Ju Luoji? "Shangyun, what are you still in a daze for?" Ice Cloud said coolly. A hint of a cold smile flashed across He Shangyun's face and she followed after. The group of Empyreans was silent like cicadas in winter. Clearly, they did not expect such a big hoo-ha to occur the moment they met. Although they were all not willing to offend Master Ji, Feng Tianyang clearly did not think so. Everyone also discerned that Feng Tianyang wanted to take Ji Qingyun into use for himself. If he could not compel him to submit, then he would destroy him. Although everyone felt that it was a shame, they also did not say anything. After all, in this northernmost steppe, the strong reigned supreme. In the end, Ji Qingyun was merely a true god realm. Even if He Shangyun went, he was not a match against her. He Shangyun was self-satisfied and already plotting on finding Yi Yuan to settle the scores. She had lived in this Ju Luoji for so many years and had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. She had the personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance to begin with. Now that she found a chance, how could she not take revenge? Previously, not daring to make a move was dreading Empyrean Longswan on one hand. On the other hand, it was that Yi Yuan's prestige was too strong, she did not dare to offend. But now, with Feng Tianyang backing her up, what was she still afraid of? A mere Yi Yuan, So what even if his pill refinement was any stronger? With her ninth firmament true God powerful strength, wouldn't trampling on Yi Yuan still be effortless? Master, vast wind assembles Feng Tianyang has arrived. He said to have you send Miss Luer over. Also, talking up to here, Empyrean Lone Swan truly found it hard to speak out anymore. At this time, He Shang-yun followed closely behind. Seeing Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, she could not help laughing mockingly and said in a clear voice, Ji Qingyun, get out for your grandaunt. Lord Tianyang orders you to immediately bring that SL*T over and offer an apology to him. Empyrean Lone Swan's brows furrowed slightly, opening his mouth but did not say anything. The vast wind assemble was powerful. He, Lone Swan, alone, could not afford to provoke. However, no one answered. He Shang-yun clearly did not have that patience. Not answering was perfect. If Ji Qingyun went obediently, she would really not have the reason to explode. Senior Lone Swan, I believe that you've also heard Lord Tianyang's words. Now, it's Ji Qingyun making light of Lord Tianyang. Don't blame Shang-yun for taking action. Finished talking, He Shang-yun was just about to make a move to destroy the door. Empyrean Lone Swan snorted coldly and said angrily, get lost. How can Master's prestige be what you can violate? He Shang-yun's face changed, but she was not afraid. She then said with a cold smile, Senior Lone Swan, you're also an exalted Empyrean. To actually acknowledge a 6-star alchemy god as a master. Now, Lord Tianyang is clearly going to take care of Ji Qingyun. With vast wind assemble smite, could it be that you wish to resist with your power alone? When talking, He Shang-yun had a smug look. With Feng Tianyang backing her up at the back, why would she think anything of one Empyrean Lone Swan? Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed several times. Finally, he said with a dark expression, stay here obediently for this Empyrean. If you dare to move rashly, this Empyrean definitely won't spare you. Done talking, his figure moved and he was planning on pushing the door and entering. Right at this time, the hall's door opened with a creak. A figure slowly walked out. When He Shang-yun saw Yi Yuan, a hint of delight from taking vengeance flashed across on her face. Pointing her finger, she said in a commanding tone, this young lady thought that you had a tough and unyielding character, and would rather break than bend. Didn't expect that. You're a loser too. Call Luer and take a trip with this young lady. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he walked over leisurely, his aura growing stronger and stronger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Seeing Yi Yuan come in a threatening manner, He Shang-yun was not alarmed but happy instead. She was currently worried about not finding the reason to fly off the handle. But she did not expect that Yi Yuan actually delivered himself to the door. Peak 6th Firmament True God? Who, Ji Qingyun, the humiliation that you gave this grandaunt this time, I'll return it to you this time along with the interest. He Shang-yun revealed a cruel smile. At the same time, her aura rose to the peak. That delightful sensation of taking vengeance was practically filling her up. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was nothing at all in her eyes. She was Ice Cloud Tower's head disciple, an initial stage 9th Firmament True God mighty expert. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6th Firmament True God still be captured with ease? Master, you're not her match, you mustn't be Raz. H. Plus Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed and he was about to make a move. But his figure had not moved yet when Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice came over. Yi Yuan said, no need for you to take action. This be *TCH, I'll do it myself. Originally, He Shang-yun was still somewhat wary of Empyrean Lone Swan. But this guy was actually courting death himself. At once, He Shang-yun laughed coldly, ice laws suddenly expanding out, ravaging over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. The commotion was outrageous, making the Empyrean Lone Swan by the side feel anxious and fearful. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. The very first step was just around 10 feet, but the further to the back, the greater the distance his one step took. Under He Shang-yun's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. Freezing domain. He Xiangyun shouted and said with a cold smile, the humiliation that you gave me, I'm going to return all. The words were said halfway when He Xiangyun's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified look. Yi Yuan actually said through inside her freezing domain with ease, arriving in front of her in a blink of an eye. Smack. A resounding slap instantly echoed throughout the entire Grand Pill establishment. This slap, Yi Yuan did not employ divine essence. It was merely struck with the power of the physical body. However, how horrifying was the power of his physical body? This slap directly slapped He Xiangyun flying out. Empyrean Lone Swan and Yang Feier, who were not far away, both opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan, who was just 6th firmament true God, sent the 9th firmament true God He Xiangyun flying with a slap? Yi Yuan took a step out, stood in front of He Xiangyun with his hands behind his back, and said coolly, just now, what did you say that you were going to do with the humiliation I gave you? He Xiangyun's face hurt to the extreme and already lost all sensation. Currently, half of her face was already swollen badly, being akin to a pig's head. She covered her face, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Her freezing domain could even freeze SPACE, but Yi Yuan actually cut through it. How was this possible? The reason why she did so just now was actually to give the frozen Yi Yuan a few slaps to take back her humiliation. Who knew that her freezing domain actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all? How could He Xiangyun know that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were sufficient to rival Empyreans? She only came into contact with a smattering of spatial law through ice law. How could she resist Yi Yuan? I'll kill you. After the shock, He Xiangyun completely turned angry from embarrassment and already had killing intent aroused. In her view, it was just a moment of carelessness earlier. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be her match. Limitless ice arrows. He Xiangyun's gaze was full of hatred. Forming seals in her hands, compact and tiny ice arrows suddenly condensed in SPACE, and they carried out indiscriminate attacks inside this area of SPACE. Even if a 9th firmament true God got caught inside, they would also be injured even if they did not die. She was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than her. The moment He Xiangyun's spell activated, Yi Yuan's figure moved. Smack. Another slap sent her flying once more. Yi Yuan looked at He Xiangyun with a smile that was not a smile and said, kill me? Based on your strength. By the side, Empyrean Lone Swan was long already stupefied from watching. It was his first time knowing that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so strong. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, his fleshy body even reached the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's 6th transformation golden body seemed to be special. Yang Feier similarly had an astonished look. The extremely powerful eldest senior sister in her eyes actually lost and failed to even receive a single move. Not only was this Master Ji's alchemy strength fearsome, but the strength of his martial art was also formidable. What kind of monster was this? But at this time, she could not look on with folded arms anymore as well, her figure moving and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and she said, you want to stop me? Yang Feier's expression was pale. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match, but she said stubbornly, eldest senior sister was disrespectful toward Master Ji. I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope that Master Ji shows mercy. At this time, Empyrean Lone Swan also urged, Master, hold on just a moment. That Feng Tianyang currently wants to use you to establish awe. If you kill He Xiangyun, wouldn't you fall right into his scheme? When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a smile that was not a smile, oh? If I want to become enemies with this Feng Tianyang, what will you choose? Presently, it already reached the moment of a showdown. Lone Swan's every action and conduct was all within Yi Yuan's observations. He Xiangyun came representing Feng Tianyang. Just now, when she made a move toward him, Lone Swan was clearly planning on taking action. Looking at it like this Lone Swan was rather sincere toward him. Lone Swan let out a sigh, shook his head, and said, it's no use. Feng Tianyang is naturally nothing, but behind him is Empyrean Vast Wind, one of the extreme north's strongest existences. Even if I want to stand up for Master, my spirit is willing, but my strength is lacking too. To Empyrean Lone Swan, Vast Wind Assemble was a colossal giant. A mere grand pill establishment was totally not enough to look at in front of the Vast Wind Assemble. Although he was an Empyrean powerhouse, he had to lower his head too. Yi Yuan looked at Lone Swan and said with a smile, "I'm only asking you. If I must shed all pretenses of cordiality with Feng Tianyang, what will you do?" Although Yi Yuan looked like he was joking, Lone Swan understood in his heart that Yi Yuan already made a decision in his heart. Now was the time where it was his turn to make a decision. Was it to stand on Yi Yuan's side and fight till the death, or betray Yi Yuan and stand on Feng Tianyang's side? But this was a battle where no hope could be seen at all. Just based on him, one Empyrean, how was it enough? Once they lost all decorum, don't talk about Empyrean Vast Wind who was in the distance Vast Wind Assemble. Even Zhu Luoji's Empyreans would also definitely stand on Feng Tianyang's side. Empyrean Lone Swan's face revealed a struggling look, clearly extremely conflicted in his heart. He had no intention of becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. But this kind of pointless sacrifice, he was truly unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not urge either, he just looked at Empyrean Lone Swan indifferently, waiting for him to make his decision. At this time, He Shongyun finally struggled to her feet and said inarticulately, "Just based on you, a puny little true God realm, you also dare to become enemies with Lord Tianyang? Reckless and blind thing, where's Luer that SL*T? Why haven't you made her come out?" Slap, slap, slap. Young Feier did not even react to it, and Yi Yuan already arrived behind He Shongyun. A series of slaps greeted her, hitting until He Shongyun's blood and foam sputtered, her eyes seeing stars. After no idea how many slaps, Yi Yuan finally stopped. Looking at the dead pig-like He Shongyun, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Know why I hit you?" He Shongyun's eyes rolled back and she instinctively shook her head. She also really wanted to know what Yi Yuan targeted her like so. Young Feier was clearly by the side too, but Yi Yuan did not touch her at all. Was it merely because she offended him? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Because I'm called Yi Yuan." Chapter 2085, Sit Back and Wait. Chapter 2085, Sit Back and Wait. Yi Yuan? Who was Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan was struck silly by Yi Yuan, her brain not wrapping itself around it for a while. Rather, it was young Feier who suddenly cried out in surprise. Looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief, she said with a cry of surprise, "Yi Yuan? You're that young master who Luer spoke of." Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's right. It's precisely me. Senior apprentice Sister Feier, for the past 1,000 years, thank you very much for taking care of Luer." As he said, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward young Feier, to show his thanks. This bow, it came from the bottom of Yi Yuan's heart. In these 1,000 years, if not for young Feier looking after, Luer would probably have died long ago. Young Feier was full of disbelief and muttered, how is this possible? Didn't junior apprentice Sister Zun go to find you?" "Oh, right. With your strength, how can junior apprentice Sister Zun be your match?" Speaking up until here, young Feier shook her head with a bitter smile. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who could have expected that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than eldest senior sister He Shongyun? One had to know, Luer's cultivation speed was already extremely horrifying, cultivating from the Heaven Glimpse realm to the true God realm in 1,000 over years' time. How could Ice Cloud Tower's people think that her young master's cultivation talent was even more horrifying than hers? Although his realm was still clearly lacking, his combat power was off the charts, directly using the power of the fleshy body to crush He Shongyun, who was a 9th firmament true God. This kind of talent was truly terrifying to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan was also an unrivaled alchemy master, sweeping across the northernmost steppe, making a group of 7-star alchemy gods bow their heads in submission. The shock in young Feier's heart simply could not be any greater. Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? "Why Yuri Yi Yuan?" He Shongyun used a muf fled voice and cried out in surprise. Although they could not hear what she was saying too clearly, they could hear her fear. He Xiangyun finally understood why Yi Yuan found fault and directly gave her a few slaps. It turned out that he was taking revenge for Lu Er. That target that they could freely need in their hearts actually appeared in the northernmost steppe now, casually needing them. This kind of thing made people too unable to accept it. Just like you saw an ant from afar. Walking in front of it to take a look, turns out that it was a giant. That kind of terror, this kind of shock, simply could not use words to describe. Also, you. For the past 1,000 years, I have to thank you for taking extra care of Lu Er. Of course, stemming from repayment, you can go and die already. Yi Yuan pointed a finger out, directly blasting He Xiangyun to dregs, destroyed in body and soul. At this time, Yang Fei finally recovered from the shock, and looked toward Yi Yuan while being somewhat fearful as she said, "Why you hurry up and bring Lu Er away from here, while Feng Tianyang hasn't discovered it yet? Not only does he want Lu Er, but he also wants to deal with you. If you let him discover your relations, Hi+P with Lu Er, he definitely won't spare you." When Yang Fei learned of Yi Yuan's real intent, what she thought about right away was to have them hurry up and escape. The further they ran, the better. After all, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true God realm. In this Ju Luo Ji, there were 10 Empyrean-level powerhouses. Once discovered by them, the two of them could forget about escaping. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Leave here? Why leave? If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. The reason why I stayed behind is to meet this Feng Tianyang. I want to see what kind of character he is." Yang Fei even thought that Yi Yuan's temperament flared up and said anxiously, "Now isn't the time to be willful. Feng Tianyang's strength is not what eldest senior sister can compare to. Furthermore, he even brought 2 Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Empyrean Lone Swan and said smilingly, "Have you thought about things over? If you've thought it through, swear a heavenly Tao oath, you only have this one chance." Empyrean Lone Swan kept quiet by the side the entire time, but in his heart, monstrous waves were similarly stirred up. Although he did not understand what was going on, he could think of the reason why Yi Yuan suddenly appeared in Ju Luo Ji. His goal was simply Lu Er. What a grand scheme! The entire Ju Luo Ji's people were toyed with by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hand. Especially Empyrean Ice Cloud, she actually even delivered Lu Er over submissively. If not for seeing with his own eyes, he would not believe even if beaten to death that the entire northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses became Yi Yuan's tool. What kind of scheming was this? What kind of daringness? What kind of means? However, Lone Swan still could not tell what confidence Yi Yuan had, to dare remain here and provoke Feng Tianyang. Hang on. Yi Yuan played such a grand game of chess, so how could he possibly not leave himself a way out? Thinking all about these, Lone Swan was taken aback by the shock. In this 1 year plus of living together, he thought that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But only today did he discover that his understanding of Yi Yuan was too little. In fact, he, an Empyrean powerhouse, was unable to imagine just what Yi Yuan's path of retreat was. Suddenly, he sucked in a deep breath and made the wisest decision in this life. Lone Swan is willing to follow Master till death and absolutely not betray. If I violate this oath, Lone Swan is willing to accept heaven's punishment, Empyrean Lone Swan said in a solemn voice. By the side, Yang Fei could not help being struck dumb with amazement. She felt that the scares that she suffered in this life were not as many as today. After Empyrean Lone Swan knew about Yi Yuan's real intent. One time, he actually swore a heavenly Tao oath and said that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan. Was he crazy? Smart. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and threw 2 jade plates to Lone Swan and Yang Fei respectively, saying coolly, "In a while, if you encounter danger, just deploy divine essence and shatter the jade plates. It will naturally ensure your safety." Empyrean Lone Swan's pupils constricted, thinking to himself that he indeed did not misjudge. It was just that, could this small piece of jade plate escape from under the noses of 10 Empyreans? That Empyrean Windlike, Empyrean Redfeather, both were 3rd firmament Empyrean powerhouses. An hour arrived in a flash. Inside Ice Cloud Tower, Feng Tianyang slowly opened both eyes and said coldly, "Looks like he's refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Looks like this Ji Qingyun hasn't figured out who has the final say in this land of extreme north." By the side, Ice Cloud said with a cold snort, "That kid doesn't have anyone in his eyes in the first place. He's someone who won't shed tears without seeing the coffin, but, logically speaking, Shang Yun should have also brought him back already. Could it be that brother Lone Swan stood in the way?" Feng Tianyang curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "I think that this Lone Swan is likely muddle-headed with age, to actually acknowledge a true God realm as his master with the status of an empire. Martial uncle, let's go over and take a look. If that Lone Swan doesn't know how to appreciate favors, we don't mind sending him off." Empyrean Windlike nodded slightly and slowly followed after. Seeing Feng Tianyang's seethe with killing intent, Empyrean Ice Cloud was incomparably delighted in her heart. She had long found Yi Yuan and Lone Swan displeasing to the eyes. This time, she could just nicely borrow a blade and kill people. Erasing these two people, Zhu Luoji would have peace and tranquility. The group of Empyreans and true gods arrived at Grand Pill establishment in a threatening manner but discovered that the hall had just experienced a great battle. While the Grand Pill establishment was long already void of people. On the hall's stone steps, Yi Yuan sat with his ankle on his knee, sitting on a wooden armchair, drinking wine calmly as the wine aroma overflowed. Empyrean Lone Swan and young Feier, two people, were standing on the left and right in attendance. Chapter 2086, Soul Planting Secret Art. Chapter 2086, Soul Planting Secret Art. Feeling the bloody smell pervading in the air, Feng Tianyang's gaze turned slightly cold. But he did not look at Yi Yuan but looked toward Empyrean Lone Swan. "Lone Swan, you actually dared to kill He Shangyun. Could it be that you want to become enemies with my vast wind symbol?" Feng Tianyang said coldly. In his view, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to kill He Shangyun, unless Lone Swan turned traitor. Lone Swan shook his head lightly and said, "She wasn't killed by this Empyrean." Feng Tianyang smiled coldly and said, "Still want to quibble? Apart from you, who else can kill He Shangyun here? Also, what's the meaning of this, junior apprentice Sister Yang?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's two eyes narrowed and she said in a solemn voice, "Feier, why haven't you come over here?" Young Feier looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, those eyes were like looking at a stranger. "Master, it's Feier's last time calling you like this. From today onward, Feier will be leaving Ice Cloud Tower." Young Feier said coolly. Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower's pupils constricted and she said in a cold voice, "Treacherous disciple, do you know what you're saying? Master nurtured you for so many years, but you actually want to break away from the Ice Cloud Tower? Feier, kill the person in front of you and return in front of Master. Master can take it as if nothing happened." Talking toward the back, Empyrean Ice Cloud's words gradually became gentle, like a benevolent mother. When Empyrean Ice Cloud was saying this, a light flashed in her eyes. A mysterious power transmitted out of her body, reaching young Feier. This power was extremely hidden, even the Empyrean powerhouses present were unable to detect it. It was just that young Feier was not moved at all, as if she did not hear it at all. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, her voice becoming sharp as she said, "Feier, Master is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" At this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled and said, "Are you wondering why you used the divine soul mystic art, but senior apprentice Sister Feier didn't listen to your orders?" When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, her heart jumped wildly. Her soul-planting secret art was extremely hidden. How did this boy discover it? Furthermore, her secret art had never failed before. Why would young Feier not listen to her orders? Empyrean Ice Cloud had a stomach full of doubts, but she was an old monster who had lived for several 100,000 years. In the end, she naturally would not reveal it easily. "Stinking brat, at death's door and you're still spurting nonsense here. Do you believe that this Empyrean will tear your mouth right now?" Empyrean Ice Cloud said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, "Unsavory history got dug out by me and turned angry from embarrassment. Who, using a divine soul mystic art to control your own disciples, a master like you really makes people's hair stand on end." The moment these words came out, The faces of all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples changed drastically. They looked towards Empyrean Ice Cloud with a look of terror, disbelief on their faces. Being planted with a divine soul mystic art was equivalent to being another person's slave. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could make them do anything. This kind of thing, any martial artist would not be willing. This kind of method, what difference was there between them and a bunch of pigs reared in pens? Even the other Empyreans also looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud with incredibly shocked gazes. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes were icy-cold as she said in a frosty voice, "Humph. Despicable little brute, want to use this kind of method to sow discord in the Ice Cloud Tower? Do you think that you have a chance to escape like this?" Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly. A powerful to the extreme ice law suddenly expanded out and a palm smacked over toward Yi Yuan. How fearsome was the palm of an Empyrean? But right at this time, Empyrean Lone Swan similarly made his move. Bang! The two people exchanged a palm in the air, leveling Grand Pill establishment to the ground. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, his gaze gradually becoming cold. When he treated Luer's injuries, he was extra cautious and inspected Luer's divine soul through the soul-suppressing pearl, only then, discovering an abnormality, and could not help breaking out into cold sweat from alarm. It turned out that this was Empyrean Ice Cloud's true trump card. This kind of divine soul mystic art was extremely hidden. It was concealed within the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method. When Ice Cloud Tower's disciples cultivated this cultivation method, it would secretly leave behind Empyrean Ice Cloud's divine soul imprints in their divine souls. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could control these disciples through her divine soul imprints at any time. If not for Yi Yuan having a secret treasure like the soul-suppressing pearl, he would really not be able to discover it. With this trump card here, Empyrean Ice Cloud was not worried at all that Luer would not give in. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud did not wish to arouse the disciples' vigilance, coupled with that Feng Tianyang was currently in close seclusion and the time was not up yet, that was why she did not activate it. As for capturing him to threaten Luer, it would naturally be good if she got him, but it also did not matter if she did not. At that time, she just had to play a little trick in Luer's divine soul, no one would discover it at all. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud exhausted every power of her brain and also did not think that her unnecessary move provoked a Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan ferreted this out, he also felt lingering fear. If not for him being extra cautious, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. At the same time, he also brimmed with killing intent. This Empyrean Ice Cloud deserved to be killed. After taking care of He Shangyun earlier, Yi Yuan gave Yang Fei an inspection and indeed discovered that she was also planted with a divine soul imprint, and conveniently wiped it away for her. Otherwise, Yang Fei also would not have this attitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Killing off witnesses, just based on you? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud and said with a cold smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, she said to Feng Tianyang, "Honorable nephew Tianyang, this boy is spurting nonsense. Also don't know where he sent Luer to. He truly deserves death." Everyone's hearts turned cold, aware that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to borrow a knife to kill people. Feng Tianyang's gaze looked at Yi Yuan coldly and he said coolly, "Kid, this young master give you a chance now. Hand Luer over, then kneel down and beg for mercy. This young master will let you become the vast wind Assemble's grand protector, making your status even above senior Xiao Yu's." In Feng Tianyang's view, Yi Yuan was merely a trapped beast currently. He gave him a way out, he should be shedding tears of gratitude. Of course, he was eyeing Yi Yuan's pill-refining strength. Controlling such an alchemy genius in vast wind Assemble, in the future, after he corroborates his Tao as an Empyrean, it would also not be impossible for him to lead the vast wind Assemble and unify the land of extreme north. Feng Tianyang's ambition was extremely great, even stronger than his father's. In front of him, either submit or die. It was also precisely because so that even when these Empyreans saw him, they were also all very wary. It was a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and shook his head, laughing in spite of himself as he said, A toad wanting to eat swan meat, overestimating your own ability. Just the likes of you are also fit to make me submit. Swaggering and blus-terring here, what you're relying on are those Empireans beside you, right? Feng Tianyang burst out laughing and said, Kid, you think that because your alchemy Dao is powerful, you can turn your nose up at other people? Alchemy Dao is ultimately a minor Dao. Martial Dao is the truly great Dao that leads to heaven. Why would I, Feng Tianyang, rely on other people's strength? Ji Qingyun, I know that you're unconvinced, but you don't need to go at me either, because you're not qualified enough yet. Dealing with you, why would I need an Empyrean to take action? If you want to stand before me, beat them first before talking. Feng Tianyang waved his hand. 7 to 8 young men walked to the front of the crowd. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Chapter 2087. This is your martial Dao? Chapter 2087. This is your martial Dao? Wang Ning, Ju Chenhui, Su Xinyu. My God, those are all the various Empireans' head disciples. It's over this time, Master Ji is dead for sure. These head disciples, the weakest is also an initial stage 9th firmament true God. How to fight? Apart from He Shangyun who had already died and Master Song Cao, Zhu Luoji's young generation's top experts are all gathered here. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Clearly, this lineup gave them a fright. These head disciples were all very powerful existences even among 9th firmament true gods. There was no problem at all cruise. Plussing those in the same rank. Master Ji was still a little away from late-stage true God realm, so how was he going to fight them? Feng Tianyang had a proud look as he turned to Lone Swan and said coolly, Lone Swan, the affairs of the younger generation will be left to us. You'd best not meddle in it. Otherwise, don't blame this Feng for not being courteous. Empyrean Lone Swan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Relax. This Empyrean won't take action. Wang Ning looked at Yi Yuan with a disdainful look and said coolly, Brother Feng, dealing with a trash like this, Wang Ning alone is more than enough. Why is there a need to mobilize everyone? Yi Yuan sneered and said, A trash like this? If I didn't see wrongly, you recently consumed the Yi Qing pill that I refined. That's how you broke through to peak 9th firmament true God, right? Wang Ning said coolly, So what? Didn't you hear Brother Feng? Martial Dao is the great Dao. In front of our martial prowess, you're as fragile as an ant. When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, Very good. Looks like I've underestimated the northern people's degree of shamelessness. Zhu Luoji's Empireans really made me have a completely new appraisal of them. The few of you, attack together then. Yi Yuan could tell that these few people had all consumed the medicinal pills that he refined, their cultivations all having an overnight transformation. This kind of favor, Wang Ning actually summed it up in a few words and said it out simply. How shameless was it? Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were hard to exchange for using money. Even if it was a tiny bit of improvement, it saved hundreds, even thousands of years for these people. Attack together? You haven't gone delirious from fear, right? Wang Ning and the rest could not help laughing as they said. In their view, no matter how strong Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was, it was merely becoming a wedding gown for others. How much strength could he have? Yi Yuan did not even reach the late-stage true God realm, but he actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to fight 1-on-7. He was truly ignorant until it was laughable in their eyes. Looks like this punk is normally kept aloof from the Ma. Says and already forgot what's called awe and veneration. Since that's the case, let's teach him, Su Xinyu said proudly with a faint smile. Finished talking, the 7 people had amused looks on their faces as they sped over towards Yi Yuan. Regarding this kind of battle, they were all somewhat unconcerned. Too lacking of a challenge. It was just that they did not detect that an amused expression similarly showed on Empyrean Loneswan's face. Yi Yuan and Feng Tianyang, who was more formidable, he did not know. But for Yi Yuan to dare let these people attack together, then he definitely thought nothing of them. These people were stronger than He Shangyun, but they were also not much stronger. Yi Yuan suppressed He Shangyun with a slap. He reckoned that dealing with them would also be a cinch. Brothers, Play with him well, Wang Ning said with a smile and already flashed behind Yi Yuan, his speed extremely fast. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he raised his hand to deal a palm. The others also all had amused expressions as if already seeing that panicky expression of Yi Yuan being toyed with. Talking about it was slow, but actually, Wang Ning's speed was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, just as this palm of his was about to land on Yi Yuan's shoulder, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, slightly leaning his body to one side, dodging it lightly. This is the martial Dao that you spoke of? Claiming so solemnly about what martial Dao, I was wondering how formidable you were. Truly disappointing, Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Wang Ning's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This time, it was a huge loss of face. Haha, Wang Ning, didn't you say that you wanted to play with him? Why were you toyed around? Zhu Qianhui said with a big laugh. Wang Ning, can't even take care of a middle-stage true God realm. You're really losing face for us, these head disciples, Su Xinyu said with a loud laugh. When the other head disciples saw the situation, they also ridiculed away. Among the few great chiefs, there were naturally secret compet. 1-2. Seeing Wang Ning get deflated, they naturally could not dispense with a bout of sarcasm. It was only to see Wang Ning's expression turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, just now was just a moment of carelessness, kid, don't you get COC Kai? Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan stood with both hands behind his back, having a meaningful expression on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Wang Ning immediately became angry from embarrassment and said in a great rage, punk, you actually dare to underestimate me. Wang Ning's aura immediately rose to the peak. A strange but crafty sword stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. Whoosh. H. Plus the speed of Wang Ning's sword was extremely fast, practically arriving in an instant. It was just that Yi Yuan still leaned his body to one side slightly, and dodged it again lightly. Damn it, how did he do it? I don't believe that I can't even take care of a middle-stage true God realm. Wang Ning gritted his teeth, brandished his sword, and attacked again. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. He talked about playing with Yi Yuan, but the end result was being toyed with by Yi Yuan. In the beginning, everyone was all still mocking Wang Ning, feeling that this chief was too trash. But along with the passage of time, everyone could not laugh anymore. Once or twice could still say that it was lucky. But they were very clear about Wang Ning's strength. No matter how lacking, it was also not to the point of being toyed in circles by a middle-stage true God realm. Zhu Qianhui and the rest exchanged glances, all seeing shock from each other's eyes. Attack together. This boy is strange. Zhu Qianhui said in a deep voice. 6 great chiefs immediately used their means and rushed forward together. It was just that them joining the battle was still useless. No one could touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves at all. The 7 people had a threatening manner, but no matter how hard they worked, they still could not do anything to Yi Yuan. The more they fought, the more alarmed they got. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too bizarre, just like a loach, being unable to catch it at all. Far away, Feng Tianyang's expression likewise became more and more serious. Yi Yuan's move was clearly extremely brilliant spatial law. This kind of supreme law, comprehending even a little, was tremendous luck. Yi Yuan clearly comprehended to an extremely high realm. Those few fools did not detect it at all. This. Just what's going on here? A 6th firmament true God is toying with 7 9th firmament true Gods in the palm of his hand? Could it be that Master G isn't just an alchemy master, he's similarly a martial arts expert? Too strong. Just don't know if Master G has the means to retaliate or not. A 6th firmament true God toying with 7 9th firmament true Gods, this scene was overly shocking, incurring a series of exclamations. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would definitely be made fun of. Who knew that the result was totally the opposite? Who, this is your martial Dao. Truly laughable, to actually not even be on par with me, this minor Dao's alchemist. You guys also dare claim to be chief disciples? High up in the sky came Yi Yuan's bantering laughter. Suddenly, a fearsome power of vitality soared to the sky. Everyone's faces changed. Forget it, you all let me down too much, let's end this game. Yi Yuan's lazy voice spread out nonchalantly. Chapter 2088, Feng Tianyang's Plans. Chapter 2088, Feng Tianyang's Plans. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. His power of vitality was actually on par with 8th Firmament True Gods. It was only to see him dodging Wang Ning's sword nimbly. He directly threw a fist over. Wang Ning only felt a horrifying power arrive with a howl behind him. But wanting to dodge was already too late. Bang! Amidst everyone's frightened voices, Wang Ning was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Universe Dragon Claw coupled with the perfect 6th transformation golden body, the power of Yi Yuan's punch already did not lose to peak 9th Firmament True Gods. How could Wang Ning be able to resist it? When the other chiefs saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. How could they still dare to deal with Yi Yuan? All running helter-skelter everywhere. Master, save me, master. These chiefs seemed to be finding their families grown-ups after being bullied by people outside. There was even sobbing in their words. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who knew that this was a desolate wild beast? Yi Yuan was not to be provoked at all. When Empyrean Redfeather and the rest saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Stop, Ji Qingyun." At the same time, the few great Empyreans were about to take action. It was just that Yi Yuan was faster than them. After Yi Yuan killed Wang Ning, he did not have the intention of stopping at all. It was only to see one Yi Yuan suddenly become 6, appearing in 6 directions at the same time. Bang! 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 A series of detonations came from the sky. The 6 great chiefs were directly blasted into dregs. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, stunned looks on their faces. Especially the few great Empyreans, their hearts were dripping blood. These were all their successors. How much painstaking effort did they expend these few years? But now, Yi Yuan only used several breaths and killed all of them. How to make them accept this? However, they currently were even more shocked in their heart. Yi Yuan exhibited extremely brilliant spatial law, far exceeding their imagination. In an instant, transformation into 6 clones, appearing at 6 venues at the same time, slaying 6 powerhouses. They all, these Empyreans, could naturally tell that this was not some cloning technique, but an extremely brilliant utilization of spatial law. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Even they, these Empyrean powerhouses, could not do it too. This is also too strong, right? Even if Master Ji is a body-refining powerhouse, it's also not to the extent of being so strong, right? His one move killed 6 great 9th Firmament True Gods. Truly inconceivable. Master Ji already overpowered the extreme North's alchemy path at a young age. Furthermore, he actually also has such horrifying strength in martial Dao. How did he cultivate? Everyone was long already dumbfounded from shock. They were stunned by Yi Yuan's combat power. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was merely an alchemist, and that his combat power was limited. But who knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was off the charts, directly crossing a few minor realms and killing his enemies. Zhu Luoji's most elite juniors actually did not even have the chance to escape from under his hand. Ji Qingyun, you killed my disciple. This Empyrean will definitely kill you today. Empyrean Redfeather said with a furious roar. The other Empyreans were also extremely alarmed and enraged. They were thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan's actions. However, Yi Yuan was very calm, looking toward Feng Tianyang with a smile that was not a smile. He then said, "Looks like their martial Dao isn't worth mentioning at all. Don't know whether your martial Dao can stir up any of my interest or not." Feng Tianyang's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, brilliant light Shi plus Ning in his eyes. Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. Originally he thought that he could casually suppress Yi Yuan. He did not expect that the combat power Yi Yuan displayed was actually sufficient to pose a threat to him. Boy, you indeed made me very surprised. However, you still don't have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Those people are similarly clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this young master. Feng Tianyang slowly stepped out, the aura on his body growing stronger and stronger. Everyone's faces could not help changing. Someone cried out in surprise, "What a powerful aura!" This aura already reached the grand completion true God realm. Just a step and he'll be able to reach Empyrean realm. Feng Tianyang had a proud look and said with a faint smile, "If you feel that after killing them, you have the qualifications to challenge me, then you're gravely mistaken. I, Feng Tianyang, am destined to be the person who unifies the extreme north. How can I be compared to those kinds of trash?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Is that so? You also said so just now, but they are all dead." Feng Tianyang's face turned cold and he said, "Humph. This young master gives you a chance now, hand over Lu'er, or die." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, his words having an additional hint of coldness as he said, "You want to marry Lu'er because you took fancy on her profound yin physique?" Feng Tianyang was taken aback and said, "How did you know?" "But it also doesn't matter that you know. This young master is doing it for her profound yin physique. This young master's cultivation method has already reached major accomplishment, and my cultivation is already cultivated to the peak true God realm as well. After this young master takes her profound yin physique, I'll be able to break through the shackles and become the youngest Empyrean powerhouse in this northernmost steppe." When Yi Yuan heard that, killing intent soared in his heart. Earlier, when Feng Tianyang released his world power, Yi Yuan could feel an extremely scorching power. This power was extremely strong as if it was a primitive behemoth. But Yi Yuan could detect that this power was not at grand completion. Amidst the power of extreme yang, it was missing a trace of extreme yin power. Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Tao was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Myriad life in this world had always mutually promoted and restrained each other. No matter how strong the power of extreme yang, it ultimately had a limit too. Just based on this, even if give Feng Tianyang another 100,000 years, he could also forget about stepping into Empyrean realm. But, if he completed this missing piece, Feng Tianyang might be able to break through to Empyrean within a few years. How could it be that easy to search for this trace of extreme yin power? But Lu'er's appearance made Feng Tianyang see hope. Hence, he had been in closed seclusion all the way these few years, finally cultivating to be a grand completion true God. Then after coming out and taking Lu'er's extreme yin power, he would be able to break through to be an Empyrean smoothly. It was just that while he planned things out well, he ran into Yi Yuan, this unexpected variable. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "You deserve death." Feng Tianyang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's bottom line. Lu'er was Yi Yuan's reverse scale, touch and die. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "Letting this young master corroborate my Tao as an Empyrean, that's her honor. Where is she? Hand her over, and this young master can spare you from death." Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said with a mocking look, "You talk so much. Didn't you think why I took Lu'er away?" Feng Tianyang's expression turned dark and said, "I don't care who you are. Not handing Lu'er over, you'll have to die." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Stop making futile efforts. Lu'er isn't in Ju Luo Ji anymore. Also, my name is actually Yi Yuan." Feng Tianyang was clearly unfamiliar with this name. But when Empyrean Ice Cloud heard this name, her expression could not help changing wildly. "Why Yuri Yi Yuan? How is this possible?" Empyrean Ice Cloud was the same as Empyrean Lone Swan, instantly thinking of many things. It was also precise because of this that she was extremely shocked in her heart. It turned out that all of these were his schemes, and she, an Empyrean powerhouse who dominated a region, fell into the scheme step by step under Yi Yuan's towing. She even personally delivered Lu'er to Yi Yuan's hand. Feng Tianyang's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Chapter 2089, Extreme North's Number 1 Person. Chapter 2089, Extreme North's Number 1 Person. He's the person that Lu'er is in love with. Empyrean Ice Cloud said bitterly. Feng Tianyang was also a clever person and thought of many things in an instant. In this 1 year plus, Ji Qingyun's name echoed throughout the extreme north. Feng Tianyang naturally heard a lot after leaving seclusion. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan doing so much was actually for Lu'er. Hehe, what a grand scheme. Boy, you really made me see you in a different light. However, to Deres and Tch my, Feng Tianyang's woman, you must die today. Feng Tianyang laughed coldly, a roaring flame suddenly bursting out from his body. Limitless fire HELL. Feng Tianyang held his palm out. The entire region of SPACE was completely enveloped by the flames, directly shrouding Yi Yuan inside it. Everyone's faces changed. This ball of fire HELI was like a blazing sun. Even if they were so far away, they also had a feeling of being incinerated. What kind of situation would it be for the Yi Yuan situated inside the fire HELL? Indeed well deserving of being the extreme north's #1 person, Feng Tianyang's heaven-burning secret art has probably cultivated to sublimity already. Even if Master Ji has the ability to reach the highest heaven, he probably can't escape this limitless fire HELL too. A shame, such a powerful alchemy master died just like this. Many people shook their heads and sighed, lamenting for Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Feng Tianyang's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "This limitless fire HELL of mine can incinerate limitless void. Even if you grasp spatial law, how can you escape?" "Oh, is that so?" The voice had yet to fade when a figure walked out of that limitless flames leisurely and at ease. It was as if that limitless sea of fire was his own backyard. Who was this person if not Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face changed and he said, "This. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "You overestimated your flame law and also looked down on spatial law too much. Incinerating limitless void. How can it be as easy as you think? Only a person like you who doesn't understand SPC dare to say this kind of words." The more he studied spatial law, the more Yi Yuan felt the extensive and profoundness of spatial law. The Tao of SPACE was one of this world's most primitive laws. How could it be defeated so easily? True God realm powerhouses used spatial law to shuttle through the void, but that was merely the most superficial application of spatial law. Comprehending spatial law to Yi Yuan's degree, one could not find more than a few in the entire heavenspan world. Feng Tianyang judged others using his own strength, so how could he understand Yi Yuan's might? Unless Feng Tianyang could cultivate spatial law to Yi Yuan's level, or cultivate flame law to Empyrean level, then there would be a possibility of hurting Yi Yuan. Just with this current level, how could it threaten Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face fell slightly and he said coldly, "Humph. Being deliberately mystifying. I underestimated you. I'll let you take a look at my true strength then." It was only to see his gaze turned sharp, another aura rose to the sky. Wind attribute law. This is Empyrean vast wind's specialty. Everyone was still in the midst of exclaiming when a third power of law spread out. This time, even Yi Yuan's gaze also revealed some solemnness. Ice law. I didn't expect that Feng Tianyang is actually such a peerless talent, to actually fuse 3 kinds of power of law. No wonder he's so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be wildly arrogant, Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. That was right. He did not comprehend 3 kinds of laws. But he actually fused 3 kinds of power of law. It was only to see that on Feng Tianyang's body, the power of flames, power of the fierce gale, and power of ice, intertwining together. Clearly, it was the manifestation of 3 power of laws fusing together. Law comprehension like his could virtually sweep across those in the same rank already. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Everyone said that Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person. Previously, everyone all felt that this was him relying on his father's prestige. Only now, did they know that that was him relying on his own strength. Those who fused 2 power of laws were already called geniuses among geniuses. Those who fused 3 power of laws could no longer be described using genius. That was a peerless talent. Fusing 3 power of laws was not what Lu Zi's 5 power of laws could compare to. With Feng Tianyang's strength, he could probably pummel Lu Zi with just one hand. Feng Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "To be able to force my full strength out, you can be sufficiently proud. I fused 3 power of laws and have never met a match in the same rank. Now, I stepped into grand completion true God realm. I'm the number 1 person under Empyrean. Yi Yuan, this is my martial Dao. Do you think I have the qualifications to say this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This is your full strength." Not bad, it's just don't know if you can force my full strength out or not. Bring it on." Feng Tianyang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Reckless and blind fool, I want to see what your full strength is." Done talking, Feng Tianyang's figure moved, arriving in an instant. 3 power of laws fused into one, his fist was momentous and tidal-like, virtually about to rent the sky asunder and split the earth open. Even the group of Empyreans also had slight changes in countenance at this time. This kind of commotion, once Feng Tianyang stepped into Empyrean realm, he could probably crush all of them instantly. Only a third firmament Empyrean like Empyrean Redfeather had the qualifications to firmly suppress him. At the same time, Yi Yuan's vital energy also rose to the peak and was even stronger than just now. Bang! Above the void, the 2 people exchanged a punch. Horrifying energy undulations spread out, giving people a feeling of Mount Tai cruise. Hi plussing down from above. Under the one punch, Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spurting out wildly. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "To be able to receive this punch of mine, you can be sufficiently proud. However, you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Again. Finished talking, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to catch his breath either, another punch slamming over. Bang! 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 One loud boom after another came over. The 2 people's battle was practically about to shatter the sky. The void trembled, making the starry river flowing in reverse. This kind of battle practically already said the limits of true God realm. This was a fight of another level. So strong. The 2 of them are both so strong, truly unable to imagine how the 2 of them cultivate. What a shame. Yi Yuan almost can't hold on anymore. He's still too young, give him another few hundred years, he should be able to win Feng Tianyang. There are no ifs in life, lose means lose. But considering Yi Yuan's talent, it's indeed a shame. Below, there was a series of exclamations. The 2 people's combat strength far exceeded their imaginations. It was just that Yi Yuan was repeatedly forced back under Feng Tianyang's pressuring, and already could not quite hold out anymore. The outcome of this fight was obvious already. Feng Tianyang's aura was too outrageous. For Yi Yuan to be able to last until now under his fierce attacks, it was already rather valiant. Bang! Right at this time, a loud bang came over. Yi Yuan's figure drew a straight line and fell into the earth. Sigh, Yi Yuan is defeated. A wave of bemoaning came from the crowd. Feng Tianyang stood in the air, akin to a god of war. "Ha ha ha, in the junior generation, you're the first to be able to fight with me to this extent. Now, you can go to hell." Feng Tianyang's figure similarly cut across the horizon, heading toward that huge pit in the ground. Chapter 2090, True Sword Hollow Etch. Chapter 2090, True Sword Hollow Etch. Bang! Feng Tianyang arrived fast, but he was blasted back even quicker. Everyone was dumbfounded, uncertain what it meant. What happened? They completely did not detect any trace of undulation and Feng Tianyang was blasted flying. It was as if Feng Tianyang ran into a wall and was directly rebounded back. This scene was extremely puzzling. Inside the pit, Yi Yuan carried the bone sword and slowly walked out, with a desolate killing aura on his body. Very good. To be able to force out my full strength, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said coolly. He stood there, giving people a very lofty feeling, just like a sharp sword that was sheathed, accumulating momentum and awaiting release. This is sword intent. What a swift and fierce sword intent. He fused a supreme law and the sword Dao law. How is this possible? Empyrean Windlike had been standing there calmly all along. Even when he saw that Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, he was also not the least bit moved. Because he knew that Feng Tianyang would definitely win. But at this time, a look of surprise finally showed on his face. Comprehending spatial law was nothing, but fusing sword Dao law and spatial law, that was incredible. The difficulty level was much harder than even fusing 3 powers of law. Supreme law, just comprehending it required immense talent. Ordinary people could not even learn the rudiments, let alone talk about fusing the power of law. Just how in the world did this kid cultivate? His alchemy talent crushed 7-star alchemy gods, but is actually also heavenly defying in martial art. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. Just now was him striking Feng Tianyang flying? But I didn't detect sword Dao undulations at all. Another Empyrean cried out in surprise. An attack that could not be seen was the scariest. The group of Empyreans already did not know how to describe their emotions. Originally they thought that one Feng Tianyang was already monstrous enough. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than Feng Tianyang's. This, Brother Windlike, Honorable Nephew Tianyang will be fine, right? Why not? We'd better take action, Empyrean Ice Cloud said worriedly. Empyrean Windlike shook his head and said, relax, just now was just Tianyang's momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he still has an ultimate move that he hasn't used. Tianyang won't lose. Although this boy's talent is high, his cultivation realm is inferior to Tianyang's in the end. The moment the group of Empyreans heard this, they immediately felt greatly reassured. The current Feng Tianyang had disheveled hair, numerous wounds on his body, in a sorry state. How was there still that lofty bearing from before? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You dared to hurt me. I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan, this finger is the strongest attack that I created after fusing 3 laws. For you to be able to die under this attack, you can be sufficiently proud. Feng Tianyang roared and pointed a finger out fiercely. Fine cracks actually appeared in SPACE. It could be seen how horrifying this finger was. If this finger were to land on a person's body, it could probably directly annihilate them. SPACE shattering finger. Empyrean Windlike's face revealed a hint of a praising smile as he said, fusing laws is one aspect, application of laws is another aspect. Tianyang's understanding of these 3 laws is extremely profound and already carved out a great Dao that belongs to him. Maybe he can usurp SS Big Brother in the future and become a once-in-a-blue-moon heavenly emperor powerhouse of this land of extreme north in several 100,000 years. This finger, even if a first firmament Empyrean took it, it would likely be the outcome of serious injuries too. When everyone heard that, their faces all changed. They did not expect that Feng Tianyang was actually so monstrous. The strike of a 9th firmament true God could actually harm an Empyrean. What kind of terrifying offensive power was this? How strong was an Empyrean? Even if one stood there and let a grand completion true God realm hit them, it would also be hard to injure them in the slightest. These were powerhouses of 2 different levels. It was 2 different levels of understanding toward heavenly Dao. But Feng Tianyang's finger could actually seriously injure an Empyrean. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. Of course, being able to harm an Empyrean was one thing. An Empyrean powerhouse naturally would not stand there stupidly and let Feng Tianyang hit. The Empyreans could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan with pity. Encountering such an opponent was his sorrow. His actually smiling. The Empyreans discovered that a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and could not help being very surprised. At this time, he actually still had the mood to smile. Ice Cloud sneered and said, probably scared silly, right? A little interesting. Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword and calmly stabbed a sword out. This sword was too sloppy and ordinary, without any power to speak of. Compared to Feng Tianyang's show of strength that billowed to the sky, Yi Yuan's sword art did not have any aesthetic sense at all. It looked like Yi Yuan was a martial artist who did not know how to use the sword at all. Except, if Song Yu and the rest of the people who had been to the ancient God battlefield before were here, they would know that Yi Yuan's sword actually followed the exact same pattern as that Empyrean bone devil. What is he doing? Can this kind of sword hurt people? Empyrean Windlike furrowed his brows. He completely could not tell what impressive aspect Yi Yuan's sword had. But he kept feeling in his heart that there was that tiny hint of something amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly and said, "Of course it can't hurt anyone. That's why this Empyrean said that he's scared silly." People who did not know the inside story were all mocking Yi Yuan's sword, saying that he was a mantis blocking the cart. Feng Tianyang was similarly like so. He laughed wildly and said, "Haha, you're relying on this sword to handle me? Go to HEL then." At this time, the SPACE shattering finger was already formed. He pointed over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. "True sword hollow etch." Yi Yuan lightly spat these 4 words out of his mouth. This move was still sword hollow etch. But he was inspired by the Empyrean Bone Devil and already completely mastered restraining the power. Sword hollow etch's power also reached the extreme and did not leak out in the slightest, reaching the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Hence, he named it True Sword Hollow Etch. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across in Empyrean Windlike's mind, thinking of something. Just now, when Feng Tianyang was suddenly blasted out backward, wasn't there no undulations at all? Could it be that this boy condensed his power to the limits and did not leak any of it out? Could this kind of thing really be done? Not good. "Tianyang, quickly retreat!" Empyrean Windlike yelled out, his figure suddenly moving, speeding over towards the 2 people's battlefield. But sadly, it was already too late. One bright and one dark, 2 attacks, collided together in midair fiercely, rending the void apart. This kind of collision could be described using move mountains and fill the seas, making mountains and rivers flow in reverse. It was not the least bit over the top. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock. Their brains had not processed it yet. Why would Yi Yuan's sloppy and ordinary sword have such terrifying power? Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch was an incomparably swift and fierce strike in the first place. Now that his retraining of power had reached major accomplishment, the power of sword hollow etch was compressed to the extreme, without any leakage. The power became several times greater. Such a terrifying attack, it was hard for even SPACE shattering finger to withstand too. Feng Tianyang did not even get to groan and was directly annihilated. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Why? Why is it like this? The one dead is actually Feng Tianyang? Just what kind of sword is this? Why would it have such terrifying power? Chapter 2091, Heaven-Shocking Lightning. Chapter 2091, Heaven-Shocking Lightning. Seeing Yi Yuan put away the bone sword calmly, Empyrean Windlike's 2 eyes were practically spewing fire. Vast Wind Assemble's future was actually killed just like that, right under his eyelids. He thought that by relying on his Empyrean might, it was absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Yi Yuan also would not dare to kill him right in his face. But Yi Yuan killed him just like that. "Punk, you've got guts." Empyrean Windlike gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound yin divine physique. He deserved to die. If Feng Tianyang just took fancy on Luer's beauty, Yi Yuan also would not have his killing intent aroused. After all, everyone loved beautiful things. Yi Yuan would not go so far as to be so crazy, killing off anyone who took fancy on the people around him. But Feng Tianyang never should have had designs on Luer's divine physique. If Feng Tianyang took Luer's profound yin divine physique, Luer would become a cripple if minor, or kick the bucket if it was serious. How could Yi Yuan tolerate this kind of thing? Good, good, good. Today, if I, Windlike, don't kill you, I'm not human. Empyrean Windlike was already furious to the extreme, his body emitting an outrageous aura. Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's future master, was the vast wind Assemble's future. Now, he was actually dead. Empyrean Windlike's fury could be imagined. What a terrific little brute, you dared to kill honorable nephew Tianyang, it's becoming enemies with the entire land of extreme north. Today, this Empyrean will definitely kill you. Empyrean Ice Cloud immediately jumped out and said. Little friend Yi Yuan, you went overboard in this matter. Today, you must stay here. This Empyrean won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Empyrean Redfeather also said. With Feng Tianyang dying at Ju Luoji, it would be hard for them all, these people, to absolve themselves from the blame. Once Empyrean Vast Wind investigated it, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Hence, their attitude must be shown right now. The other Empyreans also spoke up, wanting to capture Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, "Kill me? Heh, today's matters aren't over yet. The injustice that Lu'er suffered these few years, this Yi will claim it back for her today all at once. Today, this Yi will exterminate your ice cloud tower down to the last person." Yi Yuan staying behind was not for bravery or to fight. When he found out the problem in Lu'er's cultivation method, he had killing intent aroused toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Furthermore, in this Ice Cloud Tower, the ones who bullied Lu'er normally were not in the minority. To Yi Yuan, Ice Cloud Tower already did not have the need to exist anymore. It was just that these words sounded overly conceited in other people's ears. Ha ha ha, you want to kill this Empyrean? Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you, a mere true God realm, want to kill an Empyrean? When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, she burst out laughing. Everyone all shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too ignorant. He was indeed pitilessly talented. But wanting to kill an Empyrean, he was clearly not qualified enough yet. In theory, that sword of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to threaten Empyrean powerhouses. It was just that these Empyreans were not fools either. Would they stand there and let Yi Yuan kill? Moreover, that kind of horrifying sword, the consumption would definitely be tremendous. How many swords could Yi Yuan unleash? Yi Yuan sighed slightly, a dark metal ball suddenly appearing in his hand. This thing was originally my final trump card, I didn't want to use it easily. But today, in order to kill you, I can only use it. When Yi Yuan was talking, he had a look of reluctance to part. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha. Empyrean Ice Cloud's laughter gradually ceased, the expression on her face becoming extremely fascinating. Not just her, after the other Empyreans saw that black ball, each and every one of their expressions became incomparably solemn. Even Empyrean Windlike, the fury on his face also diminished considerably. At this time, there was more alarm and fear. Clearly, he feared this black ball like a tiger. Heaven-shocking lightning. This is Heavenly Emperor level heaven-shocking lightning. Why would you have this sort of thing? Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out strangely. How was there still any of the former composure? Currently, alarm and terror were written all over her face. And the other Empyreans also unconsciously pulled apart the distance from her. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Turns out that you all recognize this thing, huh? Then I don't need to do any explanations. Just now, weren't you all very fierce, wanting to uphold justice for Feng Tianyang's death? That's okay, I don't mind. I welcome you all to come to find me to demand justice any time." All of the Empyreans' faces turned black, nearly fainting in anger. Demand justice, Maya *S. That's heaven-shocking lightning. Heavenly Emperor level heaven-shocking lightning. Heaven-shocking lightning was a one-time consumable. Inside sealed the power of a certain powerhouse's one attack. Once opened, it would be equivalent to that powerhouse's all-out attack. And heaven-shocking lightning had many different colors. Among them, the highest grade of heaven-shocking lightning was black, and it was refined with special methods. It was extremely hard to come across. What was sealed inside was naturally the attack of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If it was an Empyrean level heaven-shocking lightning, everyone would not be at the extent of being so fearful. After all, it was just the power of one strike. Furthermore, it was not executed by the caster themselves. But, Heavenly Emperor level heaven-shocking lightning, how horrifying was the power? This kind of heaven-shocking lightning, the materials required were extremely hard to come by. It was normally hard to chance upon. Yet, Yi Yuan had one in his hands. This was a deadly object. Once Yi Yuan released the heaven-shocking lightning here, probably none of them, these Empyrean powerhouses, could survive. The attack of a heavenly emperor shocked the heavens and earth. In front of a heavenly emperor, all were ants. This heaven-shocking lightning was obtained by Yi Yuan inside the ancient God battlefield's heavenly emperor Crape Myrtle's cave. Originally, it was used as his final trump card, to preserve his life. Even when 100,000 people besieged Heavenly Eagle back then, he also never used it. But today, for Luer's sake, he decided to use it. This Empyrean ice cloud's thoughts were extremely wicked. Not killing her, it was hard for Yi Yuan to dispel the hatred in his heart. Thinking about everything that Yi Yuan suffered in these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's heart ached faintly. The Empyrean Windlike who was still clamoring about taking revenge just now, his expression was currently deathly white, without any imposing momentum at all. Right now, Yi Yuan's spearhead was clearly targeting Empyrean Ice Cloud. He did not wish to anger Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan turn the spearhead to deal with him. How could his fragile body bear it? Why Yi Yuan? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You look, in any case, this Empyrean has also brought Luer up for so many years and imparted to her cultivation methods. Empyrean Ice Cloud broke out in cold sweat, racking her brain to think of a plan to escape. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding? Who? Luer has followed me since young, and I couldn't even bear to hit her once. You count for yourself, how much hards? H+P has she suffered since she arrived at Ice Cloud Tower? Furthermore, in your eyes, she's probably just a cultivation tool, right? Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding?" Empyrean Ice Cloud discovered that this Yi Yuan was too smart, as if he was an old thing that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. How was he like a young man? This kind of inferior quibbling had no way of fooling him at all. Hence, she gritted her teeth and said in a stern voice, "Glazed Frost Grand Art, absorb for me." Those Ice Cloud Tower disciples all cried out miserably. The divine essence in their bodies actually broke out of their bodies frenziedly, swarming over toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. And Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura was currently rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 2092, Heaven Rank Secret Order. Chapter 2092, Heaven Rank Secret Order. Initial Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Middle Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Late Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura increased steadily, directly breaking through the fetters of 2nd Firmament Empyrean, reaching peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean. And this was not over. Her aura was still rising, heading straight for 4th Firmament Empyrean. The realm that originally needed year after year before she could break through was actually not the slightest bit stagnant at this moment. However, those Ice Cloud Tower disciples were all sucked into dry corpses, the method extremely cruel. Even when young Feo saw this scene, her face also turned pale. These junior apprentice sisters and martial nieces that had lived with her for many years pares said away just like that, without even a trace of strength to resist. She could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. If not for this man, she would probably also be the same as them now, right? The other Empyreans also stared at Empyrean Ice Cloud in immense shock, being stunned by this scene. No one could have thought that she actually concealed such means. It turned out that Empyrean Ice Cloud was the ambitious schemer hidden among them. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance clearly disrupted Empyrean Ice Cloud's plans. Otherwise, come one day in the future, when Empyrean Ice Cloud devoured all of her disciples in one go, she would likely be able to directly become the Extreme North's #1 person. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came, he might not be able to suppress her too. At the thought of this, everyone was horrified. To be able to use such cruel means to equip herself, the northernmost step would probably immediately be plunged into darkness under this woman's rule. In virtually an instant, Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura rose to 5th Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Vast Wind not moving out, there were really few existences that could be found in this land of extreme north that could do anything to her. Even Empyrean Windlike was weaker than her. Empyrean Ice Cloud stood in the air, her white fairy dress fluttering away. Glaring at Yi Yuan, she said ferociously, "Brat, you forced my hand. The two of our debts have to be squared." Finished talking, Empyrean ice cloud took a step out and directly concealed inside the void. The other people were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied, gazes casting toward Yi Yuan one after another. They were afraid that Yi Yuan would use the heaven-shocking lightning on them. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and similarly took a step out, entering the void. Seeing Yi Yuan left, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally sent this plague God away. Brother Windlike, this, Empyrean Redfeather said with a hesitant look. Empyrean Windlike gave a cold snort and said, this matter isn't over so easily. Humph. After he uses that heaven-shocking lightning, I want to see what methods he still has to be COC Kai with us. Tianyang's matter, I'm afraid that Big Brother already knows. At this time, he is probably already on the way. Perhaps feeling being at the mercy of a true God earlier was overly humiliating, he was a little loud when speaking. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Empyrean Redfeather and the rest nodded slightly, clearly having long predicted that this matter would not be left at this. Feng Tianyang was too monstrous, but such a monster died at Ju Luoji. If there was no explanation for this matter, Empyrean Vast Wind would probably turn the entire northernmost steppe upside down. A little while ago, inside a dark space of Vast Wind Assemble, a stalwart figure was currently sitting down cross-legged. Behind him, several colored lanterns were suspended in the air. These were all the lifeblood soul lamps of the Vast Wind Assemble's important people. Suddenly, one of the colored lanterns gave off an intense tremor, then shattered with a crack. That big and tall figure suddenly opened both eyes, his gaze cold and gloomy, like a bottomless abyss. This Empyrean gave Tianyang several life-preserving divine abilities. Even when facing Empyrean powerhouses, he should be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, there's Windlike accompanying him on this trip. So who could kill Tianyang in front of Windlike? Empyrean Vast Wind's brows were tightly knitted, full of puzzlement. He regarded Feng Tianyang extremely highly. Although he normally trained Feng Tianyang a lot, he also gave Feng Tianyang quite a lot of life-preserving divine abilities. With these divine abilities around, even if facing an Empyrean powerhouse and Feng Tianyang could not beat him, he could still escape with his life. For so many years, those divine abilities also let Feng Tianyang tide over perilous situations, turning dangers into safety time after time. Let alone that this time was just marrying a girl. Furthermore, there was also Empyrean Windlike accompanying him. In Empyrean Vast Wind's view, there was no danger at all. Yet, this time, Feng Tianyang died. This son that he pinned high hopes on was dead. Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that Feng Tianyang did not have time to use life-preserving divine abilities at all and was directly killed by Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch. Having lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, Empyrean Vast Wind had long already cultivated until he had no joy nor sorrow. It was just that currently at his glabella, that thunderous rage hidden in the depths of his heart could be seen. Humph. No matter who it is, to dare kill Tianyang, even if this Empyrean goes up to the ninth heaven and below the earth, I'll also tear you to pieces. Not pulling your divine soul out and refining it for 100,000 years, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. Finished saying, Empyrean Vast Wind pointed at the void. Several dozen streams of light directly tore through the void and left. After 15 minutes, Vast Wind Assemble was in an uproar. Several dozen powerful auras gathered in the sky above Vast Wind Assemble, virtually making the entire territory asphyxiated. Isn't that Ling Yu Assemble's Empyrean Shenluo? That's a fifth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse. Why would he appear here? Also, that's Hudong Assemble's Empyrean SHI plus Mie. That's Ironwood Assemble's Empyrean Ji Yun. What in the world is happening? Practically half of the northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses have gathered at our here. In Vast Wind Assemble, people who had the knowledge noticed that all of these Empyreans that normally did not show themselves to the public were now there. Each one of them was a super powerhouse whose names shook a region. But now, all of them were gathered in Vast Wind Assemble. Even a fool also knew that something big was about to happen. Empyrean Shenluo was in front and said to Empyrean Vast Wind with clasped hands, "Brother Vast Wind, I wonder what happened." You actually want to use the heaven rank secret order? The last time it was used, it was when the demon race's 9 great sovereigns arrived together. The other Empyreans also had blank faces, not knowing what happened. This heaven rank secret order was the secret order that Empyrean Vast Wind commanded the extreme north with. Normally, not reaching a life and death juncture, it would not be used. Now, they received the heaven rank secret order under the Cirque stances where they did not receive any danger alerts. Empyrean Vast Wind had a calm expression, devoid of joy and sorrow as he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Wait, there are still a few that haven't arrived." The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. Empyrean Vast Wind's prestige was not established through words but carved out with real swords and spears. People should not look at how these Empyreans were all powerful. In reality, they were very fearful of Empyrean Vast Wind. Before long, the void trembled and 3 figures slowly stepped out. When the Empyreans saw this scene, their pupils could not help constricting. Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Miayu, Empyrean Zhenhuang. These 3 are all existences that aren't weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. They actually came too. Looks like something big is really going to happen. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Vast Wind, you issued the heaven rank secret order to call us here. If there isn't anything special, you'll need to give me an account. Empyrean Tianju looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said those words with a cold smile on his face. Clearly, he did not really have respect for Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Tianju and the 2 great Empyreans were slightly weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind in terms of strength. But if they really fought, Empyrean Tianju 3 people also would not be that much weaker. Hence, even though they treated Empyrean Vast Wind as their common lord, they actually did not really have respect for him. Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "My son, Feng Tianyang, has perished. Inviting everyone here is to request for everybody to take action together and block off this hunt. After the matter is done, this Empyrean will naturally repay generously." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Feng Tianyang was known as the young generation's #1 person. Once he stepped into Empyrean in the future, he would be the extreme north's common lord. But now, he died. Tianju and the rest were wildly elated in their hearts when they heard that. But in front of Empyrean Vast Wind, they could not express it and just said with a loud laugh, "Vast Wind, what has your son dying got to do with us? Isn't it too rash for you to send out the heaven rank secret order arbitrarily? Vast Wind, you're too unbridled. The heaven rank secret order is the highest secret order that we've agreed upon. You actually gathered all of us here for this. What evil motives do you have?" Empyrean Miayu said in a cold voice. "Humph. Vast Wind, if you don't give us an explanation today, this matter isn't over," Empyrean Zhenhuang said unhappily. While the 3 great supreme Empyreans dealing with Empyrean Vast Wind in unison, the other Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter. The scene was already going out of control. Many Empyreans were gloating over others' misfortune, waiting to watch Empyrean Vast Wind's good show. After all, even though Empyrean Vast Wind was formidable, he was not formidable to the extent of truly unifying the extreme north. Summoning the group of Empyreans here for his son, everyone was also rather unhappy in their hearts. Feng Tianyang's death was actually something that had a far-reaching impact on the northernmost steppe. Concerning this point, everyone had a score in their hearts. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "You want an explanation? This Empyrean will explain for you right now." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind suddenly fired a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Empyrean Zhenhuang's face revealed a look of great alarm, hurriedly raising his palm to meet the enemy. However, a power akin to Mount Tai Cruz, HI plussing down from above suddenly pressed over. This palm, he was unable to contend with it. Empyrean Mia's 2 eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed a finger out too. Crack, crack, crack. The wind and clouds changed, lightning flash. HI plussing. The battle between middle-stage Empyrean realms was too earth-shaking. Yet, under this palm of Empyrean vast wind, the two great sixth firmament Empyrean powerhouses were faltering very soon. Empyrean Tianju gave a cold snort and also struck a palm out. With three great Empyreans making a move at the same time, how shocking was the commotion. However, what was even more shocking was Empyrean vast wind. His palm seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, suppressing the world. Pewalk, pewalk, pewalk. Very soon, the three great Empyreans could not hold on anymore, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Empyrean vast wind's one palm suppressed three great Empyreans. Damn it. You broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Empyrean Tianju looked at vast wind and said with a look of astonishment. Empyrean vast wind said coolly, "Are you all still satisfied with this explanation?" Empyrean Tianju was tongue-tied for a moment and actually did not know what to say. Empyrean vast wind's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Looks like nobody has objections anymore, set off then." Done talking, Empyrean vast wind stepped out and shuttled into the void. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but still followed him in the end. Several tens of thousands of miles outside of Luoji, Empyrean ice cloud revealed her figure, having a hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. So what if you have the heaven-shocking lightning? Can't catch up to this Empyrean, everything is futile. Except, her voice had yet to fade when a layer of ripples emerged in Space. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out. Empyrean ice cloud's words were immediately cut off. She used a gaze like having seen a ghost and cried out in surprise, "You! How can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan played with the heaven-shocking lightning in his hand and said coolly, "You seem to have forgotten that I know spatial law." Empyrean ice cloud naturally did not forget. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan's spatial law would actually be fearsome to such a degree. She traversed the void with the power of fifth firmament Empyrean. How fast was the speed? Originally she thought that she would be able to shake Yi Yuan off, but who knew that she would be caught up so quickly? A true God realm could actually rely on spatial law to catch up to a fifth firmament Empyrean. What kind of shocking thing was this? You! Just how will you be willing to let me off? Empyrean ice cloud's complexion was ashen, looking at Yi Yuan with a terrified look. Let you off? Who? You're probably thinking too much. You must die today. Yi Yuan said coldly. You! Are you mad? Your heaven-shocking lightning. There's even a possibility of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but you're actually using it to kill me. This kind of precious treasure is a treasure that can fortify destiny regardless of which faction it's placed in. You're actually wasting it like this. Empyrean ice cloud cried out at the top of her voice in shock. So what? In my view, there's only willing or not willing, not about its worth. Yi Yuan still remained unmoved. You lunatic. Do you know once you use the heaven-shocking lightning to kill me, Empyrean wind-like absolutely won't let you off. Also, that Empyrean vast wind, he regards this sun dearly. Right now, he's probably already on the way here. If you have the heaven-shocking lightning, they will absolutely be incomparably apprehensive. But, if you use it to kill me, you won't have a reliance anymore. Empyrean ice cloud's eyes swiveled around, trying to persuade Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, that doesn't need you to worry over. You also don't need to harbor thoughts of getting lucky anymore. No matter how what, you also can't escape death today. Facing Yi Yuan, who was impervious to all reason, Empyrean ice cloud completely broke down. She no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to luck, her figure moving and shuttling into the void, attempting to escape. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly, right hand puss. Hi plussing lightly pressing the heaven-shocking lightning into the void. Using spatial law in front of Yi Yuan, even if it was Empyrean ice cloud, it was also showing off in front of an expert. It was only to see a horrifying to the extreme power burst out from within the void. A blinding light could be seen distinctly even from more than 100,000 miles away. At this time, it was as if there was only that area of pale yellow light left in the world. Rumble. The Empyreans who were far away at Luoji currently had ashen pale faces. That horrifying energy undulation was seemingly like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears, being clear and distinguishable. They were all very clear that this energy was released more than 100,000 miles away. If released in this Ju Luoji, the entire Ju Luoji would probably be razed to the ground instantly. An Empyrean powerhouse said falteringly, This is the strike of a heavenly emperor? Are really too horrifying. Saying that it has the power to destroy the world is also not overboard. Currently, the group of Empyreans exchanged glances, and they actually felt somewhat grateful toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. If she did not run away, Yi Yuan would likely have directly obliterated Ju Luoji at this time. Chapter 2094, Spatial Node Technique. Chapter 2094, Spatial Node Technique. In Ju Luoji, there was utter dilapidation. Even when separated by such a great distance, Ju Luoji was still affected. This heaven-shocking strike let everyone feel clearly how powerful a heavenly emperor powerhouse was. Originally, everyone did not have a clear understanding of heavenly emperors, this kind of legendary existence. But now, everyone had an understanding. The group of Empyreans strained their eyes and looked into the distance, all palpitating with anxiety and fear. Is this the strike of a heavenly emperor? No wonder everyone says that heavenly emperor is a life form on another level. This kind of power is simply unimaginable. Empyrean Redfeather's face turned pale as he said. Only a short while ago, he felt that he was already standing at the summit of the world, thinking that Empyrean was already extremely powerful. But now, he knew that in front of heavenly emperors, he was weak like an ant. This kind of destructive power was simply unable to use shocking to describe. It's us being weak that restricted our imaginations. Empyrean Xiao Yu lamented. All the way until now, that light that covered the sky still did not dissipate. It seemed to have become eternal in this world. There was already no one who cared about whether Empyrean Ice Cloud was dead or alive. Under this kind of heaven-shocking strike, forget about a fifth firmament Empyrean, even a ninth firmament Empyrean or half-step heavenly emperor, so what? There was only death. Suddenly, the void trembled. Several dozen figures stepped out of the air. The entire Ju Luoji immediately exclaimed in alarm. Several dozen Empyreans, what kind of powerful lineup was this? To actually descend upon Ju Luoji at the same time. The extreme north was shocked. Use their but talks to think that everyone also knew who came. It was just that Empyrean Vast Wind did not come in a threatening manner, but looked at the light in the horizon, his expression flickering incessantly. Earlier, in the void, he felt a power that he was unable to contend with affecting the entire world. It almost sent them, these Empyrean powerhouses, into the spatial turbulent flow. This kind of horrifying power made his heart palpitate. This was a power that he was unable to rival. There was still such a terrifying power existing in this northernmost steppe. An Empyrean who just came out said with lingering fear in his heart, What in the world happened here? Even a ninth firmament Empyrean also doesn't have such horrifying destructive power, right? This power, could it be a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Could it be that Feng Tianyang offended a heavenly emperor powerhouse, that's why he was killed? Empyrean Mie Yu's face also turned white, speculating. These powerhouses were normally all high and mighty, having an appearance of impulsiveness. But having witnessed such a horrifying energy undulation, they were all not composed anymore. Empyrean Vast Wind's two eyes narrowed, his gaze finally landing on Empyrean Windlike. Windlike, what's going on here? Who killed Tianyang? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. It was just that when asking this, the extreme north sovereign, Empyrean Vast Wind, appeared lacking in confidence. After all, this scene before their eyes was too shocking. It already far exceeded the scope of power that he controlled. How could Empyrean Windlike not understand what Vast Wind was thinking? In reality, the Empyrean Windlike who witnessed everything was currently even more shocked than Empyrean Vast Wind and the others. But Empyrean Vast Wind was asking him. So Empyrean Windlike forcefully collected his thoughts, then briefly recounted the events from start to end. When mentioning the heaven-shocking lightning, Everyone including Empyrean Vast Wind all let out a long sigh in relief. If this thing was released against them, probably none of the Empyreans present would be able to survive. That was several dozen Empyreans. More than half of this extreme north's Empyreans still did not have any strength to retaliate in front of this power. But beyond the shock, the group of Empyreans was secretly laughing at Yi Yuan's foolishness. This kind of precious treasure was actually used to bombard a mosquito, killing the ant-like Empyrean ice cloud. It was truly a wanton waste of God's good gift. As long as Yi Yuan did not use it, he would be able to deter the entire northernmost steppe. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came to find him, he also would not dare to be impudent in front of him. But now, Yi Yuan used it up. Wouldn't it be equivalent to asking Empyrean Vast Wind to exterminate him? Sure enough, Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "What a fine Yi Yuan. To dare kill my son, this Empyrean will definitely have you die without a burial ground." Although his words were ruthless, everyone heard the sense of relief in his words. If Yi Yuan did not use up the heaven-shocking lightning, him coming in a threatening manner would probably have had his face slapped swollen. However, before this, I'll take care of the two of you first. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze turned cold but landed on young Feier and Empyrean Lone Swan. After Yi Yuan left, Empyrean Windlike's aura had locked onto their bodies from far away the entire time. As long as they made any strange movements, he would deal a lightning blow. But these two people were also sensible and actually did not run away. Everyone looked at the two people with pity, feeling that they followed the wrong person. "Heh, old man Lone Swan, you're also someone who has lived to a ripe old age, to actually throw your lot in with such a fool. That kid had such a precious treasure in his hands and he actually used it to kill a measly little ice cloud. Are you regretting it to death right now?" Empyrean Tian Ju said mockingly. Empyrean Lone Swan's face did not have a fluid US turd look, he just said coolly, "Tian Ju, you're wrong. Not only did I not regret it, but I'm also rejoicing greatly instead." Tian Ju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Rejoicing? You followed such a fool and are actually still rejoicing? Right now, he threw you here alone to wait for death, but you're actually still rejoicing? Old man Lone Swan, looks like you're really muddle-headed with age." A hint of a smile surfaced on Empyrean Lone Swan's face and he said coolly, "That strike just now, you all saw it, right? Do you feel that you are very insignificant? Do you feel that you're very weak? You guys aren't able to imagine this kind of realm throughout your lives, while I will witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse, or maybe one day in the future, this Empyrean will also possess this kind of power. Ha ha ha, peerless powerhouse? You're talking about that kid. He'll become a dead person very soon. No matter how great his talent is, what's the use?" Tian Ju laughed loudly and said. The other Empyreans also had mocking looks on their faces, feeling that Empyrean Lone Swan had gone utterly insane and already could not figure out the situation. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "Do you want to witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse? Go to another world, he'll go down to accompany you very soon. No, wait, he won't have the chance, because this Empyrean is going to extract his soul alive and refine it for 100,000 years, making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity." His aura suddenly released. A horrifying pressure filled the group of Empyreans with fear. Everyone knew that Empyrean Vast Wind genuinely became enraged. It was only to see him throw a palm over toward Lone Swan and young Feier fiercely. But these two people were not seized with panic but took out a jade plate very calmly. "Who, Vast Wind, your son's death only had himself to blame. You can't kill Master too. As for us, you likewise can't kill." Lone Swan crushed the jade plate very calmly. The two people's figures instantly vanished on the spot. Empyrean Vast Wind laughed coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see him extend a palm into the palm, chasing right after the two people. It was just that when he probed into the void, where was there still the two people's shadows? Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed, and he said in alarm and fury, "Damn it. It's a spatial node technique." Chapter 2095. Warning. Chapter 2095. Warning. It's actually a spatial node technique. This guy's grasp over spatial law actually already reached such an extent. Empyrean Tianju was dumbfounded with amazement as he looked at this scene. Originally thought that Lone Swan 2 people were dead for sure, who would have thought that they suddenly used spatial node technique, escaping away. Even if there was a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert like Empyrean Vast Wind, he also could not hold these 2 back. Spatial node technique was an extremely profound application of spatial law. There were also scanty few Empyrean powerhouses that could grasp it. The so-called spatial node technique was leaving behind a marker in some nodal point of SPACE, and imprinting it onto some object with extremely complicated spatial secret art. As long as one crushed this item, they would be able to trigger the spatial secret art and transport the person around it to that spatial node. This kind of transportation was something instantaneous. Unless one's spatial law attainments reached a certain realm, otherwise, it was very hard to keep the other party behind. Damn it. This spatial node technique can't transport you too far. After this Empyrean kills that wicked thing, I'll come and take care of both of you. Empyrean Vast Wind's words appeared somewhat having become somewhat angry from embarrassment. Meant. The other people were silent like cicadas in winter, all not daring to speak. It was just that toward this scene just now, they were secretly startled. In this northernmost steppe, there were few who could escape from under Empyrean Vast Wind's hands so effortlessly. Tianju, Miayu, Zhenhuang, the 3 of you each lead a team and pincer Yi Yuan from 3 directions. If you guys let him escape, this Empyrean will exterminate your clans. Empyrean Vast Wind said in a thunderous rage. The 3 people's faces were slightly fearful, nodding their heads and answering yes one after another. Empyrean Vast Wind already planted a divine sense imprint on Yi Yuan, the 3 people chased after following the aura. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and took a step out. Brother Tianju, this kid's spatial law is so impressive, but why is he hobbling slowly over there? Empyrean Shenluo sensed that Empyrean Vast Wind's divine sense imprint speed of moving was not fast, and instead like it was sightseeing. Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed and he said, "Humph. Conceited fool. No matter how great this kind of person's talent is, it's also impossible to rise up. Let's hasten our footsteps. The southwest direction is the demon divine region. Once let him escape to the demon divine region, that will be like a fish entering the sea." Empyrean Shenluo nodded slightly, the party's speed increasing a little. After half a day, above a stretch of wilderness, more than a dozen figures stepped out of the air. Ahead, a youth in white stood with his hands behind his back, traveling leisurely and carefree. When the youth in white saw Tianju and the rest, he flashed a smile and said, "Only came now. You guys are too slow." Empyrean Tianju's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, it's precisely this Yi. You knew that we were coming?" Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed, feeling puzzled in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan should be escaping in a panic right now. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he was sightseeing, deliberately waiting for them to come. He only felt that Yi Yuan was foolish before, not knowing that they were pursuing. However, the moment Yi Yuan saw them, his face did not have the slightest expression of surprise. It was as if he knew about them chasing him long ago. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That Feng Tianyang fused 3 power of laws. No matter where he's at, he's a peerless genius. Empyrean Vast Wind naturally dotes on him dearly. I killed him, so it's impossible for Empyrean Vast Wind to regard it like he didn't see it." The moment Yi Yuan said it like this, Empyrean Tianju's brows knitted even tighter. Yi Yuan's logic was extremely clear, not at all like a slow-witted person. How could such a person possibly resign himself to death here? "Then why didn't you run?" Empyrean Tianju said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Although I'm proficient in spatial law, in front of a middle-stage Empyrean powerhouse, I can't escape at all. Since I can't run, then might as well don't run anymore." Although Yi Yuan's spatial law was impressive, in terms of speed, it was at most only comparable to the initial stage Empyrean realm. In front of middle-stage Empyrean realms, there was no possibility of escaping at all. The northernmost steppe was a vast territory that was immense, sufficient for Empyrean vast wind to catch up to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan never planned on escaping at all. As for Empyrean ice cloud, she just forcefully increased her strength with a secret art and did not count as a true middle-stage Empyrean realm at all. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan could catch up to her very quickly. In that case, you're planning on surrendering without resistance, Empyrean Tianju said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, surrendering without resistance? You're thinking too much. Waiting for you guys here. I just want to tell Empyrean vast wind that he can't kill me. Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, if you have the heaven-shocking lightning in your possession, he indeed can't kill you. But you actually used such a precious treasure to kill one ice cloud. So what reliance do you have now? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, how can my means be what you can imagine? Yi Yuan had a look of composure as if these Empyreans were all ants. Right at this time, an Astonis HI+ aura descended. A middle-aged in azure robes slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Empyrean vast wind? His gaze fell on Yi Yuan, cold until it pierced the bones. You're Yi Yuan? Empyrean vast wind said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan sized Empyrean vast wind up for a bit and said coolly, well worthy of being the extreme north's #1 person. The aura on your body is much stronger compared to them. No wonder you could groom a genius like Feng Tianyang. Empyrean vast wind was taken aback. This boy actually still had the mood to appraise him. Humph. You still have the gall to mention Tianyang. Since you got caught up by this Empyrean, I believe that you already came to understand, right? Empyrean vast wind said coldly. Came to understand? What's that? I stayed behind just to warn you that Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound yin divine physique, his crime deserving more than death. This matter ends here. If you refuse to stop, bear the consequences yourself, Yi Yuan said coolly. You are warning this Empyrean? A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Empyrean vast wind's mouth, seeming to find it very funny. But Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. It's warning you. The other Empyreans' faces all revealed very comical looks. Clearly, they all felt that Yi Yuan's words were very hilarious. Looks like you're impenetrably thick-headed. Then, this Empyrean will send you off. Relax, I won't let you die so easily. This Empyrean will extract your divine soul and refine for 100,000 years. I'll let you know the taste of despair. Empyrean vast wind's aura suddenly rose, gradually reaching the peak. Then, he pressed a palm over toward Yi Yuan. The moment a seventh firmament Empyrean made his move, how shocking was the commotion. The other Empyreans' faces all changed, looking at this scene in incredible shock. Too strong. This palm virtually represented the apex of the northernmost step. However, right at this time, a figure flashed out of the void. That figure similarly smacked a palm out. The commotion was extremely shocking and actually roughly on par with Empyrean vast wind. Bang! A horrifying air billow came over. Even those sixth firmament Empyreans could not stand firm either, almost dropping down from the sky. Empyrean vast wind's figure flew out backward. He looked at this figure in great shock and said, Hunt Wind, what's the meaning of this? This is my human race's internal affairs. If you intervene, it's becoming enemies with the entire extreme North's human race. Chapter 2096, Second Sage. Chapter 2096, Second Sage. This middle-aged man that suddenly appeared had a stocky and imposing build, having a full beard on his face, looking very boorish. It was just that the divine essence undulation on his body was different from vast wind and the rest. It was shockingly a demon race's major power. He was Empyrean Hunt Wind, one of the northernmost steppes 5 great demon race Empyreans. His status was comparable to Empyrean vast winds in the demon race. Hearing Empyrean vast wind's question, Empyrean Hunt Wind chuckled and said, You old wily fox, using the human race to come and suppress this Empyrean? If not for dreading those few old monsters, do you think that it's your turn to be unbridled here? Empyrean vast wind snorted coldly and said, This boy has the enmity of having killed my son. If you protect him, you can forget about leaving this place today. But Empyrean Hunt Wind ignored him. Instead, he turned around and gave a respectful bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Hunt Wind was tardy in coming to the rescue. I hope that Lord Second Sage pardons my offense." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "No worries. The time was just right." Empyrean Hunt Wind suddenly switched to a pleased expression as he asked excitedly, "Lord Second Sage killed Feng Tianyang?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound yin divine physique and was killed by me with one sword move. Ha ha ha, well killed. This Empyrean wanted to kill that punk long ago, but vast wind, this old thing is too cunning, not giving me any chance. I didn't expect that he actually died in Lord Second Sage's hand." Empyrean Hunt Wind said with a big laugh. Although he was laughing, he was actually extremely shocked in his heart. What kind of character was Feng Tianyang? Even he, one of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, was extremely apprehensive of him. Once Feng Tianyang grew up, it would absolutely be a catastrophic blow to their demon race. Hence, for so many years, Empyrean Hunt Wind had once engineered numerous murder schemes targeting Feng Tianyang. But none ever succeeded even once. For this, the demon race even lost numerous geniuses. Who could have thought that Feng Tianyang actually died just like that? He died in the hands of a middle-stage true God realm. When Vast Wind and the rest of the Empyreans saw Huntwind's attitude, their IEB nearly popped out. This stubborn and unruly demon race major power was actually so respectful toward a human race's true God realm? In this land of extreme north, Vast Wind and the rest had fought with the demon race's 5 great Empyreans countless times before. When had they seen him be so respectful toward someone before? Also, Empyrean Hunt Wind actually called Yi Yuan Second Sage. Who could shoulder this form of address? Just who was this kid in front of him? Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that before Yi Yuan came to the extreme north, the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest announced to the entire demon race that he was conferring to Yi Yuan the title Second Sage. In alchemy, this was an existence second only to him. This title stirred up monumental waves in the demon race. The sacred ancestor high priest status in the demon race was extremely revered. The Second Sage that he personally conferred, how venerated was that status? Why would Yi Yuan not have any reliance when coming to this Ju Luoji? This title of Second Sage was the path of retreat that he saved for himself. Yi Yuan knew that the northernmost steppe was a vast territory. Even if he saved Luer, he might not be able to escape too. And this northernmost steppe's demon race was his greatest reliance. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning without any scruples. Seeing Empyrean Hunt Wind's gloating appearance, Empyrean Vast Wind finally could not endure it anymore. "Humph! Hunt Wind, this Empyrean doesn't care who he is. If you dare to stop this Empyrean today, this Empyrean will make you fall here." Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly released and actually directly reached 7th Firmament Empyrean. Hunt Wind had a look of amuse. EMENT as he said, "Haha, did you think that only you broke through?" The moment Empyrean Hunt Wind's aura was released, Berserk Demon Divine Essence was emitted, and he was actually not the least bit weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed. He thought that he would be able to suppress the 5 great Empyreans after he broke through. Who knew that Empyrean Hunt Wind was the same as him, also breaking through to the late-stage Empyrean realm. Except, his notion of killing Yi Yuan would not change at all simply because of Empyrean Hunt Wind's breakthrough. "Tianju, Miayu, Zhenhuang, this Empyrean will deal with this old bear. You all attack together, go kill that boy," Empyrean Vast Wind ordered. Empyrean Hunt Wind laughed loudly and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Competing with numbers? Open your dog eyes and take a look." The moment these words came out, each and every one of the human race's major powers' faces changed drastically. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus in the void, one figure after another stepped out of the air. It was all Empyrean powerhouses. Roughly calculating a bit, there were probably already several hundred Empyrean powerhouses. The faces of Vast Wind and the rest turned pale with a whoosh. This. What the hell is going on here? The demon race's 5 great Empyreans have always been divided. Why would they join hands and attack this time? This kind of lineup, probably the entire extreme north's demon race Empyreans are all here, right? How is this possible? The extreme north's demon race goes on conquests year in and year out without ceasing. That's how our human race can keep a foothold here. But today, when the human race's several dozen Empyreans saw such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of their faces revealed looks of despair. In the northernmost steppe, the demon race's strength was much stronger than the human race. It was just that among the demon race's powerhouses, neither yielded to the others. That was how the human race could survive between the crevices. But today, these different species of demons actually all joined hands. This kind of situation had never happened before. If prior to this, their understanding of second sage still remained on that it was a term. However, now, they finally had a clear understanding of how powerful this noun was. What kind of person could make the entire extreme north's demon race be bound by a common hatred for the enemy? Even if Huntwind broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm, he also could not do this. In fact, those few old monsters of the demon race likewise could not do it too. But Yi Yuan did it. Empyrean Vast Wind finally understood what kind of powerful opponent he was facing. Ha ha ha. Vast Wind, weren't you very arrogant just now? Continue to be COC Kai now. You want to kill Second Sage, then today, our extreme north's demon race will annihilate your human race. Huntwind laughed wildly and said. Several hundred Empyreans ganging up on several dozen Empyreans, this kind of strength comparison was not on the same level at all. Empyrean Vast Wind's face was ashen. He never dreamed that he would end up in such a hopeless situation today. When he heard that Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning, he not only had fear toward Yi Yuan in his heart. But who could have thought that a measly little true God realm actually moved the entire extreme north's demon race Empyreans? Vast Wind, this Empyrean said before, you can't kill Master. A figure slowly stepped out. It was precisely Empyrean Lone Swan who escaped with the spatial node technique. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, you all really want to fight a life-and-death struggle for a human? One of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, Empyrean Divine Scorpion, said with a sinister smile, heh, Vast Wind, this Empyrean wanted to kill you long ago. This time, you can forget about escaping. The 5 great Empyreans each stood separately, surrounding Empyrean Vast Wind. As long as he made any unusual movements, what awaited him would be a lightning blow. Finally, Empyrean Divine Scorpion clearly could not hold back anymore, wanting to take action. Stop. Without my orders, no one is allowed to make a move. Yi Yuan stood in the air. Empyrean Divine Scorpion stopped rather unwillingly. He looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said coolly, Vast Wind, I wonder if this Yi's warning is effective or not. Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Vast Wind, Tianju, and the rest had blank expressions. Was this Empyrean Divine Scorpion in front of them really that Divine Scorpion that they knew? This Empyrean Divine Scorpion was an existence that did not give in to anyone. But now, he was submissive and obedient toward Yi Yuan. They simply could not believe their eyes. Yi Yuan, this Empyrean is considered defeated today. I only beg that you take into account that we're of the same human race and let us leave. Empyrean Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said. Although he gave in, the resentful look in Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze flashed past. The other human Empyreans were also all sighing endlessly. The haughty and overbearing Empyrean Vast Wind actually lowered his head toward a true God realm powerhouse. They were all clear what kind of proud existence Empyrean Vast Wind was. Such a person's heart was loftier than the sky. How could he admit defeat? Yi Yuan looked at Vast Wind and said with a faint smile, of course. This Yi isn't a murderous person. The rest can all leave, but only you and Empyrean Windlike will probably have to stay here forever. Empyrean Vast Wind's face changed drastically when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with an alarmed and enraged face as he roared, You're despicable. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Despicable? Who? I warned you previously. It's considered to have given you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it. Since my ident. One tie is already leaked, do you think that I'd wait for you to come and take revenge? Yi Yuan and Luer's ident. One ties were not a secret anymore. As long as Empyrean Vast Wind inquired slightly, he would be able to know that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Being remembered by a seventh firmament Empyrean mighty expert day and night, even if Yi Yuan had formidable abilities, it was also hard to take comprehensive precautions. Yi Yuan was not a person who murdered the innocent. The grudge between him and Vast Wind was just a personal grudge, so he did not wish to implicate too many outsiders. After all, these were all the human race's powerhouses. Once they all died here, the entire extreme north would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. He surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, "Today's matter is just the personal grudge between me and Vast Wind. Those who don't want to die, hurry up and get lost for me." The group of Empyreans exchanged glances. Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "Don't get fooled by this brat sowing discord. He has clearly thrown his lots in with the demon race and wants to divide and destroy our extreme north's human race. Haha, Vast Wind, you saying these words is also insulting our intelligence too much. You want to drag us down the water together, no chance at all. This Empyrean was forced against my will to come here in the first place. Feng Tianyang dying is a good thing to us. Now, there's someone taking care of you, we're all too happy." Empyrean Mieyu said with a loud laugh. "Vast Wind, you've played the tyrant in the extreme north for so many years. You finally came to an end. I, Zhen Huang, won't be accompanying anymore." Finished talking, Empyrean Zhen Huang directly shuttled into the void and disappeared. With these two people taking the lead, the other Empyreans also left one after another. Empyrean Tianju and the rest were unconvinced by Vast Wind to begin with. If not for him breaking through to be 7th Firmament Empyrean and forcing these Empyreans to come here, they absolutely would not get involved in this matter. Now, there was someone taking care of Vast Wind, so they were all too eager. From this, one could also tell that Vast Wind ruling the extreme north's human race, what he relied on was just martial strength. There were not many people who sincerely followed him. Looking at one Empyrean after another leaving, Empyrean Vast Wind was close to despairing. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like your popularity isn't too good. There's not even one that stayed behind. Looks like you normally don't enjoy popular support in the extreme north." Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and roared furiously, "DM little brute. Today, even if I die, this Empyrean will also slaughter you." Everyone did not predict that Empyrean Vast Wind would suddenly erupt. How outrageous was the commotion once an Empyrean was enraged. Even Empyrean Hunt Wind did not react. But he was a powerhouse on the same level as Empyrean Vast Wind after all. Even if he was half a beat slower, he also chased after in time. It was only to see him suddenly slam a fist out, the imposing momentum swift and fierce to the extreme. However, Empyrean Vast Wind did not avoid this punch. He torpedoed toward Yi Yuan at full strength. All of a sudden, an energy undulation that blotted out the skies and covered the earth crushed over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Bang! It was only to hear a loud boom transmit over. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. However, his palm already fired out too. Although it was just a palm that was struck hastily, how powerful was the strength of a 7th Firmament Empyrean? Even if it was a casual palm, butchering true God realm martial artists were also as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing Empyrean Vast Wind forcefully take a fist of his, Empyrean Hunt Wind felt his scalp tingle. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest died at his place here, Sacred Ancestor High Priest would probably fly into a thunderous rage, right? Careful, Second Sage. Empyrean Hunt Wind only had time to cry out in surprise, the palm already arriving. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood, SPACE shattered, spiritual energy flying everywhere. An intense light shone until people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, that place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure long ago. All of the demon race's powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. Second Sage was killed by someone under their heavy encirclement. This was a sin. Once sacred ancestor High Priest raged, the northernmost step would not have the blade of Gra. SS grow. Dam in it. Dam in it. Dam in it. This Empyrean will kill you. Empyrean Hunt Wind roared at Empyrean Vast Wind, suddenly slamming a fist over. Bang! Forcefully receiving Huntwind's punch, the current Empyrean Vast Wind was already seriously injured. How could he still be Huntwind's match? This punch, he forcefully withstood it again. However, his face did not have any decadence, but instead burst out laughing as he said, "Ha ha, cough cough, ha ha ha, what bulls. HI plus T Second Sage? Didn't he still die at this Empyrean's hands? Qianyang, father has, cough cough, avenged you." Empyrean Vast Wind started laughing free from inhibitions as he coughed blood. Empyrean Hunt Wind bristled with anger, but to the Vast Wind who already had the will to die, his fury had no use at all. A moment of carelessness let Second Sage die. He could not absolve himself from the blame. "What are you happy about?" Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out in everyone's ears, making Empyrean Vast Wind's laughter abruptly stopped. A young and handsome voice slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Empyrean Huntwind's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "Lord Second Sage, you didn't die?" The other demon race Empyreans also had astonished faces. Although that palm earlier was not strong, it was enough to one-shot an initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouse. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. How is this possible? That palm of mine clearly already hit you. Empyrean Vast Wind had a blank face as he said in shock. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "You don't seem to know this, but Lone Swan, their spatial node technique, it was personally set up by me. With my spatial law attainments, even if there isn't Hunt Wind they all around, it also won't be easy for you to want to kill me, let alone that you can only ambush me while taking advantage of their inattentiveness. This degree of attack is indeed lethal to other true God realms, but I laid down several dozen spatial nodes all around here. As long as my thoughts stir, I'll be able to teleport away. How can it be that easy for you to want to kill me?" This Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, his complexion ashen. The palm that he risked his old life to exchange for actually did not even harm Yi Yuan's hair. Chapter 2098, High Priest Redplume's Invitation. Chapter 2098, High Priest Redplume's Invitation. It was simply very hard for people who did not truly learn the rudiments of spatial law to imagine how profound this law was. The higher the realm, the more accomplished with high proficiency the application of spatial law. It would instead form more of an illusion. That would be so for someone who was actually already very skilled in the aspect of spatial law. However, being able to be called a supreme law, how could spatial law be that easy? Martial artists' understanding of law was just one aspect. The ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the aspect of spatial law, even if he was not an Empyrean's match, if an Empyrean wanted to kill him, it was not as simple as dying to one palm. Very clearly, Empyrean Vast Wind was misled just like that. In reality, the Empyreans present were all deceived by Yi Yuan. "Alright, you've experienced it now. You can give up hope now, right? Hunt Wind, send him on his way," Yi Yuan said coolly. Alright. Haha, it's still Lord Second Sage who is impressive. Otherwise, this old bear, I, would have to expend considerable effort to kill him. Empyrean Hunt Wind rubbed his fists and wiped his palms, appearing extremely excited. He and Vast Wind were the demon races and the human race's #1 person. The two people had fought for no idea how many years. Today, he could finally eliminate this guy. So how could he not be excited? Huntwind's palm carried horrifying power, directly annihilating Empyrean Vast Wind. The all-powerful Lord of the Extreme North, Empyrean Vast Wind, was annihilated just like that. As for Empyrean Windlike, it was naturally even less necessary to go into details. Under the garroting of the group of demon race Empyreans, he fell in battle very quickly. "Young master." At this time, Luer's figure slowly walked out of the void, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the world. Even if these demon race Empyreans saw, they also could not help becoming absent-minded. Yi Yuan looked at Lu'er and could not help sighing. The thin and frail young lane's back then already grew into a tall and graceful lady now. The current Lu'er did not lose to Lia and Mu Lingxue, the two great goddesses, in terms of looks in the slightest. Furthermore, Lu'er's profound yin body bestowed on her a disposition as clean as ice and as pure as jade, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. It's all over. In the future, this young master won't let you suffer any harm again. Yi Yuan lightly caressed Lu'er's head and said smilingly. Lu'er nodded her head and said, "It was Lu'er who caused trouble for young master." Not far away, Yang Fei looked at this scene with an envious look. In Ice Cloud Tower, Yang Fei was the closest to Lu'er and naturally knew that she always kept that young master in her thoughts. It was just that in her view, that so-called young master was not worthy of Lu'er at all. Lu'er was exceptionally talented. There were practically no obstacles in corroborating her Dao as an Empyrean in the future at all, while that young master was merely a puny little imperial city's alchemist. 1,000 years later, the two people would long already not be on the same level anymore. But when she knew Yi Yuan's ident, Wan Tai, Yang Fei was thoroughly stunned. Lu'er's young master was actually so freakishly talented. If it was merely talent, forget it. The series of events that happened later made her shocked until it could not be any greater. Eradicating He Shangyun with his fist, slaying Feng Tianyang with his sword, and even obliterating Empyrean Ice Cloud with a heaven-shocking attack. Now, even the leader of the extreme North's human race, Empyrean Vast Wind, also died in his hands. Not just so, he even became the demon race's second sage. Even the Empyrean Hunt Wind, that Empyrean Vast Wind who was very wary of, was also submissive and obedient to him. This kind of pitilessly heroic man, which woman could not admire? Yang Fei sighed faintly and actually became somewhat envious of Lu'er. Yi Yuan comforted Lu'er a while and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Already watched for so long, still not showing yourself?" Hunt Wind and the rest of the Empyreans exchanged glances, looking all around, and did not discover traces of other people at all. Suddenly, a layer of ripple emerged in Space. A figure was like a ripple, slowly condensing and forming into an old man. Like the old man had a goatee, looking very amiable. When Hunt Wind looked at the arrival, he could not help opening his eyes wide. He, this seventh firmament Empyrean powerhouse, did not even discover the arrival. Yi Yuan discovered him? No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest valued Lord Second Sage so highly. He was indeed extraordinary. Previously, his awe toward Yi Yuan mostly originated from Sacred Ancestor High Priest. But now, he discovered that this second sage was really not simple. However, what shocked him even more was this goatee old man. With his strength, he actually could not fathom the old man's depth. The goatee old man gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This old man Gongyang Lai, one, as a servant by High Priest Redplume's side, pays respect to Lord Second Sage." Toward Goatbeard's self-introduction, Yi Yuan did not have any reaction. But each and every one of the demon race Empyreans present, their ALLs nearly popped out. High Priest Redplume, Extreme North's Hunt Wind pays respect to Lord Gongyang. Empyrean Hunt Wind actually knelt straight down, knees. Eating the ground. Paying respect to Lord Gongyang. The group of Empyreans all prostrated. Yi Yuan was at a loss and said in puzzlement, "High Priest Redplume? Who is that?" The Goatbeard's brows furrowed slightly, but he still explained, "High Priest Redplume is the 11th disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest, one of the demon race's strongest 11 people in terms of alchemy Dao apart from the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself." Yi Yuan was enlightened the moment he heard this. This High Priest Redplume was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's little disciple. Not just any random Tom, Dick, or Harry, could become a servant by High Priest Redplume's side. This Goatbeard was likely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Hence, that was why Hunt Wind and the rest would be so respectful. Of course, just based on High Priest Redplume's servant, this ident. One Tai, even if the Goatbeard did not have a heavenly emperor's cultivation realm, it was also sufficient to do as he pleased in the demon race. So that's how it is. Cat, did you come to find me for? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not have much awe or veneration. He saw sacred ancestor high priest's thoughts as clear as a blazing fire. Previously, when he solved Ask Not, he did not express anything but suppressed the matter instead. Sacred ancestor high priest was worried that giving him too high a status would hinder his growth. Presently, Yi Yuan displayed his talent for the first time in the southern border cruise. Hi+ing until the whole territory's 7-star alchemy gods bowed their heads in submission. Sacred ancestor high priest felt that the time already arrived. That was why he would announce to the outside world that he was second sage. This title of second sage was not that he felt that Yi Yuan's standing could already match up to this kind of status. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's present strength was completely inadequate to harness this title. In terms of realm, Yi Yuan was merely true God realm. In terms of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan also merely just entered ancestor realm currently. There were countless powerhouses in this world, but Yi Yuan never felt that he was invincible under the heavens. Not mentioning others, just talking about these 11 disciples under sacred ancestor high priest, each one of them was a demon race major power, with their alchemy Dao strength being immensely formidable. The current Yi Yuan was far from a match. Sacred ancestor high priest giving him this title was to make him become the target of public scorn, to let him swiftly grow up amidst adversity. Clearly, his every action and conduct, the other party was paying attention to it. Humph, this kid is so condescending, to actually think nothing of master. Does he really take himself to be second sage? Seeing that Yi Yuan's face did not have any look of awe, Gongyang Lai was very unhappy in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and said with a faint smile, West Spirit region under Master's command is going to host a grand demon divine pill convention. He heard that second sage is an alchemy master and specially invited second sage over to give a pointer or two. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2099, He has been lonely for too long. Chapter 2099, He has been lonely for too long Master, little junior brother he seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with your decision, and he arbitrarily summoned Yi Yuan to West Spirit region, Jimo said with a helpless look. 1. Sacred ancestor high priest stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned. A table-sized chessboard landed on the table. Jimo, you bring this chessboard and make a trip to WN Seong Great Imperial Capital. Wing said with a faint smile. Jimo's entire body trembled and he said, Master, this is the Ask Not chessboard that you studied for several million years. You're actually going to let that kid crack it? You wouldn't really take him to be second sage, right? When he said this, Jimo's words more or less still carried some indignation. He touched his heart and felt that when he was young, he also had talent that did not lose to Yi Yuan. However, he did not obtain his master's such serious and earnest response. Wing gave Jimo a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Second sage? Who, Jimo, the more one cares about this title, the more one can't amount to anything great. You apprentice brothers pay too much attention to this title. To people who pursue Dao, all undeserved reputation is fabricated, only one's own strength is real. Jimo trembled again, his face revealing an ashamed expression as he bowed. He then said, What Master says is extremely right. Jimo has learned it. These days, them apprentice brothers cared about this title of second sage immensely. One had to know, they all, these apprentice brothers, had already followed sacred ancestor high priest for several millions of years. But no one could get this name. But now, a measly little true God realm, 6-star alchemy God, was actually enjoying such a revered reputation. What did second sage mean? That was an existence second only to the sacred ancestor high priest. Furthermore, it was the honor of having the sacred ancestor high priest personally grant it. But now, sacred ancestor high priest roused the dreamer from sleep with a word. Jimo could not help being taken aback by surprise. He gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, the so-called martial artist's yearn for Dao is actually merely a joke. This world is a vanity fair. How many can throw aside fame and pursue great Tao? Even those high and mighty Tao ancestors probably find it hard to truly abandon this world's fame and gain too. But this Yi Yuan, this seat has observed him for a long time. His Tao is different from the others. In alchemy Tao, his innocence and devotion definitely have never wavered before. And this is also the greatest difference between you all apprentice brothers and him. Ji Mo's expression gradually became solemn. The more he followed by sacred ancestor high priest's side, the more he felt his shallowness. It was just that this logic, him understanding, did not mean that he could really do it. In this world, who did not understand the logic of yearning for Tao? But after reaching Empyrean realm, cultivation is easily calculated with millions of years. How many powerhouses could really endure the whittling of time? Time was a butcher's blade. Since time immemorial, how many Empyreans, or even heavenly emperor powerhouses, had it killed? What Master said, Ji Mo has received the teachings. Ji Mo said respectfully. Haha, go on. This seat already can't wait and want to have a battle with this boy. Truly an opponent that makes people's hot blood seethe. Sacred ancestor high priest's gaze seemed to have pares said through the firmament, arriving at the northernmost step. Who, looks like. Sacred ancestor high priest can't quite stand the loneliness anymore. Hearing what Gongyang Lai said, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His gaze looked towards the horizon as if piercing through the void, meeting eyes with a certain someone on the horizon. The so-called being spiritually attached to a friend that one had not met, was likely talking about the two of them, right? It was just that Yi Yuan's words were so uninhibited and unbridled in Gongyang Lai's view. Humph. Don't second sage forget, your title is bestowed by sacred ancestor high priest. The minimum respect should still be shown, Gongyang Lai said unhappily. How shocking was the rage of a heavenly emperor. Hunt Wind and the rest were crushed by this powerful pressure until they could not breathe and did not even dare to raise their heads. In Gongyang Lai's view, High Priest Redplume was already a paramount existence. Then, what kind of existence was his master, sacred ancestor High Priest? People should not look at how they called him second sage. In reality, there were not many who truly took him to be second sage. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, Goat Beard, one day in the future, you'll know what I mean. Sacred ancestor High Priest he has been lonely for too long. You all won't understand. Gongyang Lai seemed to only have a hazy notion, but he still gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Before coming, High Priest Redplume instructed before, to make sure not to rub second sage the wrong way. Gongyang Lai was merely a servant, so he naturally did not dare to defy. All right, you can go. Half a year later, I'll keep the appointment. Yi Yuan waved his hand and motioned for Gongyang Lai to leave. Gongyang Lai had an oppressed look as he said with a cold smile, Very well, I hope that half a year later, Lord Second Sage won't disappoint Gongyang. Farewell. Done talking, Gongyang Lai's figure gradually turned illusory, finally disappearing. Only after Gongyang Lai's figure completely vanished did Hunt Wind and the rest finally let out a sigh in relief. Just now, Lord Gongyang Lai was clearly already enraged. It was just that due to Lord Second Sage Zident. One tie, that was why he forcefully pressed it down. Except, the pressure of a heavenly emperor was too strong. Many Empyreans were already dog-tired and could not even stand. Empyrean Hunt Wind had a bitter face as he said, Lord Second Sage, you're a big shot, but it's too much for us, these small fries. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax, your friendly sentiments, this you will bear it in mind. This half a year, I'll create several Empyrean powerhouses for your demon race. Empyrean Vast Wind's demise in battle shook the entire northernmost steppe. Vast Wind two brothers, as well as Feng Tianyang's Pares Singh, changed the entire northernmost steppe's arrangement. Vast Wind as Semble fell apart, while Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Miayu, Empyrean Jinhuang, and the rest of the powerful Empyrean powerhouses broke away from central authority and exercised local power. The northernmost steppe entered the Warring States era, having endless disputes. But a legend was left behind in this land of extreme north. You all don't know how insufferably arrogant Feng Tianyang was back then. The fusion of three laws, that power, even if an Empyrean powerhouse saw, they would also have to keep a wide berth. But Lord Ji Qingyun directly annihilated him with just a casual sword. Master Ji is really my extreme north human race's savior. If not for him, our extreme north's human race will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Master Ji is truly remarkable. I heard that he's even the demon race's second sage. Even if Empyrean Hunt Wind saw him, he has to bow his head in submission and be obedient. After that incident, Yi Yuan ordered Empyrean Hunt Wind that the demon race was not to invade the human territory within 1,000 years. It was also precisely because of this order that let the human race barely manage to maintain. The land of extreme north was where the strong feeds and the weak were prey. What Yi Yuan could do was also just this. If the human race was still unable to give birth to powerhouses that were able to resist the demon race within 1,000 years, then it was also not his fault anymore. Survival of the fittest in natural selection. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to protect the extreme north human race for life. Their strength still needed themselves. And in this half a year, Yi Yuan refined several heaven-rank demon Empyrean pills for the extreme north's demon race, creating several Empyrean powerhouses for the extreme north's demon race. The demon race simply prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan, this second sage. Half a year later, Yi Yuan brought Lu'er and the rest, and stepped onto the road leading to the West Spirit region. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2100, Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2100, Opposing Heavenly Emperor Xin Luo leads everyone to pay respects to Lord Gongyang. Below the hall, a crimson-haired middle-aged man led a group of powerhouses wearing priest-divine robes and prostrated on the ground, the appearance extremely devout. Each and every one of these powerhouses had powerful auras. They were all the same, being Empyrean powerhouses. But in front of Gongyang Lai, this heavenly emperor powerhouse, they did not even have the qualification to raise their heads. Of course, what they were more awestruck by was the high priest Redplume behind Gongyang Lai. Sacred ancestor high priest's 11 disciples, each one was a leviathan of a region, an existence in charge of a region. But they were all very puzzled in their hearts. Who was this true God Realm Junior standing beside Lord Gongyang? Which true God Realm Junior had the qualifications to stand beside Lord Gongyang? Could it be a disciple that High Priest Redplume recently took in? Gongyang Lai waved his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "All come and pay respects to Lord Second Sage." Everyone trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with disbelieving faces. He's the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest chose? So young. A mere true God realm can actually overpower 11 great disciples. What capability does this kid have? Based on what? A punk like this, based on what can he overpower high priest Redplume? I'm not convinced. Below, a commotion immediately came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were stunned by Gongyang Lai's introduction. But after the shock, each and every one of these Empyreans' faces revealed indignant looks. Those present were all the West Spirit region's elite 7-star priests. They were all supporters of High Priest Redplume. If High Priest Redplume's eldest senior brother, High Priest Cloudcave, was conferred second sage, they naturally would not say anything. However, Yi Yuan was too young, and his realm was too low. Such a young man who suddenly appeared wanted to ride on top of High Priest Redplume's head. How could they be convinced? The red-haired powerhouse, Xin Luo, bowed and said, "Lord Gongyang, please pardon us for being impolite. This junior in front of us is merely 1,000 over years old. His realm is merely late-stage rank 6. Letting him become second sage, we truly can't accept it. Yeah, Lord Gongyang. Letting us bow to a junior like this, we're seriously unconvinced. Lord Gongyang, saying something unpleasant first. If we bow to him, can he afford to accept it?" There was a hubbub below. Clearly, they were extremely averse to this second sage who suddenly appeared. High Priest Redplume they all, fellow apprentice brothers, those were all top powerhouses among heavenly emperors. Among 8-star priests, they were all apex existences. Even such a top character was unable to become second sage, but a junior became second sage. These people did not say certain words out, that was whether or not Sacred Ancestor High Priest was muddle-headed with age. A few years ago, Sacred Ancestor High Priest announced to the demon race that he was conferring Yi Yuan as Sacred Ancestor High Priest. No one knew who Yi Yuan was, where he popped out from. This announcement was vague, only saying that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was immensely formidable, and he had once resolved the eternal chess game, Ask Not. There was nothing else. In the beginning, everyone was extremely stunned. But later, everyone was speculating one after another that Second Sage might be some reclusive powerhouse, an existence on the same level as Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Suddenly coming out and debating on Tao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest and was just a bit inferior, so that was how he was conferred as Second Sage. But now, a group of Empyreans suddenly saw a true God realm. Furthermore, it was even a human, becoming Second Sage and being above them. They were unable to accept this kind of thing. Seeing everyone's fierce reaction, Gongyang Lai did not get angry but was delighted instead. Of course, he, an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, naturally would not show it on his face. It was only to hear him snorting coldly. He said, "Insolence. How can it be up to you all to be UTT in about the Second Sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred? Forget about true God realm, even if a Heaven Glimpse realm is here, you all have to prostrate in Wurs. HI plus P2. The moment a Heavenly Emperor raged, it was as if the entire hall was quaking. All of the Empyreans' faces turned fearful and immediately became silent. But each and every one of these Empyreans was also an old monster. They caught some unusual meaning from Gongyang Lai's words. Lord Gongyang had an implicit meaning. Sure enough, Gongyang Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Lord Second Sage, your status is ennoble. Please don't stoop to the level of a bunch of boorish fellows." Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Gongyang Lai's thoughts? Wasn't acting this out today to take him down a notch? If it was really some welcoming ceremony, he should have long given these people a heads up, and not like this right now, everyone having vacant faces, then completely exploding. With his status of High Priest Red Plume spokesman and a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, if he were to really forcefully suppress, how could these Empyreans dare to speak? It would also not be their turn to talk. The Second Sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred, even High Priest Red Plume did not dare to be UTT in two. But his face had never joy nor sorrow as he said with a faint smile, I'm going to stoop to their level today." As Yi Yuan smiled, the aura on his body suddenly flared, immediately having a feeling of looking down upon the world. Gongyang Lai's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's reaction would actually be so intense. He thought that with so many Empyrean powerhouses, plus him, this Heavenly Emperor powerhouse who lorded over all life, wouldn't toying with a measly little Yi Yuan still be easily done? But Yi Yuan did not play games with him at all. Was this Yi Yuan in front of him who looked down upon the world really that true God realm kid? Gongyang Lai's eyes could not help going into a trance. Gongyang Lai, you don't need to play this kind of outwardly compliant, but inwardly opposing game with me. The demon race has always been lofty and straightforward. If you're unconvinced by me, just say it right out, don't need to incite them to come and squeeze me. You've taken human form for too long and are about to lose even your ancestors' guts too, right? Yi Yuan questioned. Gongyang Lai's face turned black, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan really did not save him any face when opposing him, this Heavenly Emperor. If any junior dared to talk to him like this, they would have long been beaten to death by him with a sneeze. Yet, this in front of him was the Second Sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred. Who dared to touch him? Him playing a bit of petty tricks in secret was still okay, but to really take action, that was a big no-no for him. This emperor is unconvinced. Can you, a measly little true God realm, shoulder the name of Second Sage? Gongyang Lai was angered until his face reddened to the ears as he said. Below, those Empyrean powerhouses were long already staring dumbfoundedly. A true God realm who dared to oppose a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. They had lived for several million years, it was still really their first time seeing. These two realms were people of two completely different worlds. Forget about true God realm, even Empyrean realm, a heavenly emperor could also smack him to death with one slap. With Gongyang Lai's realm, if he really wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he would not even need a finger. Yi Yuan, this second sage, was really extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Hearing Gongyang Lai's words, Yi Yuan suddenly laughed loudly and said, Gongyang Lai, do you feel that sacred ancestor high priest is muddle-headed with age? Gongyang Lai's face changed and he said in alarm and anger, You're spurting nonsense. Why would this emperor have this kind of thought? Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, don't need to hide it. I know that not only you think so, but they also think so. But let me tell you this. I'm indeed not High Priest Redplume's match right now. But before long, I'll surpass him. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent, haha. Surpass Lord Redplume? Just based on you? Gongyang Lai seemed to have heard an extremely hilarious joke, with his expression full of disdain. What kind of powerhouse was High Priest Redplume? Gongyang Lai served by his side for so many years and was all too aware. 8 million years ago, High Priest Redplume rose up from insignificance, sweeping across the entire demon divine region with his Astonus HI plusing apartment itude. Later, he no longer had a match among peers. Hence, he challenged the eternal chess game, Ask Not, making a name for himself in one battle. In these 8 million years, High Priest Redplume followed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest side. His alchemy strength had long already reached an unfathomable step. This young man in front of him wanted to surpass High Priest Redplume? Simply a joke. Perhaps his talent was really greater than High Priest Redplume. But even if he were to really surpass High Priest Redplume, that would also be no idea how many years later. Either way, someone would also believe if I said that I would surpass Sacred Ancestor High Priest 10 million years later. Who knew about the matters after 10 million years? Xin Luo and the rest of the Empyreans also had scornful faces, clearly not believing what Yi Yuan said. Give him 8 million years, he might really be able to catch up to High Priest Redplume. Lord Second Sage is really incredible, just don't know if he can live for 8 million years or not. After 8 million years, I can surpass Medicine Ancestor. Either way, bragging won't need to be sentenced to death too. The group of Empyreans had scorn all over their faces, with their words full of ridicule. Yi Yuan kept a straight face and answered with a question, then have you thought before why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer a body like me as Second Sage? Does he value my talent highly, or is he really muddle-headed with age? This, Gongyang Lai was taken aback. Clearly, he had not considered this question before. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thoughts were not what he could surmise at all. Hence, he was totally unable to understand this conferment. Currently, Yi Yuan asking this question, all of the Empyreans ceased the mockery, listening attentively with curiosity. Clearly, this was also the question that they were most concerned about. Yi Yuan said coolly, reaching Sacred Ancestor High Priest's realm, what is there that he still pursues? That's naturally the sublime summit of alchemy Tao. He asked Medicine Ancestor what is Tao, but Medicine Ancestor dodged it with ask not 2 words. Hence, he asked the world what was Tao. He searched for tens of millions of years and finally found an opponent. That person is me. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across all of the Empyreans' faces as he said in a solemn voice, the title is Second Sage is hoping that I can become an opponent who is able to sit and debate on Tao with her. Do you all understand? Inside the hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's arrogant to the extreme speech. They were not convinced by Yi Yuan's speech but utterly stunned by Yi Yuan's wild arrogance. What kind of existence was Sacred Ancestor High Priest? In the demon race, he was a god. He created numerous demon race heavenly emperors with his power alone. Presently, the demon race's top major powers virtually all revered Sacred Ancestor High Priest as supreme. Even though these disciples, were presently all leading figures of a region, facing Sacred Ancestor High Priest, they still carried out the etiquette of a disciple. No one dared to talk about becoming his opponent. Now, a true God realm brat actually said that he was going to become Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. This was simply laughable to the extreme. Ignorant. Arrogance. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is the Heavenspan world's universally acknowledged number 2 alchemy Tao person. For several tens of millions of years, no one had dared to challenge him. You actually said that you're going to become his opponent. Gongyang Lai berated. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, what does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? No matter how strong a powerhouse is, they also walked over step by step from a weakling. You all don't even dare to think about it, so you naturally can't become a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The logic of experts is lonesome, you all naturally won't understand too. Yi Yuan was just elaborating on a fact, but this way of saying things was simply ignorant and conceited in the eyes of everyone. In their eyes, he was a madman. The group of Empyreans was thoroughly stunned. Originally, when Yi Yuan said that he wanted to usurp SS High Priest Redplume, they felt extremely shocked. Now, Yi Yuan directly brought Sacred Ancestor High Priest out, saying that he wanted to become his opponent. Who, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, chatting about these with you all, you guys also won't understand. Gongyang Lai, don't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I'll have a Tao debate with the 7-star priests present. As long as there's someone among you who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately and never enter the demon divine region for life. Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, Gongyang Lai's eyes lit up. He was long dissatisfied with this arrogant to the extreme fellow. Since he was looking for abuse himself, and even said never to enter the demon divine region, this sort of word, then it could not be blamed on others. Xin Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a cold smile, Lord Second Sage, this is what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. If even you these people can beat me, then I don't want this title of Second Sage too. Xin Luo laughed in spite of himself and said, Lord 7-star really talks wildly. The strength of a 7-star priest isn't what you can imagine. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, my strength isn't what you all can imagine too. Xin Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, turned to an Empyrean, and said, since that's the case, Priest Woodgem, you come and seek guidance from Lord Second Sage then. Empyrean Woodgem chuckled and said, I obey your command. However, what we're competing in is demon divine pills. Lord Second Sage mustn't compete in human divine pills with this Empyrean. This Empyrean can't refine it. The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, relax, we'll be competing in demon divine pills. Demon divine pills or divine pills already did not have much difference to the current Yi Yuan. In the end, all roads lead to Rome. Regardless of whether demon divine pills or divine pills, they were merely 2 branches of alchemy Tao. Just like how the poison path and medical path were the same. The priest temple naturally did not lack a place to refine medicine. Xin Luo ordered people to prepare the place to compete in alchemy very soon. Yi Yuan 2 people were currently making preparations when Gongyang Lai asked, how is Wujum's strength? He mustn't lower the prestige of our red plume lineage. Xin Luo smiled and said, Your Excellency, rest assured. Younger brother Woodgem is of the wood spirit physique to begin with. He has extremely high talent in alchemy. Furthermore, his realm already reached peak late-stage Tao realm. Among these people, he's also an existence that can rank into the top 10. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6-star priest still be easily accomplished? Gongyang Lai nodded slightly, immediately setting his mind at ease. Although he was not a priest, following by High Priest Redplume's side for so many years, he naturally knew the strength difference between the priests. Someone who was a peak late-stage Tao realm powerhouse was already an extremely powerful expert in alchemy. Judging from Yi Yuan's age, even if he had heaven-defying talent and reached late-stage Tao realm, it was also impossible to be Wujum's match. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan 2 people started the alchemy battle. Bang! Empyrean Woodgem was a wood spirit that attained Tao in the first place. His advantage in refining pills was tremendous. The moment his aura was released, those spirit medicines were as obedient as his children. His demonic attraction art was already at a high degree of proficiency. But when everyone's eyes landed on Yi Yuan, they could not help exclaiming in admiration. What sharp and fierce demonic attraction art! How can a human cultivate the demonic attraction art to such a boundary? Xin Luo marveled in admiration. Chapter 2102, That Sentence Before. Chapter 2102, That sentence before. This demonic attraction art has probably already reached the realm of divine connection, right? Ashamed. This Empyrean cultivated the demonic attraction art for no less than 1,000,000 years, and I'm still actually unable to reach the realm of divine connection. To be able to be called second sage, this boy is indeed incredible. The group of Empyreans broke out with marvels. Clearly, they had their breaths taken away by Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art. Xin Luo's gaze carried some shock and carried some puzzlement. The strength of demonic attraction art determined the quality of the medicinal pill to a very large extent. Hence, the demon race viewed the demonic attraction art with utmost importance when refining pills. However, being able to cultivate the demonic attraction art to Yi Yuan's level, Xin Luo had never seen before. The demonic attraction art was divided into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and grand completion. But there were still 3 levels above these 4 levels. They were respectively profound intent, divine connection, as well as Tao descend. 1. The demonic attraction art was the foundational skill of demon divine pills. Its importance went without saying. The first 4 levels, as long as one practiced diligently, they would be able to reach it. But the latter 3 levels already reached the level of Tao and was not what bitter cultivation could attain. It depended on one's comprehension ability. The priests present were all major powers of the demon race, being 7-star priests. The majority of these people could cultivate to the profound intent realm. It was just that there was not one that reached the divine connection realm. But now, a human cultivated the demonic attraction art to the divine connection realm. How could they not be ashamed? Actually, to Yi Yuan, the demonic attraction art was not complicated. Actually, it was just control over demonic divine essence. And with regards to precise control of divine essence, how many people in this world could compare to him? Coupled with his profound understanding of alchemy Tao, reaching the divine connection realm was not surprising. It was just that this scene to the group of Empyreans was sufficiently shocking. Gongyang Lai furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, "What? His demonic attraction art is very impressive?" Xin Luo smiled bitterly and said, "More than impressive. Even if ordinary 8-star priests were here, they also won't dare to say that their demonic attraction art is stronger than his. As for me, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." A hint of surprise flashed across Gongyang Lai's eyes. He was a layman in refining pills. He just ran errands for High Priest Red Plume. It was High Priest Red Plume who forcefully pushed him to Heavenly Emperor realm with the power of medicinal pills. Xin Luo's strength, he roughly knew about it. Xin Luo was an apex existence among those in the Empyrean realm. Now, even he actually said that he was ashamed of his inferiority. So it could be seen how strong Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art was. Then this battle. Wood Gem will lose, Gongyang Lai said rather hesitantly. Now, he was already not quite confident. Xin Luo shook his head and said, "The process of refining demon divine pills is extremely complex. Demonic attraction art is just one aspect. Lord Gongyang, rest assured. Wujum's realm and foundation are absolutely not what a 1,000-years-old junior can compare to. This battle still doesn't have any suspense." Only after hearing this did Gongyang Lai set his mind at ease. However, things did not develop in the direction that they imagined. The 2 people did not carry out the compet. One Taion of alchemy Tao aura in their alchemy battle. However, seeing the actual scene of refining pills, Yi Yuan's pill refinement was like an ensemble of nature itself, as if developing a world. In comparison, although Wujum's pill refinement was impressive, it was lacking that hint of flavor. Those present were all experts among experts. So they could tell the quality at a glance. Just this trace of flavor, it would likely be hard for Wood Gem to go past it in this lifetime. Xin Luo's expression became more and more serious. The puzzled look on his face was becoming thicker and thicker. He was unable to imagine that such a young priest, why would he not produce any mistake when refining pills? No weakness to exploit. This was the impression that Yi Yuan's pill refinement gave Xin Luo. Condense. Haha, refining the 9 Palace Demon Divine pill this time. This Empyrean state is an unprecedented good. Whatever second sage, a mere 6-star alchemy god, how does he know what is pill refinement? The moment Woodgem condensed the pill, because his state was too good, he could not resist laughing out loud. It was just that when he came back to his senses, he discovered that something was not quite right. There was actually no one answering. Looking again, everyone was using strange eyes to look at him. What's wrong with everyone? Why are you using this kind of eyes to look at me? Woodgem said with a baffled look. Xin Luo threw a small bottle to him and said with a sigh, "You take a look for yourself." Woodgem probed with his divine sense and immediately turned stiff on the spot. Woodgem was completely defeated. Following that, several more people challenged Yi Yuan, all taking out the medicinal pill that they were more adept in. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were still utterly defeated. Gongyang Lai was long already dumbstruck with amazement. A 6-star priest swept across the West Spirit region's 7-star major powers? This kind of thing was simply like a fantasy tale. Finally, West Spirit region's number 1 alchemy Dao person, Xin Luo, also stepped forward to challenge Yi Yuan, and was still completely defeated. Yi Yuan looked at Xin Luo and shook his head and said, "A vast West Spirit region actually can't find a single ancestor realm. No wonder the demon race's alchemy Dao has always been suppressed by the human race. This place gathered the entire West Spirit region's strongest batch of 7-star priests. However, not one person reached Ancestor Realm. Yi Yuan originally even thought that Xin Luo could reach Ancestor Realm and give him some threat. It was just that sadly, Xin Luo only reached half-step Ancestor Realm too. There was still a step away from Ancestor Realm. When everyone heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help having ashamed looks on their faces. However, there was more shock in their hearts still. Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. Second Sage was actually an Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. 1,000 over years old Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. This was simply a mythical existence. Xin Luo heaved a sigh and bowed in salute as he said, "Second Sage is mighty." Xin Luo is wholeheartedly convinced. Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted over. A figure stepped into the hall. Humph. What dogfart second sage? Pretending to be mysterious. You all are really a bunch of tras. Plus the West Spirit region's face is utterly lost by you guys. Following the voice and looking over, the faces of the group of Empyreans turned fearful. We pay respects to Priest Crimson Sky. Seeing the arrival, the group of Empyreans bowed in unison. A young man dressed in cotton clothing slowly came up to the high platform. He bowed slightly toward Gongyang Lai, and he said, "I pay respects to Uncle Gongyang." When Gongyang Lai saw the arrival, his eyes could not help lighting up. He said with great joy, Good. Crimson Sky is here. This emperor can rest assured." Crimson Sky sized Yi Yuan up and said with a contemptuous look, "Don't think that entering Ancestor Realm, you're remarkable. Want to be mentioned in the same breath as Master, you're still a million years too early." Yi Yuan's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "What did you say just now?" Crimson Sky gave a cold snort and said, "I said that you're still a million years too early. Are you deaf?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold snort, the previous sentence. Crimson Sky was taken aback and immediately smiled coldly and said, "I said that you're some dogfart second sage, pretending to be mysterious." What? Could it be that I said wrongly? Gongyang Lai's face changed, noticing that things were not good. Sure enough, Yi Yuan shouted in a great rage, "Where did this impudent person come from, to dare be so insolent? Gongyang Lai, does High Priest Red Plume discipline apprentices like this? To look down on even their own Grand Master?" Krimsonsky's face changed wildly, immediately knowing that he misspoke. The title Second Sage was personally conferred by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, but he actually said Dogfart Second Sage. Wasn't this slapping Grand Master's face? He only saw Yi Yuan sweeping across the West Spirit region just now and let slip his mouth due to a moment of indignance. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would use his words as evidence. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2103, Kneel Down. Chapter 2103, Kneel Down this. Krimsonsky's face reddened to the ears, stammering heavily, not knowing how to explain. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp and fierce as he said with a cold cry, "Kneel down." Crimson Sky trembled all over, raising his head high as he said with refusal to give in, "Based on what to make me kneel down?" Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "I'm the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred. In terms of status, I'm even above your master, High Priest Redplume. Even if he saw me here, he also won't dare to be as impudent as you." "Why? I'm not allowed to make you kneel? Or is that to have me go and reason it out in front of High Priest Redplume?" All of the Empireans were silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that once Yi Yuan exploded, the commotion would actually be so shocking. Just now, Crimson Sky was still ordering people here and there by pointing with a finger when he came in. But at this time, he did not even dare to breathe loudly anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was also very reasonable. Even if High Priest Redplume was here, he also would not dare to rebut Yi Yuan to his face. Otherwise, why would Gongyang Lai play this kind of small trick where he was agreeable in public while opposing in private? Krimsonsky's expression flickered incessantly and looked toward Gongyang Lai pleadingly. Gongyang Lai let out a slight sigh, but he had yet to open his mouth when he heard Yi Yuan say with a cold laugh, "You want to plead on his behalf? Then your meaning is that he blasphemed Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face and doesn't need to be punished?" Gongyang Lai choked when he heard that and could only say to Crimson Sky, "Sigh, get on your knees." This matter, he really could not help Crimson Sky anymore. If it reached the ears of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, this issue could not be settled no matter what. Unless he killed Yi Yuan. But there were so many people present. So who dared to kill the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred? Crimson Sky stood there with a face of struggle. As High Priest Redplume's proud disciple, Crimson Sky gathered myriad glory on him and always had his eyes at the top of his head. When had he suffered such humiliation before? It was just that the prestige of the Sacred Ancestor did not allow provocation. This point, he could still weigh the relative importance. "Kneel down." Suddenly, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Crimson Sky trembled and knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. The group of Empireans was completely stunned. Crimson Sky was actually punished by someone, he was to kneel toward that person. They should not look at how each and every one of them was a 7-star priest, comprising of middle and late-stage Empirean mighty experts. In front of Crimson Sky, they were still a head lower. Crimson Sky was arrogant, but he also had the capital to be arrogant. He only used 8,000 years and reached Ancestor Realm in Alchemy Dao. He was the fastest to reach Ancestor Realm among all of High Priest Redplume's disciples. This kind of talent, coupled with his ident. One tie as High Priest Redplume's disciple, was sufficient for him to do as he pleased in the West Spirit region. Hence, when these Empireans saw Crimson Sky, they all had to bow respectfully. But now, he was punished with kneeling toward someone else. Yi Yuan looked down from a height and denounced sharply with a scowl, "Crimson Sky, do you know your crime?" How proud and arrogant was Crimson Sky? He was about to explode on the spot, but he saw Gongyang Lai winking at him non-stop, and he could not help being startled. Crimson Sky knows his crime. Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said, how sly and cunning was Gongyang Lai? He was far from what Crimson Sky, this guy, who grew up soaking in a honey jar, could compare to. At this time, the more Crimson Sky retorted, the more miserable the outcome. In fact, if it really went out of control in the end and Yi Yuan ordered people to kill Crimson Sky, no one would dare to say a word of no either. Offending the second sage was equivalent to offending Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Killing you was you getting off lightly. Fortunately, Crimson Sky was not stupid and understood Gongyang Lai's meaning very quickly. He could only swallow his pride and endure in silence. Good that you know your crime. Now, this sage punishes you to kneel and repent in front of the sacred ancestor's statue for half a month. Do you accept the punishment? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Crimson Sky suddenly lifted his head, his gaze full of rage. The Demon Divine Pill convention was about to happen right away. How numerous were the demons coming and going in front of the sacred ancestor plaza? But he had to kneel for as long as half a month in front of the statue. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock for everyone? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Amen. Do you feel that you weren't wrong? Yi Yuan's voice gradually became cold. Crimson Sky glared at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Crimson Sky, received the punishment. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly and said coolly, go on. Crimsonsky's chest was practically about to explode. Carrying limitless grievances, he came in front of the sacred ancestor's status and knelt down. All of the Empyreans were dumbfounded. Crimson Sky came in a threatening manner, clearly to find Yi Yuan to fight for supremacy. In the end, he barely said a few words and was punished to kneel before the sacred ancestor's statue. This really made everyone's jaws drop. But many people felt that Yi Yuan was overwhelming others with his influence, and he was actually scared of Crimson Sky. Crimson Sky was different from them. Even though he was just First Firmament Empyrean, he was a genuine ancestor realm powerhouse. Who was stronger among the two was really hard to say. Yi Yuan was afraid of losing the face of Second Sage. That was why he did not dare to take action. Yet, Crimson Sky himself even slammed onto the spearhead, selling himself with the first sentence he said when he ran in. Yi Yuan would not care about what these people thought, directly leaving with his hands behind his back. Looking at what? Never seen before others repenting in front of the sacred ancestor? Scram. In the plaza, Crimsonsky's roars transmitted over from time to time. Yi Yuan ignored what Crimson Sky was thinking. He still had an objective of coming to this West Spirit region, which was to search for some spirit medicines to refine pills to break through the bottleneck of late Origin Pill Realm. Reaching Origin Pill Realm, Yi Yuan finally realized how horrifying the cultivation method he cultivated was. Now, with each minor realm that he broke through, the spiritual energy required was virtually several times of the same rank. One had to know, true God realm cultivation was easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. Several times of this was several tens of thousands of years of spiritual energy. This massive amount of spiritual energy, even if Yi Yuan had the help of medicinal pills, the advancement speed was also extremely slow. In the past, he could break through a minor realm in 10 years to 20 years. Now, he needed at least several decades or even 100 years before he could do it. This was still after Yi Yuan swallowed no idea how many top-grade medicinal pills before he had this speed. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy quant. One tie of Origin Pill Realm, ordinary martial artists might not be able to break through a minor realm in 100,000 years too. Yi Yuan reached peak 6th Firmament Origin Pill a few years back. It was just that the medicinal pills in his hands were all consumed entirely during his way to the land of extreme north. It was still a step away before he could break through the bottleneck. The Demon Divine Pill convention this time, it naturally could not do without all kinds of spirit medicines. Yi Yuan naturally could not make this trip in vain. Young master, you're really too incredible, to actually even become the demon race's second sage. You don't know, the northernmost steppes demons are ferocious. But they are so docile in front of you. Lu'er followed by Yi Yuan's side with an idolizing look. Lone Swan and Yang Feier followed behind the two people, with their expressions and emotions being complicated. Yang Feier followed Yi Yuan this half a year. Under the assistance of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she already broke through to be a 9th Firmament True God. This kind of cultivation speed, she did not even dare to think about it in the past. While Lu'er having obtained Yi Yuan's help, her cultivation speed was even more terrifying. Yang Feier practically saw Lu'er every day and discovered that her aura was growing non-stop. It was simply too monstrous. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Silly Laness, do you think that second sage is so easy to be? Right now, no idea how many people staring at me in this demon divine region." Lu'er smiled and said, "I don't care, Either way, young master is the most impressive. The few people were currently chatting when they brushed past a group of men and women. Suddenly, a red-haired and barebacked youth in the front furrowed his brows, and he turned around to look at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2104, Domineering. Chapter 2104, Domineering. The red-haired youth's eyes lit up as he said with some surprise, "What thick Chilean bloodline power. That young man definitely has my Chilean clan's precious treasure on him." By the side, a beautiful girl nodded and said, "I also felt it, Big Brother Yoon, that person seems to be a human." The red-haired youth frowned and said, "How can my Chilean clan's precious treasure land in the hands of a human? Come with me." Done talking, the red-haired youth brought the few people and stepped forward, blocking Yi Yuan. 4 people. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his face revealing a doubtful look. He did not seem to have offended these few people before. The red-haired youth had an interrogating look on his face as he said in a solemn voice, "Human, do you have my Chilean clan's precious treasure on you?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately thought of the Chilean emperor bone. Could it be that these few people were of the Chilean clan? The Chilean clan's bloodline was noble and not inferior to the dragon race. They rarely walked around outside. He did not expect that he actually ran into them here today. Looks like this Chilean clan might have some secret art that was able to feel bloodline power. That was how they would sense the Chilean emperor bone on him. But even if he was of the Chilean clan, being stopped by this bunch of brainless people, and even had an appearance of "you owe me money," why would Yi Yuan go along with it? Yi Yuan had long thought it over in his heart, but did not show the slightest bit on his face as he said coolly, "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" The red-haired youth said in an overbearing manner, "Humph. Then it means you do. How can my Chilean clan's precious treasure fall in the hands of a human? Hurry up and hand it over." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he did not get angry but laughed instead. This person's logic, ordinary people really could not understand it. "Haha, if I don't hand it over?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said. The red-haired youth smiled coldly and said, "Human, you probably don't know about my Chilean clan's awe-inspiring reputation, right? Even sacred ancestor high priest also has to give in to our Chilean clan a little. You dare to forcibly occupy my Chilean clan's precious treasure. Have you thought about the consequences properly? I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the precious treasure, then kowtow and admit your fault to us. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, humph humph." The red-haired youth did not finish speaking, but the meaning was already very clear. It was just that these words sounded all the more ridiculous to Yi Yuan. Could it be that these guys did not come into being for a long time and their brains were rotted? There was no lack of people purchasing natural treasures in the marketplace. Seeing that there was a show to watch, a large group naturally crowded around. But when they heard that these youngsters were of the Chilean clan, everyone's faces revealed surprised expressions. They are actually of the Chilean clan. Weren't they normally in the Chilean pseudo-world? Why did they come into being? I heard that the Chilean clan's talent is extremely strong. Nobody is a match in the same rank at all. Jumping realms and challenging is also commonplace. That human kid actually provoked the Chilean clan. He'll probably suffer a big loss. In the demon race, some races were natural kings, with their strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Such as Yi Yuan, it was as easy as eating and drinking for him to jump realms and battle with the dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique. Later, he attained the perfect 6th transformation golden body, his strength even one-shotting those in the same rank. The Chilean clan's talent was virtually equivalent to the dragon race, their strength could be seen at a glance. This red-haired youth's strength was late-stage rank 6, being roughly equivalent to the human race's 8th firmament true god, his strength closing in on peak rank 6. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was naturally far from a match. It was just that even a clay bodhisattva had some anger too. This red-haired youth repeatedly made trouble out of nothing, and even wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy. It finally aroused Yi Yuan's anger. "Is that so? Also not afraid of telling you, I really have a Chilean clan's treasure on me. It's just, come and get it yourself if you have the capability," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The red-haired youth did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. Looking at Lone Swan behind Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "Your alliance is this Empyrean, right?" "Who? Uncle Yu is also an Empyrean. I believe he won't be weaker than that Empyrean behind you." Behind the red-haired youth, there was a middle-aged man glaring, his aura restrained. People did not expect that he was actually an Empyrean. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Really so much crap? Would dealing with a trash like you still need to rely on others?" The red-haired youth laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Haha. It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to say that my Chilean clan is trash. Brat, if I don't tear you apart today, who will still respect my Chilean clan in the future?" Done talking, the red-haired youth surged with blood vitality. A powerful bloodline power suddenly erupted. The shock of the commotion was even somewhat stronger than a ninth firmament true god. When everyone saw this power, their faces suddenly changed. Everyone said that the Chilean clan was powerful, but that was all just legends. There were barely any who had really seen before. But the strength that this red-haired youth exhibited currently actually made him have an impulse of submitting. At this time, they finally knew how powerful the Chilean clan was. The red-haired youth's long hair fluttered, both hands seizing 2 centiliter US turs of fire, as if he was stepping on firewind wheels. 1. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Kid, I give you one last chance. Hand over the Chilean precious treasure, kneel down and admit your fault. I'll spare you from death. Otherwise, when my fist lands, it will be hard for you to want to live." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "Looks like your family's elders didn't teach you how to behave before coming out. Today, I'll take action on behalf of your family's elders, and teach you properly." The red-haired youth's face turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, it's you who is courting death. You can't blame me. Fire Chilean blessing." The red-haired youth struck a fist out. The entire street seemed to be set on fire. Chilean was a fire attribute divine beast, its power boundless. It was indeed not fake. Boundless power of law thoroughly wrapped Yi Yuan up and did not give him the chance to escape at all. The Chilean clan is indeed powerful. This punch, probably even a peak rank 6, will also be blown up, right? This kind of inheritance martial technique, when cultivated to the peak, it has the power to obliterate heaven and earth. It really makes people envious. Sigh, that kid is also asking for it. People want the Chilean clan's treasure, just give it to him. Why seek death himself? There was a series of exclamations coming from all around. They were all shocked by the red-haired youth's punch. At the same time, they also secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yi Yuan was too insensible. He did not have strength, yet guarded the treasure to the death. Was there a need? Do you think that only you have bloodline power? Then I'll let you take a look at what's called a true Chilean bloodline. Bang! All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's body erupted with an extremely powerful blood vitality. The might of the momentum was actually even above the red-haired youth. When people from the Chilean clan saw this, each and every one of their faces suddenly changed. Yi Yuan's perfect 6th transformation golden body was extremely restrained. Not taking the initiative to release it, outsiders could not tell at all. Hence, in everyone's view, Yi Yuan was merely a peak 6th firmament true god human martial artist. How could he withstand the red-haired youth's punch? Completely erupted at this time, how outrageous was the commotion. Only to see him throw an ordinary punch out, not using any martial technique at all. Chilean bloodline power surged to the sky. Bang! With 2 fists meeting, the red-haired youth fell back more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, the red-haired youth's eyes went wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, "How is that possible? Your Chilean bloodline power is actually even stronger than mine." 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2105, Heavenly Chilean Devouring SPACE. Chapter 2105, Heavenly Chilean Devouring SPACE. It was not just the red-haired youth. Everyone present looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. The demon race's bloodline power could be grafted. Humans frequently extracted the demon race's bloodline power. But no matter how it was grated, it was unable to surpass the original race's bloodline power. But now, Yi Yuan, a human's bloodline power, was actually thick to such an extent. How could they not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is it very strange to be stronger than you?" By the side, Uncle Yu said with a cold snort, "Humph. Stealing Qilin bloodline, deserved to die 10,000 times over. Qi Yun, don't hold back, kill him." Qi Yun's face turned cold, and he said with a nod, "I didn't expect that taking this trip out. I actually really ran into someone who isn't afraid to die, to even dare to steal my Qilin clan's bloodline power too. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll send you off then." Finished talking, Qi Yung's 2 hands came together, 2 centiliter US ters of fire combining into one. A surge of mysterious power instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Behind Qi Yun, the figure of a giant beast slowly emerged. The enormous beast opened its gaping maws. That appearance was like it was going to swallow the sky and devour the earth. This enormous beast was naturally the Qilin divine beast. This is the Qilin clan's innate divine ability, Heavenly Qilin devouring space. It's said that once this move is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. Its power is tremendous. To be able to execute Heavenly Qilin devouring space, this red-haired youth status in the Qilin clan definitely isn't low. Feeling Heavenly Qilin devouring space's horrifying power, there were cries of exclamations from all around. Although demons like the Qilin clan were reclusive and did not emerge, there were legends about them in this world. The Heavenly Qilin devouring space was precisely the Qilin clan's powerful hallmark. After the demon race cultivated to a certain realm, they would awaken their innate divine abilities. It was just that to legendary divine beasts like the Qilin, their innate divine abilities were especially terrifying. In terms of strength, this Qi Yun was inferior to Feng Tianyang. But by relying on an innate divine ability like Heavenly Qilin devouring space, Feng Tianyang might not be Qi Yun's match too. The awakening of this kind of innate divine abilities had nothing to do with the power of laws. It was only related to the source of great Tao. In other words, it was heaven bestowing a gift. And this was the powerful reliance for the demon race to be able to exist side by side with the human race. Witnessing Heavenly Qilin devouring space, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very pitifully. They could tell that Yi Yuan touched the Qilin clan's reverse scale. Qi Yun looked down from a height, looking at Yi Yuan with cold eyes as he said with disdain, "So what if stole Qilin bloodline? How can my Qilin clan's true strength be what you can imagine? Once Heavenly Qilin devouring space is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. You can go with peace of mind." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Heavenly Qilin devouring space is it? As luck would have it, I also awakened it." "You awakened the Heavenly Qilin devouring space? Ha ha ha, MN?" When Qi Yun heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not refrain from laughing wildly. But laughing halfway, it suddenly ceased, like a duck which had its throat stuck. Because Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with a powerful undulation. This undulation was actually exactly the same as his. Heavenly Qilin devouring space. Behind Yi Yuan, a behemoth Qilin similarly appeared. 2 Qilins faced each other, not giving an inch. The entire place was dead silent. The Qilin clan looked at that figure in the void, shook to the core. Uncle Yu said in shock, "How is this possible? This human's Qilin bloodline is actually powerful until it can awaken innate divine abilities." Yi Yuan pointed at the void and shouted coldly, "Heavenly Qilin devouring space, devour for me." Qi Yun's pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth and said, "So what even if you know Heavenly Qilin devouring space? Kill for me." Bang! 2 Qilins were baring their fangs and brandies. Plussing their claws, tearing crazily in the void. The city's sky immediately turned dim. Endless spiritual energy was being devoured. Yi Yuan 2 people's figures were immediately swallowed up by the darkness. In an instant, berserk energy undulation swept throughout the entire city, alarming countless powerhouses. Is this the innate divine ability of the Qilin clan? Indeed ridiculously strong. Even if a peak rank 6 clashes with them, they would probably be directly swallowed up too, right? This power is too frightening. Just which of the two of them won? Completely can't tell. When the martial artists in the city were discussing animatedly, a figure dropped down from above the void. Uncle Yu's face changed, leaping up. The one who fell was precisely Chi Yun. The current Chi Yun was already unconscious, injuries all over his body. It was as if he was torn apart by something. Clearly, he already sustained extremely severe injuries. Following that, another figure stepped out of the void, his figure elegant. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses below became wide-eyed. What kind of situation was this? The counterfeit Heavenly Qilin devouring SPACE defeated the authentic Heavenly Qilin devouring SPACE? How could this human be so monstrous? Uncle Yu shouted fiercely and reproached, "Punk, to dare hurt Chi Yun, you're courting death." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I already said to teach him how to behave on behalf of his elders. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated for it. This is the Heavenspan world's norm. I went through all kinds of hards. HI plus PS and perils, obtaining the Qilin treasure at death's door, but you want it back with a word and even want me to kneel and admit my fault. What kind of logic is this?" Uncle Yu's face turned frosty and he said in a solemn voice, "My Qilin clan's words is the logic. Kid, this Empyrean will send you on your way right now." Done talking, Uncle Yu raised his hand and it was a fist. Except, Lone Swan was long prepared, directly class. HI plussing a fist with Uncle Yu. Lone Swan's realm was a level higher than Uncle Yu, but Uncle Yu's bloodline power was powerful. The two people barely managed to be evenly matched. Uncle Yu's expression was extremely ugly as he said with a cold snort, "Kid, if you don't give an explanation today, forget about leaving here." Yi Yuan said coolly, "With the likes of you." At this time, a figure stepped out of the void. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said in a cold voice, "He can't, then what about me?" The one who came out was an old man, his aura extremely powerful. Looking at him, he was a late-stage Empyrean peerless powerhouse too. When Uncle Yu saw the arrival, he was immediately overjoyed. Bowing in salute, he said, "Chi Yu pays respect to Lord Chen." This boy, Chi Chen interrupted Chi Yu's words with a hand gesture and said coolly, "This Empyrean knows." He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Brat, hand over the Qilin precious treasure. Then end your life yourself to atone for your crime, saving this old man from having to take action." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and shaking his head when he heard that and said, "Looks like your Qilin clan has its leaders setting a bad example, and its subordinates following suit. Indeed all shameful. Still that sentence, the treasure is on me, come take it if you have the capability." Chi Chen's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Kid, you're very courageous. Since that's the case, then this Empyrean will come and take it." Lone Swan's face changed and was about to block in front of Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "It's fine, let him come over." Lone Swan was taken aback and could only retreat to the side. A powerful aura completely locked onto Yi Yuan. This Chi Chen was indeed a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert. The powerhouses in the city looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful faces, like looking at a fool. They did not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Could it be that he thought that he was invincible under the heavens by grasping Heavenly Qilin devouring SPACE? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move. He wanted to see when those old things planned on taking action.